Executive Director Hernandez?
Yes, there are no director reports for today.
No director reports, okay. And then subcommittee reports. We have materials development, Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, thank you, Chair. For the materials development, we have been working on the draft for the final report that will go along with the maps, and we are in the editing process, and hopefully, once we receive all those edits back by the end of the week, we can then discuss that at our meetings next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Litigation Contract Subcommittee, Commissioners Toledo and Yee. Oh, okay. Commissioner Sinai has a question.
Just, can you remind us, like on Wednesday, about getting you the comments? I'm foreseeing all of us forget. Like, I could have done it yesterday and I forgot that that was there, just to send us a reminder. Thank you, because I know you all worked really, really hard on that.
I'll try to remember.
Hint, hint, staff.
You can put it
Maybe
on.
Chief Counsel Payne can remind me.
Okay. Litigation Contract Subcommittee, Commissioners Toledo and Yee, I understand you have something to report.
We'll hear from Chief Counsel Payne on that matter.
Yeah, I can just give a brief update. Trying to put the finalization to the Gibson and Dunn contract. Closing in on that. We are dogged, and we will get it done as soon as we possibly can. Each day we get closer and closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Director Hernandez, were there other subcommittees?
1 second, Chair.
Chair,
Yes,
Commissioner Ahmad and myself have our hands up.
sorry, Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Finance and Admin? I don't know if that's the right committee to ask, but we are hitting the 1 year mark on some of our hires, executive hires, in which we need to conduct performance evaluations. So I am more than happy to help out where I can. I know we're all spread pretty thin right now, so I just wanted to bring that forward so we can keep our word to our amazing team to conduct these performance evaluations. I'm not sure, Chair, if that's with Finance and Admin, if that's with the current Chair and Vice Chair. I will turn it over to you to decide how to divvy up that task.
Thank you. My understanding is that that would fall to Admin and Finance. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Yes, we are. We actually passed the 1 year mark, and we have let staff know that as soon as after the 23rd, we will get to those performance evaluations. So we expect to do those in early January. And they can be backdated to when their 1 year anniversary was. But thank you. We probably will take you up on your offer, though, so thank you.
I was going to say, if you want to take me up on my offer, I am volunteering to do these now so we can meet up with our 1 year commitment sooner rather than later.
I believe Commissioner Fornashari and I are in agreement that we are taking you up on that offer.
Okay.
And if you want, once you draft it, if you want, you can run it by one of us.
Okay.
I don't mind. Commissioner Fornashari is actually, I guess, keeping track of what's open. So you might be busy with that. No, you're keeping track of what's open in terms of our iterations and all that good stuff. So I don't mind reviewing.
It would be nice if I just have one point of contact so we can keep with Bagley
I'll do
Keene
it.
and then.
I can do it.
Okay.
And then I have a form that we use, so I'll try to remember to forward that to you. But I know
Okay.
that Executive Director Hernandez will forward that to both of us. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Then from there, I'll just reach out to our staff and schedule some time outside of our public meetings to conduct those evaluations. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you both. Director Hernandez.
Yes, Chair. So the Other two subcommittees that would have something to report that I'm aware of are the lessons learned and then the line drawing.
Okay,
Unless any other subcommittee has anything to report.
very good. So as far as lessons learned, we are working on an outline of the topics that we would like to address. We are still looking at potential dates and venues for this next step in our process. So once we have some tentative news on that, we will certainly share it with the rest of the commission. Okay. With that, Christian, could we go to public comment on the subcommittee reports, please?
Certainly, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To dial in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate that you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You're not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And again, the commission is taking comment on the
Subcommittee
reports. For those who have dialed in, if you wish to give comment on the subcommittee reports, please press *9. Again, if you've called in to give comment on the subcommittee reports, please press *9. We do have a hand. Stand by. And Chair, for this, would you like us to enforce a 1 minute and 30-second time limit?
Yes, please.
Sounds good. Okay, caller with the last 4 digits, 4109. If you could please follow the prompts to unmute. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't think it allows you to lower your hand if you're a dial-in. I just wanted to comment on the general mapping.
Okay.
I don't think that's this
No,
item. Sorry.
there'll be time for that later. Thank you so much. And we do have another hand. Just a moment. Again, we are taking comment on the subcommittee reports. Caller 6968, please follow the prompts.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Wonderful. So my name is Edward Barsoumian, and I'm reaching out on behalf of the Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. And I'd like to express our deep discontent with the consistent pattern of disenfranchisement that we've seen in every iteration of the state assembly maps, specifically the districts that serve Glendale, Burbank, and La Crescenta Valley. I'd like to point on a few very important. Oh, yes.
Yes, we're taking comment right now on our subcommittee reports. We'll be taking comments on the mapping later.
Okay, understood. I didn't realize this was a separate meeting.
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right. Well, I'll call back I'll call back later.
very good. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, those are the main items from the business meeting. We can now move to our live line drawing, which includes a review of iterations and discussion and direction to line drawers. So, Commissioner Fornashari, would you be prepared to give us an update on the recap of the iterations from the 11th?
I will share what I have on my list, and hopefully Commissioner Anderson will have anything that I missed. Jamie has her hand raised.
Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark.
Thanks so much. Just a broad overview of where we left off, and also for commissioners and for the public. The current iteration that we'll be working off of today is on the map viewer, and I believe that other associated files have been posted. So that's for everybody to see where we're at right now, and what we're working off of right now, of course, is a statewide map. Where we left off last week, or rather on the 11th, is that there's no changes to the Bay Area maps. Tamina was not working with any commissioners on any iterations over the last couple days. Kennedy has been working with a number of commissioners on a number of iterations over the last couple days, and she'll be able to present those later today when we get to her area in inland Northern California and throughout the Central Valley. Siobhan was not working with any commissioners on any iterations over the last couple of days. And so what is on the map viewer is what she'll be presenting. And over the last couple of days, I, in Los Angeles County, was working with a couple commissioners on very minor changes to the map. Those are also currently reflected in the map viewer. And we would be able to take a closer look later today and also revert any of those changes. Everything that is in the map viewer right now was discussed and agreed upon that it's a general direction Commission would like to take. So again, we can take a closer look at those later. And then I have one iteration that was presented by a commissioner that I will be able to show later today, and it's not in the map viewer. So that is an overview of where we left off and where we're at today.
Very good. Thank you so much, Ms. Clark. So up next, Siobhan and Andrew are going to give us a run through on Southern California, and we will see if we need to do any further work in that area. Please proceed.
Sorry, my mute button disappeared for a second. Hi, thank you, Chair Kennedy. So as I mentioned earlier, the Commission did not leave off in Southern California, having made a decision about the iteration that I previously presented. That iteration was in collaboration with Commissioner Sinai. It's on the website as CD iteration S1 for the Commission and the public's reference. And just as a reminder, those proposed swaps had to do with the unincorporated area outside of Fallbrook, as well as making a swap for Escondido and Carlsbad. So I will just display that. One moment, please. So those proposed changes are in orange, and I will turn off the current plan, which is in black. Commissioner Sinai, did you have anything to add?
She does.
Thank you, Siobhan. So I just want to say to everybody from the beginning, when we looked at San Diego, I had said, this iteration could be better in reflecting North County and the city of San Diego. But in the spirit of compromise, the greater good, and also hearing the people who did comment, which unfortunately were really, a lot of them were from the coast. Some were from Escondido, but they didn't, what they asked for was what we were doing, which was creating the 78 corridor. And I also wanted to say we explored this, well, in the spirit of it, I'm going to take away my proposed iteration, but I did want to thank Andrew and Saban for exploring this. We had about 12 different ideas on how to improve that really non-compact district that goes from San Pascual, which is very, very rural, all the way to downtown San Diego to Carlsbad. This was the only one that didn't really change the whole map, and that's why I had presented it, chose to present this idea. It was a small piece, but it allowed those communities who were working class, very mixed cities where they have both rural and urban centers, but they're some of our lowest income communities in the North San Diego County. But you will see that this didn't come from nowhere, that we had gotten a lot of input for the 78 corridor, including public comment 36505, which says, look, the San Diego County's redistricting efforts is looking at this, of creating the 78 corridor, and I think they will. I'm sorry, they approved something on Saturday night, but I didn't look. But I think what makes our effort really difficult is that it is connected to Orange County, and it would be a district comprised of two very different communities, but it would be two communities of interest in two different counties. But having said that, in the spirit of compromise, and because we need to move forward, I am going to pull it, and I hope that other commissioners will follow my lead if it happens that what we need to do is move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Any comment at this point? Commissioner Kutagawa.
So just for clarification, I thought when we talked about it on Saturday, it was an option or an exploration. I didn't think that we had actually agreed to or approved that this would be the change. So if I'm hearing Commissioner Sinai right, so she's withdrawing this, I think, right? Okay, just want to make sure I'm clear. Thank you.
Correct. Any further comment? Okay, Sivan and Andrew, back to you.
Excuse me, I have a hand up.
I didn't see it. I still don't see it. Your background makes it impossible to see. Sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering, I missed because we were just starting to talk about this, and we sort of got into it, and so, but now you're withdrawing it just so we can move on? I thought there were actually valid community of interest testimony, which is why you were looking into this. So did I miss that entirely? But I thought that's why, the only reason it was being pulled.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai?
Yes, I did bring it forward because there was a lot of valid public input, and there still is valid public input. But there is also, we've received input the last few days from the public, both from the San Diego and the Orange County side, really requesting that it remain coastal. I do want to make it very clear that it never was an all coastal district, that we always kept Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Carlsbad together as they had requested in the 78 corridor, and we were just looking at bringing in parts of Escondido. So the district, the way it is, none of the changes that we had brought up, we think that, in the spirit of compromise and moving forward, we can go in that direction, and in the spirit of listening to what the public was asking. Both ways.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. At this point, I would like to ask Sivan and Andrew. It seems to me that we would still want to clean up that area between Fallbrook and Bonsall, if nothing else. And I don't think that should have a major impact on the maps. Sivan?
Thank you for bringing that up, Chair Kennedy. So there are about 10,000 people that live in this small unincorporated area. Earlier this morning, I was playing around and it looks like there's sufficient population in a more southern area. So this unincorporated area that falls between Bonsall, Hidden Meadows, Vista, and north of San Marcos and Escondido. So that would be what we had worked out as a less disruptive swap to reincorporate this area into the East County District and then just extend this line slightly outside of Vista rather than snapping to the Vista city borders.
Right, okay. Are there comments on that concept? Trading the unincorporated area between Fallbrook and Bonsall for unincorporated area south of Bonsall and east of Vista. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm not fast enough on my hand raise. I have to go 2 clicks. So is it just to like aesthetics to get rid of the jetting out? Is that the purpose for it?
Not so much aesthetics. I mean, it will better comply with criterion 5.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Commissioner Sinai.
It's also, unincorporated areas are connected to those cities that are around them. And so it was one of the cleanups that we were doing in the proposal that was submitted originally. And so that would allow that unincorporated area to be part of Fallbrook and Bonsall. That part is mountainous, and so they would all be better, be able to work better together in that way. So they would be better represented that way.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Any further comment? Okay, without objection, Sivan, could you proceed with that switch?
Yeah, would the commission prefer that I do it live or offline quickly?
Would anyone like this done live? No, so you can proceed with this offline, Sivan.
Okay, I will proceed with making that swap. Where would the commission like to talk about next?
Where would you recommend that we discuss next? Do we have any further work on BVCAL or SICA? Commissioner Fernandez.
I will assume, but it's not good to assume, that Sivan has gone through, because obviously we haven't gone through every single boundary, just to make sure that the boundaries are, I don't know how I want to say it, but it makes sense in terms of like with the whole Fallbrook and Bonsall, just as long as it evens out. Thank you. And that was like for the whole state, because we haven't really had a chance to look at every boundary, but thanks.
Right. Okay, perfect. So Sivan, could you walk us around the boundaries of SICA, BVCAL, and Morcoa to start with, and then we'll move inwards?
I definitely can. I would like to assure the commission that before these maps are finalized for the final vote, we will be running reports on them to make sure that there aren't any unintentional splits. Usually that occurs with census blocks that don't have any population and sometimes can be picked up by accident. Because these maps are going through so many rapid changes, we haven't taken the time to really finalize and clean them up just until the commission is more settled on what they want the final drafts to look like. But I would be happy to do that. This is to the county border right here. So I'm just going to start going around SECA in this area, as that's the first place where it deviates from county borders. So if there's anything you want me to stop, just let me know, but I will just slowly start to pan around the outside border of the SECA district.
Chair. Can I
Yes,
just-
Commissioner Fernandez.
And actually, what I meant is what Siobhan said is that what she's going to do is she's going to ensure that no one's left out. That was my biggest fear, was to ensure that no one was left out.
Right.
So thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. So I was interested in the Morongo Valley and whether there's any interest or desire to move it south with the district below, Sika. The reason being, it would enable us to honor the COI for Calamesa to join it with Yucaipa. But if there is no desire, if Morongo Valley and Yucca Valley and Joshua Tree if they're all very happy in Morcoa, then would not be motivated to look into that possibility.
Thank you for that. I mean, speaking as a local, I would say that we did get some public input asking us to keep the entire Morongo Basin whole. The Morongo Basin, as opposed to Morongo Valley, comprises Morongo Valley, Yucca Valley, Joshua Tree, 29 Palms, Landers, perhaps Homestead Valley. I believe that's one of the local communities that's included in the supervisorial district with the Morongo Basin. But we have also had community of interest input from Yucaipa wanting to remain with or to be grouped with Calamesa. The issue that I would see is that if we do move Yucaipa in, we might also end up having to bring in Loma Linda and the remainder of Redlands, possibly, I guess, the remainder of Mentone. And I don't know if that is something that you had also looked at.
I was actually thinking going the other way. So in Beavercal, drawing the border there below Calamesa,
Okay.
that would adjust the border somewhere in Palm Springs or North Palm Springs and enable Sika to go up into the Morongo Valley. But that would be the Morongo Basin. But as you describe it, it would not be able to take in the whole basin. So if splitting the basin is pretty undesirable, then I would not see a way to pursue this idea.
Right. So you would move Calamesa and Cherry Valley into Morcoa.
That's correct.
And the population of that is how much?
That is, it depends how much you take. It could be about 17,000, I think it was. I don't have my notes right here. It would be about the same as Morongo Valley through Joshua Tree only.
Yucca Valley should be in the neighborhood of 25,000, I think. Morongo Valley is 3,500 or so.
Chair,
Yes.
I believe there was advice from council about stopping this Bovical district at the county line. I just wanted to check in with Mr. Becker to make sure that moving that south of Calimesa would be permissible.
Okay, I don't know if Mr. Becker is with us. Sal, can you fill us
I'm
in?
here in his stead. I believe the commission settled on the county border because it was contemplating going further north and further extending the W. But if the intent here is to go south, then that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think from kind of a compactness lens, and I think that we had discussed it before. We've had probably the same person, I think, Colin, several evenings in a row about Yucaipa and Calimesa and Cherry Valley all wanting to be together. I think if we, I'm assuming that there's very little population or no population in that white area, which is a part of that long arm or neck that extends out of Beavercal. The possibility of going almost as far as Lakeview would seem generally reasonable. But I'm not sure what SICA is a VRA district, so I would just want to be cautious about what the impact to the Latino CVAP would be if we included Morongo Valley or Yucca Valley.
Right, thank you for that. Yes, certainly the area between Beaumont and Moreno Valley, for those who have driven the 60, those are the Badlands. Don't think anybody lives there. The area north of Moreno Valley, as we've mentioned before, is home to a population of wild burros. But beyond that, I think there's little, if any, population. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry, I wanted to go see the burros. I'll wait. So the proposal, I just want to make sure I understand it, Commissioner Yee, was to the trade-off of Calamasa and Cherry Valley for Morongo Valley, Yucca Valley, and Joshua Tree. Was that correct? Or what was the trade-off? I think I got lost in there.
That's correct, but it would also, since there's 3 districts involved here, we'd also have to adjust the border in Palm Springs or North Palm Springs or somewhere around there. And of course, keeping the CVAP for SICA closely.
Right. I thought there was also COI regarding 29 Palms and Joshua Tree, but I'll look that up. Thank you.
I'm sure there is. And as Commissioner Kennedy noted, the whole Morongo Basin would love to stay together. So that's part of the consideration here, whether a split is even contemplatable.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Yee just answered my question. So you would propose like a 3-district swap, just right local, and balance Beaver back out.
That's correct.
Okay. Because I just want to remind us all of the extensive conversation that we had about putting the border there and leaving it there, because otherwise, if we take population out or put population in Beaver, it has to go all the way out through Orange County and through LA, and we would have to redo all those entire maps. So
no desire to do that now.
Okay, thank you.
Only if it works here.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Before we do anything in this area, could we see the terrain level, please? I think that
Yes,
would
one moment, please.
really help us in looking at this in terms of what are the hills and valleys that we're talking about.
And can you zoom in a bit on that red area?
Is this a good view for commissioners or? Okay, great.
Yeah, if you can pull it south a bit,
Can we take the red off so we can? Oh, okay,
or the
yeah,
other
that's better.
south. Okay. Okay, and Commissioner Fornashari has asked if we could remove the shading. Okay. Commissioner Sadwana, you had your hand up, but it went back down. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I mean, like Commissioner Fornashari, I do remember the conversation we had, and I feel that removing it just creates other communities of interest that we're dividing, and I actually like the way it looks right now. That's just my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Sadwani, last call. I don't know if you are still interested in saying anything on this. Okay. So at this point, Commissioner Yee, my sense is that we are not comfortable with making this change. That does not preclude the change being made at some point down the line. Commissioner Sadwani, you're back in your seat. I just wanted to check and make sure that you didn't have anything that you wanted to say on this before we move on.
No, I apologize. I just had to go grab something. So I'm assuming we're not moving in this direction.
That is the general sense at this point. Commissioner Kitagawa?
I just wanted to ask Sivan if she could move the map a little bit to the right so we could see the area next to Phelan. Oh, actually the other way around. Sorry. It's like my right. Okay, thank you. I just wanted,
Actually, could you do that and put the terrain layer on, please? Oh, thank you for me.
Okay, thank you, Sivan. So we've looked at the outlines of Sika and Morco, I believe, and we should take a look at Beavercal and then move towards the coast from there.
So starting in that area where we were just looking at, south of the San Bernardino County border, highlighted in red is the Beavercal district.
Sorry, Sivan, could you go back to the northwest corner there, Palm Springs, Whitewater area? Okay, I don't know, that looks to be a small piece of tribal land right, yeah, right there. Is there any way of, Agua Caliente? Okay, that's fine then. We do divide the Agua Caliente lands in Palm Springs and Cathedral City and a little bit in Rancho Mirage, but I don't see a way around that at this point. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Chair, I have I think a question. It's more, I'm going to direct it more towards you because you'd probably be more familiar with this, but the area that Commissioner Yee had brought up when I was looking at the terrain layer, my recollection, having driven to Palm Springs a number of times, it's essentially like a pass, and it's a pretty
long pass.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow and you know, it looks like a mountain, but it's probably a hill. But in seeing the terrain layer and the placement of, I think it's Cali Mesa and Beaumont on, I don't know if, I guess, I guess this is maybe more of a question for you. I'm fine with it as it is, but I also can see just from looking at the terrain layer, you know, do we need to think about this? And I'm assuming you're more familiar. I mean, I feel like you're more familiar with this than I am. So I'd be interested in your thought on that because we have been receiving, well, at least, you know, several calls around this. So just for the question to be asked.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. You know, Yucaipa and Calamasa, because of their surroundings, are pretty closely linked. That said, my own sense is that most of Yucaipa's population is at the crest of the hill as you come up from Redlands, whereas Calamasa's, the bulk of Calamasa's population is not in the immediately adjacent portion of Calamasa. It's you know, if most of Yucaipa's population is there on the western side as you come up the 10 from Redlands, then there's another area of low density population. There's a rest area along the 10, and then you go up another hill, and then you're into Calamasa, or where more of the bulk of Calamasa's population is. I would be happy either way. I think that, I've said on a number of occasions, I'm always looking at how things can be made a bit easier for election administrators, and certainly following the county lines would be the easiest for election administrators, but I don't have a strong feeling on this one either way. Commissioner Kitagawa? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo your analysis of where the populations are in this area, being from Redlands. And I can also go either way. I think there are good, solid arguments for either iteration, this iteration or the one Commissioner Yee proposed. So I would look for maybe a stronger opinion from the rest of the commissioners in terms of go or no go on this proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Okay, so we'll set this aside right now. Sivan, can we move then to the San Bernardino and Riverside areas and then towards Ontario and Fontana?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. Is this an okay view for commissioners, or should I zoom in further?
I think that's good. So there's a split in East Vale. We know that we have a small split in Corona. The San Bernardino, okay, let's look at the San Bernardino district. Okay, so we have northern Redlands, we have part of Mentone, most of Highland, most of San Bernardino, most of Colton, all of Grand Terrace, all of Bloomington, all of Rialto, all of Muscoy, the northern part of Fontana, and portions of Rancho Cucamonga.
I would also remind the commission that these are VRA areas. Let me add the CVAP numbers to the labels for your reference. One moment, please. Should I continue panning around the map?
Yes, please. So, Sivan, I'm seeing 8 people over the target population in Morcoa, and Morcoa doesn't border on that many districts, so I'm guessing that we're going to have to
Yeah, so
play
I
with
was
multiple
actually,
districts to balance that out.
yeah, so I was messaging with the other line drawers about that. We have a plan to move that population south. I believe there's also an overage of 5 people over deviation in the Ventura area. So we were kind of just waiting again until we had a closer to final version of these maps before we did those cleanup type operations. But the commission has been pretty clear in their message to the line drawers in wanting to not establish new city splits or any other unnecessary splits when balancing out the population deviations. So we will keep all of those in mind. And of course, the commission will have final approval to vote on those cleanups before the maps are published.
Very good, thank you. So can we go to the Pomona, Montclair, Fontana, Ontario area? Okay, and from here, because Jamie will take us through Los Angeles County in the next block, can we come down to Orange County?
Absolutely. So let me zoom out so you can see this district that starts at Chino Hills. And then just let me know when you're ready and I'll zoom into the next district.
Okay, I will take this opportunity to say that one of the things that occurred to me yesterday during our day off was that there might be some further refinement to the border between Savannah Anna and North Orange Coast. I did ask Jamie to help me walk through what that might look like. So basically, instead of a very irregular boundary between Huntington Beach on the one hand and Westminster and Fountain Valley on the other, I wanted to explore what smoothing that out might look like. Sivan, I don't know whether you have that from Jamie or not. If not, I can wait for Jamie to show us what that might look like. The idea was that there is an area in the northern part of Huntington Beach. So you would essentially extend that southern boundary of Seal Beach eastward for most of that length, and then cut south and back over to where Huntington Beach borders Fountain Valley. But it would smooth out that border between North Orange Coast and Savannah Anna. It would hopefully pick up significant portion of the population that community input from Little Saigon has been hoping to have in Savannah Anna, but it would not. We had explored having none of Huntington Beach, all of Huntington Beach, and only one other option, which was using Garfield as a dividing line. And it occurred to me yesterday that there might be another possible dividing line that would help us. Not everyone is going to be 100% happy, but it would help us increase the general level of satisfaction. So again, Sivan, I don't know whether you've gotten that from Jamie. If not, we'll wait until Jamie is with us. In the meantime, Commissioner Sadwani.
Chair, I'm just going to stop screen sharing for a moment while I pull that from my email. I believe Jamie sent it over. So one moment, please. Thanks for your
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thanks. Just to confirm, in terms of smoothing, the current line is where? At the Huntington Beach City
Correct.
line? So it actually follows the whole city.
It does. It
City
does.
Hall. Thank you.
But in looking for, another option, it just occurred to me that it might be possible to add some population from Huntington Beach, but not nearly as much as we had been moving previously. Commissioner Kitagawa.
I think we've also heard I mean, we've heard lots of different COI testimony. I also, want to just point out that we've had requests to keep Huntington Beach whole. I'm also concerned about the ripple effects to the other cities in Orange County at this point right now, and I think we're in a satisfactory place. It's not exactly what everybody wants, but I think we're in a satisfactory place, and I'm just concerned about then once we open this up, it's gonna open up a whole other set of can of worms and ripple effects that we've had lots of conversation about this, and I'm just concerned about people saying you're back at Orange County again, and then if you're going to do that, then why don't you fix everything else that's wrong with Orange County?
Right.
And so
And we are, but again, what I was trying to see if there was any greater satisfaction in moving a smaller amount of population from Huntington Beach into Savannah Anna, and the only change elsewhere on the map would be moving Los Alamitos and Rossmore into North Orange Coast with Seal Beach. And I understand that there has been, a fair amount of support for grouping Seal Beach, Rossmore, and Los Alamitos. Commissioner Kitagawa?
I think in this case, I would prefer to just see a city kept whole, and I think we're just trying to minimize the splits at this point. And then I think, again, we are getting mixed testimony, and so I would prefer to just leave it as it is.
Okay,
I think.
thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Do we know, I mean, I tend to agree with Commissioner Kitagawa, but when we make this move, is it improving, is that where the Vietnamese community is living, or are we assuming because that's the closest to Little Saigon? I mean, I would hate to split a city and then we don't get it right.
Right. So this is more, kind of going on the assumption that closer is better. Again, it's not a completely regular shape because of just population, and smoothing it out would cause us to have to find population elsewhere. But the idea was to include some of the northern part of Huntington Beach. What we had been hearing from the Little Saigon community was Garfield, which is that southern boundary of Fountain Valley, and running that west, which ended up being a lot of population. And it just occurred to me that if we took a different boundary, like the southern boundary of Seal Beach, and ran that roughly east, that we might move less population and have less ripples to deal with. Commissioner Kitagawa?
I would be curious to see what all the CVAPs would be for both areas.
Okay, Sivan, are you able to show us the CVAPs for both versions, for the current version and then the exploration?
Yes, one moment, please, while I form out those labels. Let me make this look a little more clear. One moment, please. Thank you for waiting.
In the meantime, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was just wondering, now this, I don't know if it's both versions keep the Korean community of interest in Buena Park and Fullerton together. I'm a little confused because I can only see part of the black and I don't know which is which now at this point. This particular version does indeed have part of Buena Park with Fullerton. I'm just wondering that, I thought that was one when we did the change, this last change, that we did unite that as well. Just wanted to,
That is my understanding.
thank you.
So neither of these are VRA districts, but the resulting Latino CVAP for Savannah Anna would be 23%. It is currently at 23.02%. And for the OC Coastal District, NO Coast, the Latino CVAP would be 13.44%, and it is currently 13.54%.
May I ask what the CVAPs for all the other groups would be?
Yes, the Black CVAP would be 1.9%, and the Asian CVAP would be 19.13%, and the NO Coast District, I don't have white or indigenous CVAP that was exported with this layer. And then for Savannah Anna, it would the Black CVAP would be 2.8%, and the Asian CVAP would be 37%.
Okay, so minimal changes in any direction on any of those. Any further comment on this? Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, I hear Commissioner Kutagawa's thought about keeping cities whole as far as we can, but I mean, the ask to include Huntington Beach, was one of our strongest asks for sure. And to include at least part of it, would go part way there. So I can see the merit in this, and getting Los Alamitos and Rossmore down with Seal Beach, that's a plus too, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. We've had so much conflicting testimony from Huntington Beach. When we had split it and put Huntington Beach with Little Saigon, we received so much testimony saying, no, we're coastal, we want to be coastal. So I feel like there's this back and forth. And the testimony that we had received, and the Little Saigon testimony, I'll just be honest, right? Over the summer, it was Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. Suddenly now it's been Huntington Beach. And when it was Huntington Beach previously, it was north of Garfield. This is not north of Garfield. So I don't feel like this, to me, is based on any specific testimony. It's like breaking up stuff somewhat haphazardly. And I think at this point, for Orange County, we're fairly well settled, in keeping the Huntington Beach whole in a coastal district. And so I would prefer to just keep what we have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to keep what we have. And again, I know we tend to, or it seems like there's more weight attached to bigger asks. And I don't think that's what we're here for, is to attach more weights to bigger asks, but more to evaluate the communities of interest information that we have, regardless of how many call in. Long Beach called in, I don't even know how many times, and we ended up having to split them potentially. So I just want to remind everyone that, and I want to remind myself that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Fernandez. I wanted to also just think back to something similar to what Commissioner Sadwani did also say. During the summer, the early community testimony we did spoke very specifically about Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. Then later on, we got very, I'll say, coordinated testimony around Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, and Huntington Beach all being part of Little Saigon. Now it has changed to, as I think Commissioner Sadwani said, north of Garfield, or to include all of Huntington Beach, north of Garfield. Right now at this point, I think, I think we're just opening ourselves up. I think I guess I would just, I think we're in a good place with keeping the city whole. And we did get a lot of testimony that people did not want to see Huntington Beach split either. We also got lots of testimony that Rossmore, Los Alamitos, and Cypress also go together, as well as the other way around, that Los Alamitos, Rossmore, and Seal Beach go together. But we've gotten that kind of testimony all over the state. There are, depends on who you ask, people see their communities very differently. And so I think, to echo what Commissioner Fernandez said, I think, it's not about the quantity, but it is trying to assess what we can in terms of just, what we can do best with these maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. So at this point, we will set this aside. I appreciate consideration. I hope I explained my intent well enough in coming up with this as a potential compromise. And I think with that, we have finished reviewing Imperial, San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange counties, which was our goal for this 90-minute block. Before we move on to Los Angeles, do we have any further comments on Imperial, San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, or Orange counties? Commissioner Kutagawa, is your hand up? Okay. Sivan, thank you very much for your assistance with this. We will hopefully not have to come back to you for a while, give you some time to relax. And again, thank you so much for all your help with this. Andrew.
Chair, I just wanted to remind, we were going to look at that one unincorporated area between Bonsall and Fallbrook. So at the next break,
Okay.
Well, at the next break, we will, or one of the breaks, we'll come back and just show that and just allow the commissioners to take a look at what that would look like if we made that change. So I just wanted to remind you that that's something we're going to be working on.
Perfect. Very good. Thank you so much, Andrew. Jamie, welcome.
I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen so Jamie can take over. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sivan.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Shared my screen, and as you wish, Chair Kennedy, I can just go over the small changes that have been incorporated into the map over the last couple of days.
Please do.
Thank you. So where we last left off, the commission asked me to just balance out and look at the split, or rather the boundary between SP 710 and LB North. I did that and balanced them to plus or minus one person. And I will read off the CVAP numbers for each district. For SP 710, the Latino CVAP is 51.01%. The Black CVAP is 15.02%. The Asian CVAP is 12.91%. And the white CVAP is 18.66%. For LB North, the Latino CVAP is 52.35%. The Black CVAP is 8.53%. Asian CVAP, 9.52%, and the white CVAP is 28.14%. So that was the first, just small change was balancing out population in these two districts. Second, the commission had expressed wishing to work on this line in the neighborhoods north of LAX. I worked with Commissioner Yee on this change, and this boundary is roughly Sepulveda, and this boundary is Westchester. And between Shoreline and STHLA, these districts are both balanced to one person. And additionally, the commission pointed me in the direction of public input around Angeles National Forest. There were some small, there's small numbers of population here in these areas. And so there also was some minor balancing between districts just to get everything down to plus or minus one person. And the changes mostly included extending the boundary north here in CD 210 to include more of the forest. In Glen 2BA, also extending the boundary a little further north to include more of the forest, as with SFB. And just a note that the public input that the commission got around this area, the boundaries that were submitted by the member of the public who submitted the testimony, they didn't exactly follow census block lines. And so this is the best representation, or the best I could do representation of sort of their guidance to the commission as the census blocks are drawn, and happy, of course, to take a closer look at that if the commission wishes. And those are the only changes since yesterday. And again, this is on the map viewer.
Very good. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you very much for all the work you're doing. Just wondering, on the LB North District, how many people are in the Long Beach Signal Hill area? Can you give me an estimate of the number of individuals who live in that area? And the reason I ask is, as we all know, the voting rights requirements are really up in the northern part of this district, not in the southern part. And of course, anytime when you have such a densely populated large city with all these smaller communities that we've, a lot of small communities up in the north, the power is going to shift to the non-VRA area. So it just, we just have to be cognizant that the more, and what our direction to Jamie was to add more of Long Beach and more of Signal Hill, and to essentially split more of these smaller communities up in the northern part of the district. So that does have an impact. So that I just wanted to raise that, make sure that the commission is aware, and wanted to get the number of people in the southern part of the district, Jamie.
Yeah, so the highlighted area includes parts of the city of Long Beach, all of Signal Hill, and there's one small unincorporated area that's included. And this is 278,000 people.
Thank you, Jamie, that's helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Jamie, could you show us where is the airport, the Long Beach airport in this area? Okay. And can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Yep. Sorry, I was unmuting. The airport is here just north of Signal Hill. And
Great,
it's included right now in the LB North District.
Okay. So that is included with most of the downtown area and then the residential around it is sort of, on airports, sometimes there's most people on one side or the other. Can we sort of see in this area which way the people are? Or is it might be just right completely in the middle of densely populated? I don't know. If you kind of zoom in a little bit, please.
Would you like me to turn on the block layer with population figures?
Just quickly, please. Yes, we did hear that.
So there's population west of the airport and south of the airport and in Signal Hill. And here east of the airport or west. I think I got my east and west mixed up, but yes, it looks like there is population surrounding the airport.
Okay. Yeah, but we have, these are VRA districts, so we're working on that. Great, thank you. We did hear from the airport who said, yes, business-wise, it is very important that they are connected to the port and also the downtown businesses as where that, that it is a federal issue. It's the FAA working with the ports as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thank you so much, Jamie. I wanted to just give a few more details about the north of LAX move that we made. So this is the Westchester neighborhood north of LAX, and you may recall there was a diagonal split of it previously. They had hoped to get the entire Westchester neighborhood together all the way to the 405. We couldn't do that without splitting other places, of course. So this is at least a better splitting off the sub-neighborhood of Kentwood more cleanly and than the previous split. So that's what that was. And it didn't involve any other population splits. Also wanted to comment on the Azusa adjustment to the National Forest area north of it. Thank you for working on that. Wanted to just check that it did include both the West and East Fork recreation areas now that were mentioned in perhaps that was the COI input that you were referencing. It looks like it actually doesn't. The input we got that would be that the area would go farther northeasterly across the reservoirs, a bit more north and quite a bit more east. So perhaps you and I can take a look at that and possibly adjust it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we might have been referencing two different pieces of input.
There were several iterations, yes.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Fornaciari.
So being the effective note taker I am, I have one extra note here. I think Commissioner Vasquez suggested trading parts of Mount Washington for more of Glassell Park. Did you get a chance to look at that?
Thank you. I did, and I apologize for not mentioning that previously. So I did include, in Glen 2BA, I included these areas, Mount Washington, the area in Mount Washington with Glen 2BA. And then I believe that the direction was to include more of Eagle Rock in with CDNELA. And so I moved the line here north to include more of those areas.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jamie. Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask if it's okay to make a zero population change based off of community of interest testimony to reunite both Long Beach College campuses. So the one that I'm referencing in particular sits right above the airport. And if you can turn on the population layer, yeah, that corner right there. So it would be, I believe it's those 5 zeros into LB North, and this is based off of COI testimony.
Okay. Any objection to making that change, that zero population change, adding the community college area back into LB North? No objection. Jamie, please go ahead and proceed with that. Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Toledo.
Just wanted to note that Equality California did submit, as they told us during public comment, submitted suggestions on this particular map, and just wanted to make sure that we all have seen the suggestions. They would go into Orange County, and I think that for us is not something that we are looking at this point, but maybe something we could take a look at if there's time. Thank you.
Did you want to go over that in any more detail, Commissioner Toledo?
I mean, they achieved some of the goals because they've obviously, like many of the other community groups, have been following us very closely. They achieve our goal to only split Long Beach twice, to also maintain the Latino CVAPs, to increase the Latino CVAPs in the northern part of these districts, to maintain all of our majority minority districts, especially and in particular the districts to the north and to the east, and at the same time strengthening some of the COIs in Orange County is what they're stating. So I mean, I reviewed the maps. There might be some suggestions we might want to take a look at and explore a little bit further, but as we deliberate on all of the maps here in Los Angeles County.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. We have about 7 more minutes until our break, and then we're planning to have Jamie back with us for perhaps as much as the first half of the next 90-minute block. So we'll see how we go. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a similar question to what Commissioner Toledo mentioned. I know that Equality California is concerned about taking so much more of Long Beach. I know they asked not to do that, but I think to ensure that we can keep at least most of the LGBTQ as well as the Cambodia Town COI in there. I also heard what Commissioner Toledo was saying about maybe trying not to split Bellflower. And so this is my question. Jamie, based on the shape files that Equality California sent, is there a way to be a little bit more surgical in terms of where we might be able to still take from Long Beach and then offset what we took from Bellflower, or is this as good as it gets? I'm not advocating for a change per se, but I'm just asking the question now at this point.
Thank you for your question. So if you'll recall, during the last day of line drawing in this area, we first started just by splitting Lakewood and then having more of Long Beach. Just by splitting Lakewood and then having more of Long Beach with SP 710. And then the commission decided to go with additionally splitting Bellflower and having less of Long Beach in SP 710. So the commission did look at that live and opted for the split in Bellflower. I also would say that I have the Equality California shapefile loaded that they sent today, I believe, loaded into the map. We can look at it. They do have higher Latino CVAP numbers in SP 710 and LB North. However, they have lower Latino CVAP numbers in CD, COV, and STH60. So there's also a trade-off there in terms of the areas that the commission is looking at that have VRA considerations.
Okay, we may take a look at that after the break. Commissioner Anderson, followed by Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Sinai, please.
Yes, I was interested in looking at that after the break, please, just because I couldn't actually, I was having trouble looking at the maps, and it sounded like there were a lot of things that were accomplished. Actually, right now, I'd like to go back to that LAX area, and could we see the CVAPs, both the previous and the new edition, please, so we can compare those all the CVAPs, please. I just wanted to have a look at what the changes resulted in.
Okay, so with this change, what is currently on the map in a black line is the current version. And then, oh, you know what? Hang on. Here we go. Oh, this doesn't represent. Let me find that 1 second.
Yeah, I think it was up initially, and then.
There we go. Let me add this label. I apologize. So what's in green right now is where the line was previously. That's in the draft since we hadn't touched that line. And I'm just going to add the rest of the CVAPs to the label. And I will make the label match the color of the boundary, so it'll be green as well. Thank you all for your patience. So here it is with the draft. So it's not balanced. I'm having a hard time finding the exact layer. So with the draft, and again, we haven't changed it a ton. The STHLA Latino CVAP has decreased from 46.8% to now 47.47%. Additionally, the Black, actually all of the CVAPs have decreased. And in Shoreline, the CVAPs have remained pretty similar. The Asian and white CVAPs have increased a little bit in Shoreline.
Yeah, thank you.
And this is just from the draft.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was a little concerned about.
Here we go.
Oh,
here is a more recent and balanced. Here's a more recent and balanced version. So balanced to one person. So this is from 1210. And again, in black is the current boundary, and in orange is the older boundary with the older CVAP. So in STHLA, the Latino CVAP has increased by 0.1%. The Black CVAP has increased by about 0.2%. The Asian CVAP has increased by about 0.1%. And the white CVAP has decreased by about 0.5 or 0.4%. For Shoreline, the Latino CVAP has decreased by 0.01%. The Black CVAP has decreased by 0.1%. The Asian CVAP has increased by about 0.05%, 0.1%-ish. And the white CVAP has decreased by has also increased by 0.18%.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Very
so in
good.
the southern LA, the Black CVAP has gone up a little bit with this change, as well as the Latina CVAP has gone up a little bit with this change. Right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. My apologies to Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Sinai. We'll need to come to you after the break. It's 2:30. We will be back at 2:45. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back in today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. There were a couple of hands raised before the break. I wanted to check in with Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. This one jumped out at me, and it was a couple of people had submitted it, and it jumped out at me just because I did go to UCLA, and we've cut kind of UCLA. We at first I was like, oh, we did a pretty good job, but it really, we've cut off the students who live in the apartments from the actual college, and I don't think it's critical, but if it's easy to move that that line, to Veteran, if we move it to Veterans Avenue all the way down to Wilshire, it would capture more of the students. But again, I don't think it's critical. I don't want us to change the whole maps for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. The next item was to, we were asking Ms. Clark to pull up the Equality California maps so that we could take a look at Long Beach. We can continue with this for a moment first, though.
So the population in this highlighted area, which does follow Veteran to Wilshire and would bring the highlighted area into the shoreline district, is 13,160 people. Is there an area that would be traded out in exchange? I'll zoom out to see more of the map.
Perfect.
Jamie, do you have a suggestion on what might make it easy?
One trade could be here in just south of Wilshire, perhaps.
Yeah, I was looking at that area.
This
too.
area would be moved into Shoreline. So Shoreline would need to shed population. So actually, given that, then maybe this area, which is north of Santa Monica Boulevard, currently it's in the West Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, and maybe that could be a trade.
Could you give us the population for that area?
One moment, please. That's 13,438. So there'd be a couple 100-person difference. And I could make, if the commission wishes, I can make this change and adjust for population offline, or happy to explore anything further if this is not an ideal change.
Okay. So let's limit our discussion right now to this swap. Commissioner Akutagawa, are you on this item?
Yeah. So it would have to be a swap between Malibu SFB, right, and Shoreline, because what you're looking at is a historically Japanese American community around there. That's that Sawtelle Boulevard, what they call Little Osaka now.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Turner, are you on this one?
Yeah, same area. I was just going to say you're going to be breaking a koi there too.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Turner which koi would be broken up beyond West LA. I appreciated Commissioner Kutagawa's specificity. I do think this is potentially a change that we could or should make. It makes a lot of sense to have the students of UCLA together with the actual school. Not interested in blowing up the map, but I do think I'd be willing to consider, breaking up COIs in order to get students, but I want to know which COIs are in question.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Turner.
Yep, I'm bringing it up. One moment. I'm in our Airtable.
In the meantime, Commissioner Sinai or Jamie, do you see any other areas where we might take population from? There's, a bump out in Santa Monica, for example, very close to the area that's currently highlighted. I don't know how densely populated that is. Are there areas in Beverly Hills that would make sense to move to Malibu SFV? Commissioner Sinai.
What I was thinking was going the wrong direction, so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, this may have been going to, this speaks about excluding the neighborhood of Westchester from the shoreline iteration. Is that what we're doing now? Kids from Westchester going to El Segundo, is this the same area? That's further south?
Yes. Commissioner Kitagawa.
Sorry, I just wanted to correct myself. I took a closer look at the map, and so it is not going to break up that little Osaka Koi. So it looks like, I think to Commissioner Vasquez's point, I think it would be okay, I guess. I haven't seen anything yet. I'm looking.
Okay. Commissioner Turner?
No, if that's further south, this is the one that talked about, I thought, right here at, it talked about shoreline here. So I think I'm in the wrong area also.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Chair?
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, I'm fairly familiar with this area. I used to have a good friend who lived over here. It's mostly apartments. It's this area that we're talking about right here along Wilshire is pretty residential, and I would say could go. Sorry, no, not the student portion, but the portion that we're talking about removing from shoreline. I think could comfortably go in terms of community of interest and affinity to Malibu SFV, to the community north of it. So I think this is a good swap.
Very good. So I'm sensing a consensus on this. Any objection? Okay, please proceed. And we would ask you to finish cleaning up after you make this this shift of the student housing area. You can finish balancing population offline.
Thank you.
Okay. So then next would be to bring up the Equality California maps in the Long Beach area, please.
What's in red is the boundaries from Equality California. So I'll just kind of review. It sounds like there's mostly interest in kind of looking at the Long Beach and Orange County areas and other districts that would be impacted. So just looking at the Commission's map, so SP 710 it looks like differences are kind of around the boundaries in Long Beach. For NO Coast, North Orange Coast, they include Lakewood, Signal Hill, much of the city of Long Beach with Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, western areas of Costa Mesa with Newport Beach. The other part of Costa Mesa is with North Tustin and Tustin, Irvine, Lake Forest, and Mission Viejo areas. Somewhat similar to the MALDEF map, they include sort of eastern areas of Orange County and the city of Orange, parts of the city of Anaheim with some of these western riverside areas along 15, including going out to Coachella Valley, it looks like. And the overall architecture of the Anaheim Santa Ana district is very similar. There's a split in Santa Ana. I believe the commission's current version of the map doesn't split Santa Ana. The Little Saigon area is with Artesia and Cerritos and Buena Park, Fullerton, most of Placentia and part of Yorba Linda. Just moving north. This is pretty different from right now the STH 60 that the commission has. It's part of Chino Hills, part of Yorba Linda with Brea, Walnut, Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights. The southern part of El Monte, Pico Rivera, Montebello, very eastern portions of East Los Angeles and Whittier. In what is the commission CDCOV, a big difference is Pomona is included in this district. And again, northern part of El Monte is in here. And looking at some of these northern gateway cities, it looks like this would be Little Tokyo and parts of Boyle Heights with Vernon, Bell Gardens, Downey, Bellflower, Santa Fe Springs, Norwalk, La Mirada with La Habra. And these are some of the bigger differences that are kind of jumping out at me right now. I really just got this file and haven't spent a ton of time with it. But in Orange County and LA County, those are the big differences. And of course, we had a sneak peek into some of the big differences in Riverside County too.
Right, very good. Thank you so much, Jamie. Just wanted to check in with the VRA Council to see if there are any initial reactions. I realize that you may not have had any more time than Ms. Clark to take a look at this, but there are very significant differences between this map and our map in relation to what we currently have as VRA districts. So I want to touch base with you and get your sense.
Thank you, Chair. No immediate initial reactions, but we can take a look at this more closely later today.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, any reaction to the Equality California maps? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I think my initial reaction, I was really pleased to see the increase in the CVAP numbers that they shared. And it seemed that what was proposed, I'm looking at it now on the map, but what was written as far as taking in consideration of what the commission has previously talked about and keeping a lot of these COIs together and the minimal splits in Long Beach, I thought for sure was impressive, to say the least. and just would want us to keep looking at this for considerations of where we can make adjustments to, particularly to increase CVAP.
Very good. Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sadwani, your hand was up.
Oh, yeah, I haven't had a chance to dig into this closely. I mean, generally speaking, there's pros and cons here. I was just curious if anyone who's taken a closer look, do we still have the same number of districts with 50% above in terms of Latino CVAP? Do we know that? Yes.
And just a note on that, just again, really briefly looking at these and specifically focused on LA County. So the district which is like SP 10, which is very similar to the commission's current SP 10, and the one that goes from La Habra to Vernon and parts of Boyle Heights, et cetera. Those two have a higher Latino CVAP than the commission's current versions. And then here in CDCOV and STH60, right now the commission has about 55% in each of those, and these are 52% Latino CVAP. So kind of like switched. Right now, the commission, again, here has about 55% Latino CVAP in these, and these are both in the 52%, I think, whereas the commission in SP 710 and the North Long Beach district, those are 51 and 52, whereas they have these around 55%.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. Yeah, I did take a look at them. I mean, there's some benefits to some of the more gateway city CVAPs, but then we have a reduction in the other CVAPs that Jamie just noted. I mean, I think there's some good ideas here, so I wouldn't. I think they're good ideas to take a look at as we look at this region. And so I wouldn't discount them. I just, I have to process it a little bit more. But thank you. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And Jamie, you are confirming, yes, though, they have the same number of VRA districts that we have.
In LA County, yes. And I haven't looked outside of LA County.
Yeah, no, I'm speaking of LA County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
We are near the end of kind of our mapping for the congressional district. And yes, we can always go back and make adjustments. I was just hoping that we could get some clarity on what are our decision points versus looking at different maps and thinking about maybe redoing it all. If we go back to our draft map, what is keeping my colleagues from thinking that the maps are good? What can make them better? What are the decision points? I guess that's where I keep getting lost in this area. We keep coming back to this, but I don't know what are the sticking points.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I think at this point, these maps are new enough to us that colleagues may need some more time. And again, we have very little time remaining, so it may be that any changes are very marginal, but we do want to consider the input that we are getting. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Jamie, I see it, the flip back and forth. Could you possibly put them on at the same time for a little bit so we can kind of see what I'm actually looking at is, is using parts of their ideas to increase the CVAP. Obviously in the LB North and LB in 710, we all know that Long Beach is not really an area that needs to be covered by the VRA. And I'm looking at what other changes they've made in Orange County without blowing up the maps. To try to see the change, because if we can add more of the areas around CD Cove and the others to keep those numbers also high. I think this does bear a little bit more. I have not had a chance to really look at them, But I think this does bear a little bit of exploration time, because there could be a possibility here, without blowing up the map, to make an exchange. So I would like to see a little time possibly spent on this. Again, with the idea being increasing the CVAP in all 4 of our area districts in LA.
Very good. Thank you, colleagues. Jamie, could we just take a look now, kind of going northwards from STHLA through 10 Corridor, the Nila District, and into the San Fernando Valley and beyond? We also have to look at northern Los Angeles County. We've got about 20 minutes or so that we had hoped to complete this exercise in Los Angeles County.
Yes, absolutely. And did you want to keep looking at the Equality California
No,
submission?
back to our maps.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm going to zoom into STHLA. This, again, the only change here was adjusting this line, and now, as opposed to being more diagonal, it's roughly at Sepulveda Avenue, balanced a couple blocks off, census blocks and city blocks off, just for deviation. And it still includes Inglewood, Hawthorne, and Delaware are whole. Lawndale, Torrance, the part of Torrance that is west of Hawthorne and north of Sepulveda includes Olive Gardena, Compton, and Watts. At 10 Corridor, this includes all of Culver City, South Robertson, Pico, Mid-City, West Adams, Jefferson Park, downtown Los Angeles, south of Little Tokyo. It includes all of South Central LA, Zapata King, Central Alameda, Ladera Heights, Park Mesa areas. And to the Nila district, again, and thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari, for reminding me that we did make this change of excluding Mount Washington from this district to be able to include more of Eagle Rock. So this includes part of Eagle Rock, Highland Park, El Sereno, East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Historic Filipino Town, Koreatown, Pico Union, Thai Town. And just a reminder, we moved this north up roughly to Franklin to include both sides of the street of Hollywood Boulevard. Shall I continue on?
Yes, please.
So the Glen.
Hold on just a second, Jamie. I'm sorry. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. While we were here in the southern part still, we have received no less than 5 different public inputs for the Black Census and Redistricting for very small street changes. I wonder, can I just give you those and see if they make changes? I don't think we're looking to change the entire map, but there may be some small shifts that can be made in this area.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, Jamie, going back to STHLA, the request is that we're bringing in more of South Los Angeles, moving a boundary that is north between Vermont and Central up to Manchester, and then move the border north in Gramercy Park up to 94th Street between Van Ness and Harvard. Tell me if you see it. I'm reading and not following you, Jamie.
Which park, please?
It's moving the north boundary between Vermont and Central up to Manchester, and then move the border north in Gramercy. North in Gramercy Park up to 94th Street, between Van Ness and Harvard. And it says plus a few other blocks for population balance near Century Boulevard. And this is referring back to some lines that they've sent a few different times.
Okay. Could we ask Jamie to do this offline and come back to us with this?
Okay, I have two more then. Okay.
Go ahead.
So for that and Shoreline, and Jamie, I can send it to you in writing also if you don't have it for Shoreline. The request is that we're taking in the Westchester area west of the 405. Some of this we may have already done. The 405 and north of the airport out of South LA and adding it into Shoreline. I think we just worked on this area. And then take in areas north of Manchester to balance the population and unfit Westchester in Shoreline. And you don't have to get it all. I'm going to send it to you, but so that it's stated for the public. The 10 corridor is bringing Century City and a portion of Palms for population balance into the 10 core. The note here is that the entertainment industry in Century City is an important asset to the Black community in South Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. So, Jamie, you can proceed with with the review of the district boundaries and then work on those explorations offline and come back to us later on.
Thank you so much. And yes, please, Commissioner Turner, if you could just email me or something. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
They're sent. Thank you.
Thank you. So looking at the Glen 2BA district, this includes West Hollywood, Mid-City, most of Greater Wilshire, Hollywood Hills areas with Silver Lake, LaSalle Park, western parts of Pasadena, all of Glendale, all of Burbank, Foothill Trails, Pacoima, and Sunland Tujunga, and we extended it north to include more of the National Forest. San Fernando Valley, we have the district called SFV. It includes Reseda, Lake Balboa, Van Nuys, north of Oxnard, Greater Valley Glen, North Hollywood, Greater Toluca Lake, Sun Valley area, Panorama City, Arleta. This one includes Pacoima, Mission Hills, and San Fernando, the city of San Fernando. And additionally, we extended this north to include more of the National Forest. I'm going to move to CD 210, so we don't skip over that one. This includes western parts of San Bernardino County, north of 210 and west of 15, including Lytle Creek, Brightwood, northwestern Rancho Cucamonga, northern Upland, and San Antonio Heights. In Los Angeles County, it includes Claremont, North Glendora, North Monrovia, Arcadia, Monterey Park, Alhambra, Rosemead, San Gabriel, South Pasadena, most of the city of Pasadena, Altadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta. And also includes large portions of Angeles National Forest. Moving on to AVSCV, this includes Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and Silmar. And then eastern portions of northeastern Los Angeles County are not included in this area, so to balance population with the Morcoa district.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted, just a question. Could you repeat that part about the entertainment area? I didn't fully hear it all, so I just wanted to just understand what was the direction on that.
Yes, I can. Let me go back to the email. The public comment says, here we go. Oh, sorry, like I said, they sent it about 5 times. I'm getting the right iteration of it up. Oh, here we go. Balance, shoreline, this one. Under the 10 core, bring Century City with Cheviot Hills, and if needed, a portion of Palms for population balance into 10 core. Note, the entertainment industry in Century City is an important asset to the Black community in South LA. Thank you.
Could we just see the entirety of the 10 corridor? It looks like it's already included in it. Or is that, okay.
Yeah, so Century City is up here
is it
in
up there?
West Side Neighborhood Council.
Okay, I see. Okay, I guess my only comment on that is I understand what's being requested. However, Century City is also a very affluent area, and to be honest, I think the entertainment industry is important to a lot of communities in that LA area. So that would be my only comment. Not to say that it shouldn't be, but it is a very different kind of community around there from the 10 corridor communities. So,
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, can you go to the SFV district, please? Oh, wait, was it that one? Can you zoom out just a little bit, please? A little bit more. You zoom out just a little. Okay. So SFV at the north part of the Angeles Mountain, you see that little piece of the Angeles Mountain that's left out? Is there any population there, or is there a reason why we left it out of a district?
So the public comment that was requesting these districts, SFV and Glen 2BA, to be extended further north, they actually had included kind of this whole area that the arrow is circling with the AVSCV. It's just the way that the census blocks are shaped didn't really allow for that. So this is kind of the closest shape that I could get to what they had submitted to the commission, and then leaving this area. So basically their testimony was to include some of the national forest with the AVSFV district. And this is just the way that the census geography is shaped.
Yeah, because it just seemed odd that it wouldn't be, like, the line wouldn't be right next to where there was a city or community like Santa Clarita or something like that. So I thought it looked interesting, but thank you for explaining that. Thanks.
So this is the one census block that's next to Santa Clarita. So basically their comment was essentially to have the line go east to west right here. This is it. 34 people live in this census block. I'm happy to include it with Santa Clarita as opposed to SFV. Yeah, again, just kind of trying to work with their comment and also the census geography itself.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Thanks for explaining that. Okay, I'll be taking over as chair for a few minutes. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, before we move on in this area, I just wanted to also note, I mean, we've had a whole lot of testimony regarding Santa Clarita. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and remind everyone as well as the public that looking at different iterations for Santa Clarita was actually the first thing that we did in visualizations. And that there was a lot of testimony as well as a huge population increase in Santa Clarita. So I think that's kind of where we are now, and I think this is pretty settled. The one thing I just did want to lift up and ask Jamie about, we've also had a lot of testimony that Sylmar is very much a part of the Latino kind of working class community that's based in the SFB district. And if there's any thoughts on like, is it feasible to make a 3-district swap to keep Sylmar a part of that district that would require pulling something out of Malibu SFV and putting something else back into AVSCV? If it's not doable, it's not doable. But I mean, we've definitely gotten a whole bunch that I believe the Latino CVAP in Sylmar is pretty high. I just wanted to explore those possibilities. That being said, we've also heard that Sylmar does go with Santa Clarita because it's along the 5 corridor. So if it needs to stay, it needs to stay.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani.
I'm sorry, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Sure. Yeah, so the Latino CVAP in Sylmar is very high, or is higher than some other areas in San Fernando Valley. And the reason Sylmar is with Santa Clarita in this visualization or in this district is based on previous commission direction. We can certainly make a 3-district swap to include Sylmar in with SFV. Just the way that the map is constructed right now to like be able to maintain Greater Toluca Lake and North Hollywood with Van Nuys and to be able to maintain this split at Oxnard. Essentially, we would be taking in, I think, the rest of North Hills West and North Ridge South neighborhood council areas. And additionally, I would assume at least part of Reseda in with Malibu SFV to make that swap. And then moving probably Granada Hills, potentially Porter Ranch. I'm not 100% sure of like the exact population in all of these areas, but that's what the swap would look like for those 3, if it was a 3-district swap.
And just to remind commissioners, part of the reason that we ended up with Sylmar, and this may have been mentioned while I was out of the room, I apologize, but we did have, I believe, Granada Hills and Porter Ranch, which didn't make sense because there weren't connections. And so we shifted those to the Malibu SFV district and replaced them with Sylmar, which does have the connection along the 5. With the AVSCV district. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I was going to move to a different area, back to the Black Census Hub's request to put in Century City into the 10 corridor district.
Okay. Let me check with Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I was still on the one we were talking about in San Fernando Valley. If we did move Sylmar in with the other district, do we know how? I mean, it makes sense, you know, because they feel an affinity to that district, and we've gotten the request. But I'm wondering. I mean, I would like to explore that as a possibility, I guess is the point. Do we want to? Does Jamie want to work with commissioners, or does she want to do it on her own?
I would suggest, unless someone is eager to do this, that Jamie bring us back a couple of options. I know that she has reworked this area innumerable times, knows pretty well what the trade-offs are, and could develop a couple of options for us to look at in relatively short order. So that would be my instruction to her. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I certainly agree that I'm sure Jamie knows this area very well. And I'm pretty sure that that's more of, that reflects also, I think, what we did in the assembly maps, that it was Porter Ranch and Granada Hills with Santa Clarita and Sylmar. They're, again, kind of connected with some of the working class communities in that area that we've heard a lot from.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. For Commissioner Fernandez, is this on the same subject?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, I think you already mentioned this, but you did say that Sylmar had a higher Latino. I just wanted to make sure that the current CVAP would not go down, so it sounds like it might help it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Jamie, if you could come up with a couple of options offline for us to review later, we would be very grateful for that. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, sorry, to go back to the Black Census Hub's request. If the rest of the commission is interested in accommodating that request, I do think it's not quite as simple as just how they propose. And so I think we might consider trying that right now in live line drawing, because we have to find a population to move out of the 10 corridor respectively. So I'm not opposed, but I don't think it's just a matter of Jamie moving some lines. I think she'd need some direction about where to remove population in the 10 corridor.
Okay, Jamie?
Thank you. So my understanding, thank you, Commissioner Vasquez, for bringing that up, because I was thinking about that too. And I think that this change would be tied into the other request that Commissioner Turner noted, which would be then moving this boundary, the boundary between South LA, and then also including these areas north of LAX into shoreline. So essentially the proposal is making a population swap between these three districts: shoreline, 10 corridor, and STHLA.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. My sense is that that's a little bit more than we want to bite off right now in live line drawing. I'm not opposed to seeing options or even to having a more extensive verbal description of what changes might be involved later in the day, but we are at the point where I would like to shift to Tamina. So I would prefer to ask Jamie to once again develop some options for us offline and come back at a later point with those. Commissioner Vasquez, can we proceed that way?
Yeah, that sounds fine. I wasn't aware that it was looped into their other asks. So just didn't want to leave that little request, what I thought was a slightly little request hanging, but yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. And Jamie, thank you. You have some direction to develop some options for us to view later on, and we really appreciate your work on this.
Thank you so much. And Tamina is right here. We would just need a couple minutes to switch. And additionally, I did get a message from Sivan that she would be prepared to show you the option that you asked her to look on offline. So whatever your preference, we can move to Tamina or to Sivan now.
We'll move to Tamina right now. Thank you. We can stand at rest for 2 minutes.
Sorry, Chair, did you say we're going to Tamina or to Sivan?
Tamina.
To Tamina, okay.
Yes.
Chair, this is
This
Hi,
is Siobhan.
Siobhan.
I have those changes pulled up. If I could just share my screen, it would be like 30 seconds to just show the commission the swap I made in those
30 seconds you have, because we were
Okay.
gonna stand at ease for 2 minutes, so.
You're welcome to time me, but just to highlight where those changes occurred,
Okay.
it was removing this
Correct.
unincorporated area, yes, populated outside of Fallbrook, and swapping it just south of Bonsall. So the old is in yellow and the change is in black. And then I also just cleaned up some of the coastal blocks that didn't have any population, just so it looked a little bit cleaner.
Very good. Comments, objections? Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, just a quick question. Because we talked about the unincorporated areas, and I am really very aware that unincorporated areas do have a lot in common with the neighboring communities. So I'm just wondering, the other unincorporated area that we're swapping out, is there association with their neighboring communities, either Vista, Hidden Meadows, or San Marcos? That's just my only concern right now. Thank you.
Well, essentially, we're putting the unincorporated area between Fallbrook and Bonsall with Fallbrook and Bonsall, and then we're putting the unincorporated area east of Vista, south of Bonsall with Vista and Bonsall.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I read it the wrong way. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Toledo. You're on mute, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was just wondering if there's, if Commissioner Kutagawa would be interested in just exploring some of the options around Long Beach. It would be purely explorational rather. And so I was just curious if she has an interest or a stomach for that.
Okay. At the moment, we're on this swap, so we can come back to that. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, similar to what Commissioner Fernandez had just said, often just outside the city, there are areas that are unincorporated, which actually are closely related to the city. I'm wondering if we might be able to, rather than draw this line hard against the city limits of Bonsall and Hidden Meadows, if we might be able to pull it back a little bit and possibly kind of delve into those, not getting close and not quite as close to the Vista line, but kind of, keep it, sort of feather it in and out of those areas. So there's a little bit of a buffer zone around the city line of Vista, the city line of Bonsall, and the city line of Meadows, still getting the proper population in there.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Bonsall itself is not incorporated as I read the list. I believe Vista is, but we're moving away from the city limits of Vista, and Hidden Meadows, as I read the list, is also unincorporated. So
that's a no.
I'm not sure that there's a need if we get some reaction from the local area, we can reconsider this. But I think at this point we're good with where we are. Okay. So Commissioner Toledo, you were wanting to know if Commissioner Kutagawa was interested in exploring some further changes in Long Beach and Orange County. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Specifically around the equality maps.
Right.
Some of the suggested maps.
Right.
Changes.
My only concern is that my concern is that it's going to have bigger ripple effects looking at the Equality California maps. I did like some parts. Some parts I was a little less enamored with, I guess. But I'm also seeing that, I guess in my quick review of them, we're looking at LA, Orange County impacts, but also San Diego, Riverside, and San Bernardino. And I guess that's just a question of whether or not we all want to do that. I'm not saying no, Commissioner Toledo, but I am looking at the maps. I think there could be, more than just a two-county kind of, exchange here. Although I'm open, I'm game.
I think the goal would be to regionalize this as much as possible and localize any changes if we can. I mean, just because of course we wouldn't be adopting the Quality California maps. We'd be trying to see if there's anything in there that might be able to help us achieve the goals set out by the commission.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I would support, again, just again, sort of a localized, we know this portion would go into Orange County. Now, what area that would benefit this switch around, on the border of that RV area districts in LA, that we pull in to balance it, not venturing further, certainly not into San Diego and certainly not into Riverside, but within that district. I think that would be really worth exploring.
Very good. Thank you,
Give us a
Commissioner
solution.
Anderson. Commissioner Sinai.
At this point, if we do some explorations, I would like us to be very clear on what the goals are, and saying the goals of the commission is a little broad at this point. As I asked earlier, I just want to understand if we go into the Long Beach and look at that, what is it specifically? What COIs are we trying to keep in place? What is it CVAP we're trying to raise? What is it that the goals are, so we can measure the effectiveness of the changes later? Because sometimes we go into these explorations and we're not clear on what the goals are. So please, if we go in, what are the goals?
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Sivan?
Hi, I just wanted to quickly pop in and just ask about this change here, if this is something that the commission is thinking they will move forward with. Again,
Yes.
those swaps in Orange County are not for an equal amount of population. This is moving roughly 9,000 people in and out of these two districts. So yeah, just wanted to bring that up, and I'm happy to zoom out and look at a larger look at the region if we didn't want to just talk about this one.
We only want to talk about this. It is done. Thank you, Sivan, and we are moving on. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, my personality is everything can always be improved. But we have deadlines. I'm just wondering, in my mind, I believe we went into this today thinking today was the day to complete the congressional plan. So I just want to hear from the chair, is that indeed the goal? And we're going to stay until it's done. I just want to have some sense of how much time we have to work on what before we need to finish. Thank you.
We have negative 11 minutes in this area. I had wanted to have Tamina on with us 11 minutes ago. So that's where we are on that. There is time in the calendar for some final review and refinements over the weekend. And, I would be happy to entertain proposed refinements at that point. But today is indeed the last day for the congressional maps at this point. So within those parameters, I'm happy to move forward. Commissioner Toledo.
I was just going to respond to Commissioner Sinai's request for clarification. So if there were any changes, and if the commission was really interested in exploring this further, the goals, of course, are to aim to increase the Latino CVAP in those districts, especially the gateway communities, to connect like communities with one another, to maintain the historical districts that we have, to try to more rationally connect the Asian American COIs in both in Los Angeles and Orange County. So that would be the goals. Is just trying to not major refinements. It would be minor refinements to try to achieve those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. That was my intent with that. Also, the whole 4 VRA districts would stay the same or go up. And I again, if you need someone to work with it, I would volunteer. But going back to what Sivan said, I thought she said that there wasn't, the populations were not balanced. And I don't know if she was looking for directions of where to balance them, or if it was just a small that she could balance on her own. So I did not, I wasn't clear. That sounded like she looked for commission direction on that.
My understanding was that those populations were balanced when she came back and showed us the other option. So I'm proceeding on that basis. If that's not the case, then the mappers will let us know. Commissioner Toledo, your hand is down now. Okay, so Tamina.
Yes, Chair. Where would you like to begin?
Where would I guess we can start with a review from the north to the south.
Absolutely. We have not changed much in North Coast. This has been the Del Norte to Marin district for much of our work here. Next to North Coast, we have Yellow Lake. Also hasn't changed in recent iterations, has all of Yolo County. Sorry, we got some pretty big city layers on here. Napa and Lake and parts of Sonoma. Our most recent change came from the sorry, slowing down for the interpreters. Just trying to get your 11 minutes back, Chair. Our most recent change came from North Kant, where we smoothed out the line in Vacaville, made Fairfield whole, and moved the line to incorporate some of Antioch into this district, which stretches across the Highway 4 and then up to Fairfield through Vallejo in Solano County. Concord TR has pretty much remained the same. We've changed the line from Pleasant Hill, where it was before, to up here in Martinez. And the Antioch line, as I just mentioned, which used to cut off at Pittsburgh, now takes in certain communities in Antioch. Oklamory, the only change that we've made recently here is the addition of Albany instead of the bottom part of San Leandro, creating this new San Leandro split in the southern side. Scala Tracy, this, aside from the San Leandro line, has not changed. We did do an exploration of the line in Dublin. Greater ED splits Fremont and keeps together. We really haven't done a whole lot of moving around here because there were so many COIs that were involved right in these areas. And so really the only lines that we've changed in recent weeks have been very limited movements in the blocks in San Jose. North San M has remained, I can turn on the neighborhoods. Let me see where the neighborhoods has remained the same for a couple of iterations that we've had here. We did do some exploring, but ultimately went back. Greta SA and Santa Clara, we did exploring of whether we wanted to split them east to west or north to south, and did a lot of work around Redwood City and North Fair Oaks. And so this is where we are now. We have Greater SA, which comes down the 101 corridor, takes in Emerald Hills, all of Redwood City, all of North Fair Oaks, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto. And then we have Santa Clara, which takes the coastal areas of Pacifica down through Half Moon Bay and Pescadero to the county line, and then comes into Santa Clara County, taking the Palo Alto, Mountain View, Los Altos area, as well as coming to Saratoga, Campbell, and Los Gatos, and into San Jose City. Cupertino and Midcoast, we explored together most recently. Cupertino being our district that includes San Benito and begins up in the Alum Rock neighborhoods of downtown San Jose and takes in eastern Santa Clara County, goes south, takes Interlochen, Watsonville, Amnesty, and Freedom in Santa Cruz County. And then scrolling out, takes all of San Benito County and the 101 corridor of Monterey County. There is a split in Prunedale for population. Mid-Coast is the other side, really the mirror of Cupertino, and we have a district which begins with Santa Cruz County, takes the entire border, the entire coastline, and goes down the coastline of Monterey, through Marina, Del Monte Forest, and the Carmels, down south into San Luis Obispo. In San Luis Obispo County, we have the line that has not changed for several iterations, which comes right underneath the Tascadero and ends the Mid-Coast District. We then have the South Coast District, which picks up the rest of the San Luis Obispo area, including all of the coastal cities. It picks up all of Santa Barbara County, including its associated islands, and comes into Ventura County to take Ojai, Oakview, Miramonte, Miners Oaks, and Ventura City. Again, this hasn't changed in several iterations, which brings us to Ventura, also unchanged, which takes the balance of Ventura County, including its associated islands, the Port Hueneme through Piru area, the Simi Valley Thousand Oaks area, does not include Bell Canyon, but does include Calabasas, Agora Hills, and Westlake Village. Currently, this is the only district which is over the +1, -1 for congressional deviation, and which will be solved as you like, now that we are in the South. And that is all of my area.
Very good. Thank you, Tamina. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Tamina, for all this work. I'd just like to see two areas further north, San Jose and San Francisco. Please look at San Jose first, please. I just want to see how many times San Jose has been cut up. Is it in 4 or 5 districts?
So San Jose is all of this purple area here, including these areas and non-contiguous areas over here. So it would be in Mid-Coast, which is 1, Santa Clara, which is 2, Greater ED, which is 3, and Cupertino, which is 4.
That is a great deal of cuts. I'm just, I know we've had a really good look at this. I'm just sort of wondering if there might be something that we could do to minimize some of that. I don't see anything right off the top of my head, but.
Okay.
You can and at this point, could we look at San Francisco? I'd just like to zoom in on the lower area that has been removed. San Francisco does not have enough population to fill an entire assembly, House district. But can we have a look at close in at what areas did we remove from San Francisco? Or didn't remove. What areas of San Francisco are grouped with the Daly City and San Mateo? It's the outer mission.
Outer Mission, Excelsior, Crocker, Amazon.
Clara. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Toledo, and then Commissioner Sinai.
I was going to comment on the San Benito district and just want to thank Tamina for all of her hard work on all of these districts. She's done such an amazing job. And so in helping us through this. Just with this district, I just want to point out again, I know our focus has been developing a Central Coast district in this area. And I think we've done the best we can given our constraints. And certainly we're still looking at all these various options and trying to make sense of them. I just wanted to point out that 360,000, a little bit over that, 360,000 of the residents of this district would be coming from the city of San Jose. So even though it's it looks like a tiny piece of the district, because it's much more urban and dense, it ends up being a very significant portion of the district. Although, I mean, in my head, the way I'm reconciling it is that these are essential workforce areas that connected to and with the history of connection to the agricultural and food processing parts of this Central Coast district. But certainly it's something that just, I just wanted to just raise that it is a significant population from the San Jose area. And I don't see how we can find other populations around this area to meet all of our compliance requirements, but I wanted to flag that. And to thank Tamina for doing such an amazing job in helping Commissioner Fernandez and the rest of the commission and myself to look through and turn every rock and try to find every possible CVAP that we could potentially find in this area. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And I do understand why we're connected. Why San Jose is connected to certain areas. But is there do we have an opportunity to maybe relook at some of that area? Because 4 cuts in one city is a lot, especially if they hadn't been cut in the past. I mean, San Diego has been grouped, and they're kind of used to it. But from what I was getting from the input we're receiving from the public is that in the past, what they're asking for would be a whole district, but could it be possible to have one of these districts be a majority San Jose district? And maybe what you're saying, Commissioner Toledo, is that it's so dense that all 4 of these districts are a majority San Jose district.
Well, it's not that they would be majority. I think Commissioner Toledo cited a figure of 300 and some thousand, which is not a majority in a congressional district, but it is certainly a significant portion of the population. If colleagues are interested in doing some further exploration of potential refinements, again, I think that is certainly something that could be entertained down the road. Commissioner Ahmad?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've been looking over this area too over the past couple of days, and I think what is also to consider is that we do have some VRA restrictions in the area. San Jose's population is about 1 million and some change, so there's no way that all of San Jose would be in one congressional district. Then also looking at our conversations from earlier regarding the population distribution down the peninsula, and how that shapes up given the geography of that area. I'm definitely open to considerations on how to address this, but I have yet to figure out a solution.
Very good. And one thing that I would like to just ask Tamina to center the map again on the North Contra Costa district. My recollection, and I've heard comments around that, the portion of Antioch that is included in North Contra Costa might not be the most appropriate, or we might want to look at adjusting the lines there. I'm not closely familiar with this, but my recollection, as I stated the other day, was that I thought we were going to be looking for more of the northern portion of Antioch to be attached to Pittsburgh. So I just wanted to invite colleagues who do know this area better than I to contribute any thoughts they have on this before we move on. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. I don't have any thoughts on that. But as we're talking about Antioch, I just wanted to raise, you've also in the last couple of days with this most recent iteration that splits San Leandro, we've had a lot of comment about that concern. And so as we're thinking about Antioch, perhaps there's an opportunity to think about San Leandro and again, making some swaps all localized within about 3 districts to perhaps achieve multiple goals. So I just wanted to raise that, but I don't have a specific suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, Commissioner Sadwani, I think I saw those inputs too. I think this actually had to do with the Assembly District where we split San Leandro from Oakland, and a lot of folks, including the mayor, would rather have San Leandro be included with Oakland, which it is here mostly in the congressional district. So, of course, also wanting to be whole. I'll take another look at the Assembly map. I just don't see a way to do it, unfortunately, starting with the population, and in West Contra Costa and coming down, there's just such a narrow, a narrow strip of population. But I'll take another look at that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sinai?
Addressing the chair's question about Antioch, we have received some input on ways to look at it to make sure that we're cutting it at the right, not cutting it, dividing the district in the right place. The comment 37716, I haven't confirmed it, but what they say is a better division would be to include anything north of Redwood Drive, Putnam Street, Hillside Road, Davison Drive, and west of Harbor Drive, Hillcrest Avenue. And they include a map. So it might be worth exploring that, that entry, which is 37716.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Tamina, did you note that number?
I did not, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Number was,
Commissioner Sinai, could you repeat?
Sure, it's 37716.
So Tamina, if you could take a look at that input and bring us a visualization of what a minor change in Antioch along those lines might look like.
yes, Chair.
Thank you so much. Anything else with in Tamina's region? Well, thank you Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I was just going to say, as well, as long as she's in there, she's got that -2 that she can work with. Just saying, you know.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Tamina, thank you so much. You got off pretty easy. We didn't use your entire 45 minutes. You made up for your 11. Yep. You more than made up for it. And Sivan has reported back. I don't know if Jamie has had time to do anything for us. Otherwise, we have the next 15 minutes to get started on Kennedy's area. And I know of 3 areas that we were going to take a look at with Kennedy. So, Karen?
Kennedy's right here. We're on the same map, so she can jump in right away.
Very good. Karen, did you have something?
Okay, hi. Thank you so much. We just had an audio conflict here. Just wanted to say that Jamie is working on the changes that you requested, and I will let you know when she's ready. Thank you.
Perfect. Kennedy, welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. So you have probably been very busy. I'm thinking that I know that Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner have an exploration to present. Commissioner Yee, as I understand it, has an exploration to present, and that Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo may have an exploration to present. Of those, Commissioner Yee, is yours likely to be the smallest and most straightforward? We might start there.
I'm actually drawing a blank on whether I have something here.
Okay.
What did we work on, Kennedy?
Then let me. Very good. Then let me go to Kennedy and ask her to take us on a tour around her region before we break at 4:15.
Okay, so there are 2 different proposed changes. I will start with those that were in the Central Valley. And so I worked on that with Commissioners Toledo and Sadwani. And I will, this is the wrong one. Sorry, we have a lot. Here's the right one. And so what we did, if you recall before, in the King Tulare Kern, we had Kings County whole. Here we went and split Lemoore Station and Lemoore going north into Fresno Tulare. We split into the northwestern part of Hanford and then took everything below that. And then we also took in more of Tulare and took out the northeastern part of Tulare. And all of this resulted in a 3% increase in Latino CVAP in King Tulare Kern. And then moving north into Fresno Tulare, as you can see, there is a positive 5,000 and a negative 5,000 in Stannis Fresno, and that is due to removing Old Fig Garden, which I will move in a little closer so that you can see that. So we removed Old Fig Garden from Fresno Tulare, and that overpopulated Fresno Kern. And then this was under 5,000. So we adjusted the border just slightly along this line to take 5,000 into Fresno Tulare to balance it to -1. And so this one is at a -5 due to that, just due to balancing and working the population through in this area and keeping it centralized.
So we would still have to shift people between Stannis Fresno and Fresno Kern.
Correct.
Okay.
So there's, if you want to keep these the way they are, I would recommend doing that through ECA and probably up towards the north in this district. But obviously there's plenty of ways that you can figure out to do that. And so that's what this change looks like here. And if I may, I can go on to explain the other one, or we can stay here, whatever course of action you would like to take.
Go ahead and explain the other one, please.
Okay, one moment. So next, I worked on an iteration with Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Fernandez about the Modesto situation. And so previously we had Modesto out with Mono and Inyo. And so they took a brand new approach, and I will start here. Actually, we started in the north. And we made Roseville whole before the iteration that I had worked on previously had a split in Roseville. And so we took all of Roseville and put all of Placer into ECA. And then we took out, then it was overpopulated in ECA. So then we took out the gold country counties of Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa. And we put those in with the remaining portions of Stanislaus County. We have Manteca up to Lodi and Dogtown, Woodbridge up to the San Joaquin County line. And then we moved into the Sacramento area where we have Tracy, Mountain House, and Lathrop with Stockton. And we have the Delta in Sacramento, and then moving up to the northern part of this district. I'm going to zoom in so you can see clearer. We have Elk Grove and parts of Vineyard. We started at Excelsior Road and kept taking to meet our population requirement. And then we continued to move into Sacramento, now North Sac. All of these names are a little bit off due to how we move things around. So this Sacramento has Sacramento whole. We were able to move Florin, parts of Vineyard, most of Vineyard except for this portion here, Parkway, Fruit Ridge, all of those areas are back together in this version, and the city of Sacramento is whole, and with West Sacramento as well. We also took a portion of Arden Arcade, and we have Rio Linda, Ella Verda in here as well. And then moving to Placer Sac, which is now just in Sac County, we moved in Galt, Harold Clay, Wilton, the rest of the cities and CDPs that are in Sacramento County, and we removed Rancho Murrieta and put that also along with ECA, which was in ECA and a further iteration as well. And I think that just about explains all the changes that we had. And so I can zoom out so you can see the full thing. But yeah, those are the changes that were made with both sets of commissioners.
Very good. Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Turner.
My question was back on the other change. Are you ready
Okay.
for that, Commissioner?
Yes.
Chair? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to understand on, so we have had a lot of testimony in regards to Old Fig Garden. Of course, wanting it to be kept together, but more importantly, also not wanting it with Clovis. And it looks like that's exactly what we did. We took all of the old Clovis, all of the old fig garden, the fig garden. Can you zoom in on that area again? Let me see how much we've taken.
It was actually just the only boundary here from the Fresno was there's a slight 5,000 people taken here, but it was just old fig garden that was removed out is really the major change.
But as I'm understanding it, all of that is in with Clovis, right?
Correct. All of old fig garden is up north and with Clovis.
Okay. So that breaks, I think, that COI. I'm pulling it up again here. Yeah, here we go. So the request had been for the Fresno Tulare area is to include areas near Old Fig, Fresno State, that's south of Bullard and Shaw. So we were looking to have that area included. Bring in areas near Old Fig and Fresno State. Bring in small portion of Old Fig, but all of it into the Fresno Tulare. And I guess you can just speak to that. Was it because of numbers, or we were meeting a different COI testimony, or what were we doing in moving the rest of Old Fig out?
And Commissioner Sadwani and Toledo, I think, can speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Before we get to them, Commissioner Anderson?
Actually, go ahead. Mine was about the ECA, that area. So go ahead with Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. We've got 8 minutes until our break, so we'll probably focus on this between now and the break, and then come back and complete the discussion after the break. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for that, Commissioner Turner, because I'll just say we spent a whole lot of time looking at various options. And I think, Kennedy, if we can kind of pan out a little bit more, maybe further back down to Bakersfield area. So, the community testimony that we've been getting on these VRA districts has really suggested that, in particular for the Bakersfield district, but also for Fresno Tulare, that the CVAP needs to be higher in order for these districts to perform. We had very specific for the King Tula-Kern, a very specific testimony about removing Lemoore Station and East Hanford. And so we were looking at that. We had specific testimony about North Tulare. We also had testimony about South Visalia. So before we get too far down, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the other things we explored. One of the things that we looked at was trying to create an arm or a neck, if you will, from the Fresno Kern district, spanning upwards to take out that portion of North Tulare, Visalia, and coming over into Hanford and Lemoore to push that out to Fresno Kern. Once we started doing that, however, the population became extraordinarily high. I mean, we're talking about 100,000 people or something like that. And it was very clear to us that probably isn't going to work unless we change the entirety of our maps at this point in time. Because we would still need to be getting population from somewhere else. So we shifted given that most of the concern was in that Bakersfield area district, we did make some changes and looked at options around Shafter and Oildale, but we kind of landed on following the community testimony of removing Lemoore Station and portions of Hanford, and keeping them in Fresno. That, as you can see, that boosted. Previously, we were in the King Tula-Kern at about 55%. We're now up at 58. In Fresno Tulare, however, that means that we had to take something out. And we have gone back and forth on the Old Fig piece. We've had all different kinds of testimony. So we went in that direction, and we were able to stay at above 50 at 51.16.
And then in the San Joaquin, obviously, we still have some population left over there that we would need to shift as well. And I'm sure Commissioner Toledo, perhaps you have some additional context that you want to add to this.
Yeah, thank you. So our goal in this was to try to raise the CVAPs in those two areas, the King Tulare Kern district, as well as the Fresno Tulare districts, and also look at. I mean, we weren't just looking at the Latino CVAP because obviously we recognize that this area is complex, and so we were also looking at the various other CVAPs, including especially up in the Fresno Tulare, the African American community does vote pretty cohesively with the Latino community. So we were looking at that, and maybe we can see those numbers as well, Kennedy, so that we can see. We were able to keep the Latino CVAP went down, the African American CVAP stayed about the same, and if I remember correctly, in Fresno Tulare. In King Tulare, the Latino CVAP went up, and the African American, I believe, stayed about the same. So the goal has been to try to look at these numbers holistically. And so maybe, is there a way to see what they were prior and what they are now?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you. The commission can just take a look. So the goal has been to try to increase the CVAP based on community input. The community input that we're getting is that the CVAPs, especially in the Southern District, in the King Tulare Kern District, is on the lower ends. Although with the African American and Latino CVAP, I think we're getting to where it's a little bit more, it gives Latinos a greater opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Fresno, Tulare, that is certainly something that a place where we wanted to increase it even more. We just, because, I mean, we were able to actually, the one way we were able to increase the King Tulare and the Fresno Tulare districts was by creating that arm. By creating that arm, we actually did achieve about a 58, and we're able to maintain the CVAPs in Fresno Tulare. Actually, I think improve it slightly. The only problem with that, the major problem, is that it would cause us to have to shift significant populations up the maps, and so that was the biggest issue that we saw. Is there really wasn't a way to do that from that perspective. And so we at that point started looking at where could we potentially make a cut that would allow us to raise the CVAP down in King Tulare. And the one place that helped to do that, because we tried many different things, was the Old Fig cut. And so that allows us to get up to 58 while maintaining the African American CVAP. And actually, I think it increases it, if I remember correctly. That's Kennedy. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And you're talking about in the Fresno Tulare?
In the Fresno Tulare.
Yeah, so and you're talking about the black CVAP.
Yeah, the black CVAP, I believe, goes up.
Yeah, I have the new one. It goes up from, the numbers just flip-flop because it goes from 4.17 to 4.71.
So by taking Old Fig out, we actually increased the black CVAP. The Latino CVAP goes down slightly. In King, what that allows us to do in King Tulare is to increase the CVAP, the Latino CVAP, to 58.7. It does decrease the African American CVAP slightly to 6.48. I mean to 6.09 from 6.48. So there were some trade-offs. I think we still would have to work out those 5,000 people, which we thought perhaps we can shift up to ECA. But certainly there were other options as well. It's just none of these options are easy. And at this point, we wanted to bring it to the commission to see where we are with this. And of course, we prioritized VRA over COI. So we did look at other options as well, but these were the the options that seem the most viable.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. And where we are is at break time. So colleagues, please continue to consider what you've seen over the next 15 minutes during our break. And we will be back at 4:30. I want to take this opportunity to alert or remind the public that the plan for the rest of the evening, we will come back for one more 90-minute block from 4:30 until 6. We will have a dinner break from 6 to 6:45. At 6:45, the lines will close and we will begin to take public comment. We anticipate that that might involve at least two 90-minute blocks, which would take us till 10 o'clock. But if there are more people in the line who want to make comments, we will continue. But at this point, we will close the lines at 6:45 and begin to take comment at that point. Thank you. We'll be back at 4:30. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back from our mandatory 15-minute break. We were looking at some possible changes in the southern Central Valley with Kennedy and with Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Toledo had just finished. So next up is Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. My question, or I guess I shouldn't say question, I'm a little concerned, and let me know if I'm wrong, Kennedy, because my numbers are going backwards. For the Kings Tulare, for the Kings Tulare, we had a 55.5, right? That's what our old one was? Okay. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with that. My concern is Fresno Tulare went down from 53 to a 51.16, and that concerns me. Regardless of crossover voting, that is very concerning to me. So I'd be very hesitant to make this change because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Fornishari.
So a question about Stannis Fresno. We're 5,600 folks short. I know you spent a lot of time searching around to find population to get the CVAP where it was. Do you have ideas of where you might find 6,000 people with 51.66 plus CVAP?
Is that a me question?
I guess it's to any of the three of you who have a thought of that. I guess if you guys explored it more or whatever.
So it was not explored more. However, it's, as you can see, I'm going to turn off the current districts. The population is pretty equal from Fresno Kern to Stannis Fresno. So it would more so be about walking it through a different area to get it back to this area. Not so much you have to find it, because it is here, it's sitting here, but you would have to probably work it through Fresno somewhere in here and then push it back in somewhere either up in Modesto, Turlock, or somewhere over there to bring it back in.
Right, but unless the distribution was exactly the same, of that population was exactly the same as the distribution of the populations that's in Stannis Fresno, the Latino CVAP is going to change, and most likely it's going to go down. Can you walk it through? I mean, the most obvious place to walk through is that line in Fresno. I mean, is that, but it's, so you haven't done it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fornishari. Commissioner Sinai? Sorry.
Kind of going back to Old Fig Garden, to me it's a mystery. We've gotten a lot of conflicting testimony. I feel like I keep looking it up and it becomes the one area I haven't quite figured out. So I guess I need some clarity on why. I don't know if there is a way to get clarity on why some communities want Old Fig Garden included, some don't, and all that. But back to Bakersfield, and yes, we were okay at 55. We've been told very clearly from the community that one needs to be very high. And so that's, I believe, why the subcommittee, or not subcommittee, but the two commissioners worked to get it as high as they got it, because we've been asked, for it to be a VRA district that is, I forget all the legal terms, but that works, it needs to be a lot higher. And so I think the feedback we've received is 51 is okay for further north, but for down there, 58 is critical.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. For the Kings Tulare Tula Kern district, that is with Commissioner Sinai said exactly the point. I think the further south you go, and I think there has been analysis and reports that's been turned in through public comment to support that, where we were satisfied in looking at a CVAP number, an LCVAP number, that the community for sure felt like that was not sufficient. However, looking at the Fresno-Tulare decrease that's there, and Kennedy, I know I've looked at this area too. We've looked at it a bunch of different ways. And I guess the only thing would be is if there's any way we can get that number up. Again, we keep saying that, and I think we keep looking at it. And at some point, I guess someone should probably just say no. There's not a way. Because we keep looking at it, we keep saying it because it sounds like, the thing to say, let's just keep looking to see if we can get it up. And we've done that. And I didn't find a different way to increase that, though I'm glad we've increased the King-Tularkern district. So we've gone, yeah. I don't know. I don't know where else to find it at without bringing harm to the districts around it.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I just wanted to check and see if Commissioner Sadwani or Commissioner Toledo had anything further to say on this. Commissioner Toledo?
I was just curious if we can get legal to just weigh in on this. I know that we certainly consulted with them and just wanted them to just review the exploration that we've done and just give their latest thinking on these.
Very good. Thank you. Sal?
Sure thing. We've reviewed this. We are comfortable that it complies with the BRA. You did an admirable job of increasing Latino CVAP in Kern. Obviously, that came with a slight decrease in Latino CVAP at Fresno-Tulare, but we're comfortable where that's at. If possible, we'd like to see that back to where it was, which I believe was around 53%, but we're comfortable here.
Okay, so that's referring to the proposed changes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sinai, your hand is just, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, Kennedy, can you move the map south for me? So we're oh, sorry, I mean the other way. I tried. Is that a Fernandez? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, can you zoom in kind of at the Modesto, Stanislaus, San Joaquin interface there? Yeah, not a lot of people down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Turner?
Can we see the census numbers, the O's and ones?
In this area?
Yeah, yes, in this,
Okay.
well, no, actually back where we were in Fresno, because I think this is what we did before, because it looks like there's red in all of those areas that you can just easily grab and increase the CVAP, but when you put the numbers there, and I guess we don't need to see it, I guess I'll just state that, when you put the numbers on it, it's very few populations, so the number just doesn't change. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for that reminder. Commissioner Akutagawa?
I'm looking at the COI inputs, and there's some references to maps from, I guess it's the Dolores Huerta Foundation as well as MALDEF, and the Equitable Maps Coalition. And they're talking about that they've been able to create 3 Effective Voting Rights Act congressional districts, and that they've submitted it to us. I am just kind of curious, one, what numbers, I have not been able to find, I'm just scrolling through as quickly as I can to find these maps that they're referring to, but I haven't seen their maps, and I'm not sure what their CVAPs are. Are we in alignment with them? I guess I'm just kind of, since we did the same in LA County, I'm just curious if we could do the same here and make sure that we've done, the best we can, because we have gotten testimony that some of the CVAPs do need to be higher, at least in that one particular area that They were, I think, Fresno, Kings, Tulare. I
Okay.
think that one got up, so.
So Kennedy, are you familiar with those maps, or do you possibly have them
am.
already loaded? Is that something you could show us?
So I do have the Dolores Huerta, but that's from when they had only two. And that was something that the commission did not go forth towards. And I
Right.
don't have the newest MALDEF maps, but I do know that they had numbers close to 60 in Kings Tula Kern, close to 53 or at 53 in Fresno Tulare, and around 50% in Sanis Fresno. However, they do that kind of arm thing. They take this part out of Visalia, Northern Tulare, but that population with how you've drawn other parts of the state, and that's what we looked at with Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani. And so it's a lot of population to bring out to make exactly their lines. However, this line here that was able to bring up King Tulare Kern to 58 does match quite closely to the MALDEF lines.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. Lots of hands, some of which I think are just still up, so I'll very quickly go. Commissioner Fornaciari? No. Commissioner Fernandez?
Just quickly, Sal, could you remind me, in this area, is there crossover voting with Blacks and Asians or just Blacks? I know the further north you go, I believe Asian, there was some crossover, but I just wanted to confirm. Thanks.
My understanding is that there is some Latino Black crossover. And I am happy to provide further detail in closed session.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thanks, Chair. Kennedy, I didn't recall, and Commissioner Kutagawa mentioned Equality California maps for this area, and if, oh, it's Dolores, okay, I've seen Dolores Huerta, okay, so I thought she said Equality California, and I didn't see maps for that, and if they had 3 strong districts, I wanted to see them.
It's Equitable Maps Coalition.
Equitable Maps Coalition.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, and we did look at the Dolores Huerta, the Equitable Maps Coalitions and the MALDEF maps, and we were able to achieve the 58, actually closer to 59 and 53 in Fresno Tulare, but it caused about if I remember correctly, it was about $130,000 person deviation that we'd have to shift through. So we'd have to shift it through, and then it would probably cause a reduction in, or it would cause a reduction in the Latino CVAP in Stan, I believe it's Stan Fresno. And so so that was a problem as well. So certainly there could be an effort to try to bring in, to try to take out a piece of that. And that was an option that Commissioner Sadwani and I were going to explore. We wanted to bring this to the commission. This isn't perfect. It certainly doesn't bring up the Fresno Tulare number, but it does bring up the King Tulare Kern without having to change too much of the map, because otherwise we're going to be shifting population, rotating population up to essentially back up to Sacramento, right? Area, Sacramento, Central Valley, the northern part of the ECA map. And so, and also having to find some Latino CVAP in other areas to make the shift.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. So at this point, given everything that has been seen and heard, are we at a point to accept the proposed changes and not preclude further refinement if Commissioner Toledo and/or Commissioner Sadwani are able to find such refinements? Any objection to that, Commissioner Toledo?
Oh, I'm not opposed to that. I still think we need to figure out what to do with the 5,000 person deviation that we have right now if we were to accept this. And so, and certainly we'd be willing to work on this some more if that's the commission's.
Okay. Do we want to map the shift of those almost 6,000 people live, or do we want to provide some general direction to Kennedy to come back with options for us? Commissioner Fernandez.
I still am not comfortable with the lower numbers in the Fresno Tulare cell. I hear that you're comfortable, but I'm not comfortable with it. The numbers still are low. And in terms of if you do go forward and moving the population around, maybe we should discuss the other proposal too, so that we don't have to do it twice possibly. Thanks. Regarding the Modesto.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, no, I agree with Commissioner Fernandez on that second portion. We kind of left the population deviations off like this. We knew that Commissioner Fernandez and Turner had been assigned to work in the area, if you will. And so we kind of left it here, recognizing that if we adopt whatever changes they came up with, that we would need to factor this into that decision-making process. So I agree, maybe moving on to see their changes might make sense. And if we agree with all of them, then we could balance the populations together.
Okay, very good. So Kennedy, we will leave this as it is right now with these proposals pending. We're not discarding them. We're not accepting them. They remain pending. And we would like to move to the description of the exploration that Commissioners Fernandez and Turner did around Modesto and Sacramento, and then we can consider both as part of a whole.
And if I may, I will say switching, there's, the plans weren't created with each other, so
Right.
this one is going to be separate. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, one moment while I change to the next one.
Thank you.
So now we have the Modesto change, and I can walk through some of those changes. I'm not sure if Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner might want to. I know they took a lot of notes. I don't know how you would like me to proceed, but you just let me know. And
Kennedy, I think you already went over it, so I think we'll just take questions, or if someone wants to look closer at something.
Okay, could you, because so much has been going on, could you just walk us around the area one more time, please?
yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
So we started working off of the Roseville proposal from a previous iteration. We added all of Roseville, all of Placer County into ECA, that overpopulated ECA. And so then we needed to take some out, and we took out Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and we put that in with Modesto, Manteca, Eastern San Joaquin County. And then we went on to this district with Stockton, which is whole, keeps Lathrop, Tracy, and Mountain House. Then you go up to Elk Grove, and we cut a piece of Vineyard at Excelsior, and then started to take more for population balance. And then we moved north into the city of Sacramento, which now has Vineyard, Florin, and Parkway, all with the city of Sacramento. We have West Sacramento as well in here, parts of Arden Arcade, Rio Linda, Alaverta, then moving on to Placer Sac, which is now just Sac, has the other cities and CDPs within Sacramento County, and down at the bottom, we brought in Galt, Herald, and Clay. We took out Rancho Murieta and put it with ECA as well. And that is general overview of this whole thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Fernandez.
The more I thought about it yesterday, it really comes down to what we think is better with ECA. Is it Roseville or is it Modesto? Because honestly, that's the two parts that you're dealing with at this point. It's still a very long district. I forget how many miles it was. We did that yesterday, but that would seem like so long ago. It's like a 6-hour drive. we were able to keep some of the COIs, and I will say that Commissioner Turner and I on the same page in terms of ensuring those that don't have a voice, we feel that we need to be the voice for them, which was my big push for ensuring that Florin and Parkway were with Sacramento, not with the other district, because that definitely is the working class of the Sacramento area, and it's very important that we don't split them from the other communities that are in the same situation. So I am grateful for that. Of course, we can't have everything. Personally, I feel that Modesto is more ECA than Roseville. That's just my own personal feeling based on my living in this area my entire life, which also includes San Joaquin and Stanislaus. And the only other, so we've got part of Sacramento now with Stockton, Elk Grove. So I'm just hoping that those in San Joaquin will treat them greatly, which I'm sure they will. And then I hope that Roseville remembers Inyo, Mono, and Alpine and takes care of our Sierras as well. So I think that kind of summarizes it. It kind of, it changed the look of it somewhat, but it took us, I don't even think of it, I can't remember how many iterations. We did the Etch-a-Sketch. I think we started over. Kennedy, you were so patient with us. I think we started about 10 times. So thank you so much. Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Turner, I didn't know if you wanted to add.
No, that was, thank you so much for that. Everything that Commissioner Fernandez has said, and in addition to that, we see the changes. This will offer some new opportunities for people to work together. I'm very aware that Elk Grove with Stockton, combined in with Stockton, is a little bit of a different iteration. But again, once you start moving population, Elk Grove is large, Stockton is large, Modesto's large, and so these areas, they just do have a ripple effect. And so we had to make decisions based on, even with Modesto, with ECA, we heard supporting COI testimony, those that, thankfully was welcoming to Modesto in that area. So this was what we came up with that we felt really good about as far as being able to protect as many COIs that we thought was important to protect. Thank you.
Yeah, I really want to thank both of you. It's really fantastic work. Thank Kennedy for working with you. I admire what you've done. And so Commissioner Fernandez, you have a few more words and then we'll go on to other colleagues.
Yeah, no, just something quickly. I'm not sure if we've had, if everyone's had a chance to review some of the inputs into our database as well as some of the public comment. There were people calling in saying, hey, you could move Clovis and the northern eastern part of Fresno, but I don't think that's a better match than Modesto is. So we just stayed with Modesto. I just wanted to make sure that that we let you know that we heard you, but we went down the Modesto route. Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I also want to thank Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Turner for working hard on this. I really appreciate it. But I do want to bring up a point that this sort of surprised me that I part of the Sierras are together and part of them are not. And I want to bring up a point that we didn't really discuss in the previous times. And it isn't that we've gone over what the Central Valley has issues of, it's agricultural, that sort of stuff. And we said, and they're different. The Sierras have, the broadband, issues like that. What we haven't actually said is that these areas also have opposing interests. And that is why I was sort of more really advocating to try to get a totally Sierra district. Didn't necessarily have to be Roseville, but Sierras, because water is one of the big ones. And the Sierra areas, and particularly in this particular area, it's environmental use, and they would like to have more of the water stay there, where the Central Valley and the cities really want as much water as possible to come down there. And so, they also have, which the Central Valley does not have, is the federal land. A large portion of their counties are federally owned, and you can't do your hospitals, your county roads, and your firefighters a little different, but if you don't have the county money. And the areas in the Central Valley, that's not an issue. And so if their representatives are being at the federal level told, please, you don't take that money, most of their constituents are, that sounds fine. And that's why one of the big issues why Mono, Inyo, and Alpine particularly have been disenfranchised for many, many years. It's not just this past 10, it's gone on for a very long time. And that's why I wanted to bring that up. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Possibly Modesto might actually be the best, rather than quite the large amount of the Central Valley with this area. But I just wanted to bring that up. And I appreciate all the work gone in here. I'm not sure this is better than what we had before.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I just want to thank both Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner for the work that they did. Just a couple of observations, and then there's one question. I guess one observation is that, for all the work that we put into keeping Elk Grove and Vineyard together, now they're being separated. So just an observation there, but I also understand some of the other considerations. I'm just also thinking about what Commissioner Fernandez said about Roseville versus Modesto, and in some ways they're, kind of not that much more different, just takes it further north. And, at the end of the day, I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure if that's going to be better given some of the other COIs that have been broken up. Although I do like this iteration than the versions that I think we came up with earlier, so I will say that. Thirdly, just so this is the question that I have. With this version that is being proposed, would the CVAPs in the Central Valley be higher with the inclusion of Modesto being put back into the mix? My sense is probably not, but I am wondering about that.
Kennedy, I don't know if you have any.
Can I respond here?
Go ahead, Commissioner Turner.
So for that one, so none of these are VRA districts. So we.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and thank you for the feedback. That's good information. I guess in my personal opinion, I prefer the draft maps that we had prior to this, but this is something that is workable, obviously, as well, as long as the commission likes it. And just to answer Commissioner Anderson, there's so many districts that have opposing views, but this, as Commissioner Turner said, I always see it as an opportunity to get to know your neighbor, get to know a new viewpoint, and hopefully work together. I mean, there's only so much we can do in terms of how much they will work together, but I'm hopeful that they'll work together. And with Mono, Inyo, and Alpine, my belief is they wanted to go further north to the south. They didn't want to dip into the Modesto area. So, I mean, I'm not sure how to really answer your response, but there's been so many other areas that aren't perfect because there's no way we can make it perfect. There's so many conflicting communities of interest, and then with the numbers. And yes, Commissioner Kutagawa, we did go to great lengths to keep Elk Grove and Vineyard together. They are in the assembly right now, and at the end of the day, it's the trade-offs and 14 people coming together and doing the best we can.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner, did you have something further? Please go ahead.
I do. Yeah, and thank you. This process has been amazing and a challenge. Wanted to say, Commissioner Anderson, speaking about the water issues, that just tickles me because for sure, water issues, Sierra is wanting to keep water. Central Valley agriculture needing the water. I think that's the perfect district to make, where the one congressperson will have to get that figured out as opposed to standing on opposing sides saying we need, we want. And so yes, it will create a problem that for sure is solvable, that will have to be worked out in that area. And then as far as Vineyard, yeah, again, we want everything whole, et cetera. This process caused us to drill down into Vineyard and look at it a little bit more closely. And there are actually some country club areas and different things in Vineyard that we were able to make a split that felt like that area would still benefit by moving into that other area. So it wasn't just kind of haphazardly. We were careful in our crafting, trying to be even surgical in our approach. And so I like this iteration. It is very different than what we've done before, but I do think it affords opportunities for people to work together that I think can work together, that is pretty have enough in common that will make it workable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I put myself in line to, again, express my admiration for the two of you for coming up with this district. I am very happy with. We could always, if we wanted, I mean, we all want to give everyone everything they want, but we also recognize that that's not workable. And so I think the two of you have done a masterful job of coming up with this. I salute you. I thank you. And, I'm on the side of let's stick with this one. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, I second that. Both of you and Kennedy, really some different thinking here went into this. It was, I can imagine how many iterations you all went through to think of this. It's really kind of interesting, the foothill counties, that you've coupled the foothill counties with Modesto. I mean, we have heard from the foothill counties that they are connected to Modesto. We heard that in our assembly feedback. So really interesting thinking and balancing and trading off of COIs. Just one thing came to my mind. I'm wondering if we do go forward and adopt this, I'm wondering if swapping like Rancho Murrieta and Shingle Springs might make sense. So reduce a county split and keep part of Shingle or all of Shingle Springs in El Dorado. There'd have to be a little balance. It's about 1,000 people difference. But that might be, that'll cut down on Rancho Murrieta being out of the county. But really clever thinking there. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion, Commissioner Fornaciari. And I guess at this point, we might ask Kennedy to explore that. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to just express my appreciation for Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner for working on this, because I know I was pushing for the exploration, and I feel like that's what this is, and that's what we've done, right? We received testimony, and I think as with all of the testimony, whether it's here or in Long Beach or in other places, right? I mean, even like Simi Valley and Santa Clarita, like I think all of those deserved to be explored, and we have done that, right? That being said, I think this does create some odd pairings to me. I mean, I'm just curious if it was explored, like keeping Elk Grove more in that Sacramento district with like going up to Folsom and thinking about some of those other splits. And I'm, as I'm trying to wrap my head around these changes, I think I'm starting to land more with Commissioner Anderson. As much as we've heard Modesto doesn't go with ECA, I'm not crazy about all the pairings that happen throughout here. And I think, again, it starts coming down to what COIs do we want to preserve versus others. So I really appreciate this exploration, and I think the openness to see it. That being said, I'm still kind of on the fence on where I land on this this iteration.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Kitagawa?
Could you come back to me? I apologize. I've forgotten what I wanted to say.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Oops. I forgot what I was going to say too, but I'm catching up, so I'm just stalling right now for time. Okay, here we go. Yes, we could look into swapping Rancho Murrieta and Shingle Springs, but that of course is if we're going to adopt this. The population difference, that's what I was looking up, is about 1,300 difference. So it's something we can look into. We'd have to cut into I think El Dorado a little bit. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani, we looked at the Elk Grove. I think it was at least 10 times. And, you know, I think Commissioner Turner cannot thank Kennedy enough. She was so patient every time we were like, okay, start over again because it's not working. And so thank you, Kennedy. You're just patience and your smile. I don't think I would have had a smile by then. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kitagawa, are you ready? Go ahead.
Okay, I remember now. I do have a question because it was brought up about water, you know, areas needing water and then areas wanting to, I don't want to say preserve their water, but, you know, that's one of the big issues there too. So Roseville doesn't strike me as, I mean, I know that there are parts that are agricultural, but it's not agricultural in the way that the Central Valley is and that Modesto is. So my sense is that, you know, kind of what you're describing, Commissioner Turner, applies more to the previous map, or not this iteration, but the draft maps. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't understanding something incorrectly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. Commissioner Turner, followed by Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, so for me, I'm still loving this iteration, and I was wondering, Chair, at some point, if we can go back to see the draft maps and see the COIs that were disrupted there. It might be helpful as a reminder to commissioners as far as where we were as we get ready to land on how we want to move in this area.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the, and appreciate all the work that went into this. Certainly, I'm just thinking about the potential shift of 5,000 people from the Central Valley, right? The connection between those two maps, and because of course VRA comes first, and the impact on that. Although I don't think it'll be too much, I think we might be able to solve that, and I think we can do it regardless of whether we use the draft map version or this proposed version. But I just wanted to bring that back to just highlight that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Kennedy, if you could show us the old lines and the new lines in different colors, please, so that we can see what our options are. Just want to take this moment to let folks know we've got about 50 minutes remaining. We want to get back to both Jamie and Tamina for them to show us what they have come up with. But I think we're doing reasonably well. So, Kennedy.
So, do we want the draft map or Commissioner Fornachari's map that we?
I believe we want the draft map and then
Very first, okay.
Correct. And
I just wanted to make sure.
And what Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner had explored.
So I will put Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner's lines in that blue that we've been working with, and I will put the draft, your draft in black. And so we can start with.
Could we maybe do blue and red, because blue and black are a little too similar?
Yes, you can choose whatever colors you like.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, so do you want me to start? Maybe
yes,
with
please.
Changes? Okay, so one big difference, they're on top of each other too, and how the layers work sometimes where they coincide, you won't see the other color. So one thing, a huge change was that our ECA was Inyo, Mono, parts of Fresno, parts of Madera, all the Gold Country, and we had a split in El Dorado and Lake Tahoe. Of course, Truckee was not in there. And now looking at the balanced, and I actually should continue one further. We had this Placer Sac, so we took Folsom and Orangevale, I believe it is, into Placer, Nevada, Sierra, Yuba, and Plumas. So these were 2 districts, and this one was populated by Modesto and Turlock. And so what we've changed this ECA into, which I'll turn on in blue, now is just Mono, Inyo, parts of Fresno, parts of Madera. We go up and we no longer have El Dorado Hills or Cameron Park, Shingle Springs. But we do have the rest of El Dorado County. And then moving north into that, we still have all of Placer, Nevada, Yuba, Sierra, and we have Tahoe, Truckee together in this version. And so that's the start there. And then we can move closer into Modesto area. It's just a lot of lines. And so from our beginning, again, Modesto was going outwards to populate this ECA. And now we have Modesto, Modesto just going as far as Gold Country. And so instead of going all the way to ECA, it's just at Gold Country, stopping at Amador, and then having Manteca up to, in the eastern San Joaquin farming towns up to the county line. And so a difference with our draft map was that we had a line taking in just Valley Home from the Stanislaus County. We had Escalon in here. We did not have Riplon in here. And then we had basically all of San Joaquin County together. There's majority of it is just whole. So as you can see, we just take more and it's kept all together. And then moving up into Sacramento, there's definitely a lot difference of where things were split. So before we had still 3 splits, but it was just a little different. We had it at up going into the middle of Sacramento. So Elk Grove and South Sacramento City, South Sacramento County, for the most part, were all kept together. And now we can see that Elk Grove is going down into Stockton, as before the county line was where the division was between the districts. However, it is the division between this district and the Placer Sac. And before, it was that second district was more of North Sacramento, Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Rancho, out to Elaverta, Rio Linda, Citrus Heights in here as well. And then we had, now let me show you that. The county line in this version in Sacramento just reaches out to grab El Dorado Hills, but before Folsom was going northwards. And so that's one difference there. And then again, I did go over this district. We refined the lines here in Yuba City, but it was Roseville and Folsom and El Dorado, Folsom going northwards, not including Truckee or the or Lake Tahoe, but having Sierra Nevada and Placer and so forth in here as well. So sorry that the lines, going back and forth, but hopefully toggling those on and off.
That's helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, Kennedy. Commissioner Toledo, did you have something further? No. Commissioner Fernandez? Commissioner Anderson?
Yes. I was actually referring, I think I might have said the draft map, but I meant the one that is balanced. This was sort of obsolete. The one that was balanced ended up with the lines. It was sort of split Tahoe in the middle of the lake. It was that balanced one, because these are not the balanced. The draft map was not balanced, so that was not a sort of a comparison, I thought, in terms of. I mean, yes, it was the draft, but again, the draft wasn't balanced. So I guess it was Commissioner Forciari's balanced one.
Right.
Right. that's the one I meant to compare the two. But I thought I'd bring that up.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this holistically, and certainly as we presented, Commissioner Toledo and I worked over the weekend with Kennedy on the Central Valley districts. And I hear commissioners some are in support of the new version, some are less so. And I'm just wondering if there was openness to returning to Modesto to be a part of ECA. I'm also wondering then, in pairing the ECA with the Central Valley, would it make sense to look, I'm sorry, is someone else trying to talk?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay, perhaps someone else is, I think Commissioner Anderson, you're not muted. Would it make sense to go back, Commissioner Toledo and I looked at that arm that we described through South Visalia, northern Tulare, out through Lemoore. Would it make sense to actually do that? I know Kennedy will probably want to murder me at this point, but I'm sensing from everyone, like, a scratching of the head about, is it Roseville, is it Modesto? Do we move forward with this? Do we go back? If we're thinking Central Valley, then is there a way to strengthen and clean up those VRA districts in such a way and move forward, right? And be able to pull up the Fresno-Tulare district as well as the King-Tula-Kern. Right now, we're pulling up the King-Tula-Kern and leaving the Fresno-Tulare slightly less, but I know we've heard from council that was okay, but I was hearing still from some commissioners, some concern about that as well. So I'm wondering if that might be a third way, if you will, to move this conversation forward. So I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Kennedy, did you have something else at this point? Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
My hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa.
Yeah, I guess I'll just state, I think at this point, I would prefer our draft maps versus this current exploration as Kennedy took us through it. The only question I would have is there a way to also extend up and include Truckee, because it seems a little weird to exclude them. That would be my only question on that. To Commissioner Sadwani's question, that may be worth an exploration, although I mean, I think the only other question that raises is that, at the point that we are now, does it make sense to do, to do that? And then lastly, in reading additional COI testimony, and I guess maybe this is a question to ask council, but according to some of the inputs, and they're citing the Dolores Huerta Foundation maps, it seems like there seems to be, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it seems like there's an interest in 2 strong VRA districts versus 3 semi-strong VRA districts. And I'm wondering if in doing that, would that also change our calculus in these districts? And again, I also very conscious of where we are in our process, and I'm just as comfortable if we need to move on, we just move on. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. So, yeah, the drafts look great, but they're not balanced. And I think in the balancing is where we started splitting more COIs, which is what made the next iteration kind of problematic for me. And so if we wanted to look and do that comparison, we can. What I liked about the draft was that it did not split the COIs in Sacramento. It did keep San Joaquin County whole. And then there was the Modesto all the way out to Inyo and Mono, which I didn't care so much for. And so balancing causes things to move. And so we would have to look at the iterations and see the latest iteration, I guess, and do the comparisons there. As far as the strong VRA districts, I think that probably will have to be council, because we've received council as well as far as what we needed to do for Fresno area.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Kennedy?
And just to that point, Commissioner Fornachari's map that he drew, I would say one of the bigger differences was the county moved the line up to the county line, and Truckee and South Lake Tahoe were split. However, his changes were extremely minimal. And so basically what I went through, though it wasn't balanced, is for the most part what he had as well. So I can go through that, but just there weren't huge differences between the draft that you created and what Commissioner Fornachari changed.
Okay, very good. I accidentally hit lower hand, so I think I put myself in the queue more or less here. I just wanted to say that my perspective on this is that, all of Placer, all of Nevada, Sierra, Plumas, that general area makes a lot of sense to me. And then Mono, Inyo, Alpine with Tahoe makes a lot of sense. So in my mind, I'm getting both of those that make a whole lot of sense to me together in this one district. So that's what I find very attractive about this. So next is Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, and both the drafts and this version same would be acceptable to me. I think one of the things that I'm just thinking about is the Central Valley, and we did draw the arm in the Central Valley, Commissioner Sidwani, myself, and Kennedy, and we are able to draw the arm, but it requires a shift up of population up to the Northern California region of a substantial number of people. So if there was a way to swap population, we can get the Latino CVAP to about 58, 59 in the Fresno Kern district, and then 53 in the Fresno Tulare, and also maintain those areas. But it would require us building that arm. That would require us shifting and rotating population up. And that's, and of course, from my perspective, VRA should come first, and then the districts around it. But certainly we're, that's something that we could potentially work offline and see if there's any, while maintaining the integrity of whichever version of the district we decide to go forward with here in the Northern California region. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. On the question of Modesto or Roseville going up to ECA, I land on Roseville, just looking in the demographics of Roseville and having, friends who live in all that area. I just feel like it's a better fit. That Modesto really is Central Valley and should be represented within the Central Valley. I really do appreciate the compromises and the collaboration that took place to create these maps, and I support them.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Kennedy, did you have something at this point? Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I want to see the arm again. I've lost focus on what the arm is and what that means about the arm. And particularly if the arm is going to cause a split. VRA is our top criteria. I get that. We already have VRA districts, and our council have already told us that the VRA districts we have are good VRA districts. And so now, to me, depending on what splits the arm causes, we are now just splitting, we're going above and beyond and causing harm to other areas potentially. So I would really want to know what that looks like and what the cost of that would be.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I was just we just need to decide if we go with this iteration or if we go with, I think Commissioner Fornachari's, I prefer Commissioner Fornachari's, but we just really need to just decide, and then we can look at the different moves potentially in the VRA districts.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I just wanted to reply about the ARM piece. So, Kennedy, if you want to show that region again.
Yes, one moment.
So when we looked at this and recall, right, you can see this kind of rainbow or half moon shape. And we mentioned this earlier. The testimony we've received is to remove the northern portions of Tulare, southern portions of Visalia, and possibly as far out to East Hanford, Lemoore, and Lemoore Station. The idea would be the Fresno Kern district, which is a non-VRA district, cuts up and creates an arm in that way. We looked at that, and I think that was over 100,000 people. So that population would have to go somewhere. We didn't play around with it because we weren't sure if, what we knew Commissioner Fernandez and Turner were also working closely right next door in ECA. But as we looked at it, it seemed like a reasonable solution in general, but in terms of improving the VRA districts. However, that 100,000 plus population has to push out somewhere. And so one of the options then is pushing out to ECA. And we haven't explored exactly how far up that would go, what other changes it might require, because we weren't sure what others were working on. But that was the way to improve this area, is by creating that kind of an arm and linking it to Fresno Kern and then connecting that further out.
Thank you.
So that would be, focusing on our VRA applications, and certainly not then focusing on the communities of interest testimony around the Sierras necessarily, or doing so in some ways, but not in all perhaps. And so we wanted to raise that as an option, since we're now talking about the ECA.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. The VRA is our second criteria. And I think trying to deal with the 6,000, I don't quite know how that was even being contemplated, because I see that affecting the VRA with the Stannis Fresno, and but the 100,000, wow, up the other way, that might require enormous amounts of work, as I see it. And I think this is an issue that we kind of need to, it almost doesn't matter what we decide one way or the other with the ECA in the Sacramento area until we resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fornashari? Okay, Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to say then, Chair, with our short amount of time left, I would really like to see where this is going to go. I think it would be problematic to release it and have it go back. I'm just wondering, how much are we going to break up in trying to do this? And I hope we can do it live. And the 100,000 is not, if you're taking whole areas, maybe it's not, won't take as much or as long.
Okay, so we have okay, let me get Commissioner Sinai, Kennedy, and Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
I'm just wondering, do we need a closed session before we go into the whole, the VRA districts? Are there some questions have come up that haven't been answered, and I was wondering if we need to close session.
Thank you. Kennedy?
I was just going to offer that, a similar iteration of what's being discussed has been drawn. And if you would like to take, there's pictures of what surrounding districts look like, which would be similar to what we would be left with if you want to look at that as well.
So that's
And it's
with this arm?
Yes, with this arm is something that MALDEF has drawn, and I do have a few pictures. I don't have their shapefile, but of the Central Valley and what that kind of would mean. I mean, obviously you don't have to draw things exactly the same, but it would just kind of show probably what big picture of what would be happening.
Okay. So if you can prepare to share that, I'll call on Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Fernandez.
My question was going to be, did you explored the idea of this arm and taking the 100,000 folks out. Did you think about where you get to the point where you thought about where they would come from in the first step?
Should I respond to that?
Yes.
When you say where they come from, do you mean in the arm or where they would go?
Yeah, so you're taking these 100,000 people out of those districts.
Right.
You got to replace them somehow.
Yes.
Not where the 100,000 would go, but where the 100,000 you took out of the districts would come from.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think, and I would have to go back. We didn't explore all of that, but I think that's where, Modesto could potentially come back into play, and as well as some shifts between the Santa Fresno and Fresno districts as well. It would be reshaping them to some extent in order to do so, right? So some areas in Madera and then further up as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah. It was almost the same question that Commissioner Fornashari. I was just trying to figure out how it may impact the other districts. So I guess I'll just wait and see. We still have to decide what version we're going to go with, and then decide if we're going to do the ARM.
Right, okay. And we have 28 minutes until dinner. Commissioner Fornashari?
Can you zoom into I guess you can't move this picture around. So I'm looking at this picture, and they go
You can
into
zoom in.
southern San Joaquin County. Okay, yeah, I want to see the top.
One moment.
Yeah, so anyway, it goes into southern San Joaquin County. It grabs Lathrop. It goes over and grabs Ripon and Escalon and Riverbank. Little bits of Manteca. And looks like it takes parts of Ceres, and maybe some of Modesto, but they get the LCVAP at 50.8. So they drew three over 50% districts. Huh. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Did you look at just the 6,000, trying to move the 6,000 in? Because that might be instead of the 100,000, I'm just think the 6 might have been easier.
Yep. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, just to respond, we didn't think too strategically about it, only in that we kind of put it in the two districts that are not right up against other VRA districts so that it had somewhere to go, because we weren't sure where the commission was going to land. We weren't sure what Commissioner Turner and Fernandez were going to come up with, or where the commission was going to land. So we didn't strategize specifically, because we figured it would need to go out in either direction, right? So down in the Fresno Kern, we generally said probably it would mean like a portion of Ridgecrest going with ECA, or some of the other cities further down. And then in Santa Fresno, we said, it would need to come probably further up at the top. But maybe Kennedy remembers better. We certainly talked about it, but we didn't have a specific plan because we didn't know where the rest of the commission was going to land on these issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Kennedy?
And there is a dividing line between the two districts. However, taking, some from these areas, I think either way, it probably would drop the CVAP, but there is this dividing line here, a little further north than the 99, where you could shift populations as well.
Okay, could you put on the Latino CVAP heat map for us, please?
Could you also
there,
put the numbers on, please?
is anyone seeing a change they want to propose? We're looking to see if there are areas along that line between Stannis Fresno and Fresno Kern where we could do a direct swap rather than rotating through a third district.
And will we be live line drawing? Because this is more or less just a layer, but I can go to the snapshot. I just knew I was going to be showing multiple layers today. And so I can go to the actual snapshot so I can work if you want to propose doing some live line drawing here.
Okay, well, theoretically, yes, we might do some of that. So go ahead and make that shift. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I was just curious. I think, Kennedy, you said that you didn't have the MALDEF maps, and I'm not advocating to say that we have to use theirs, but I was under the impression that we had their shape files from yesterday when we looked at it down in Southern California. And I'm only just bringing it up because it seems like we're trying to do some tinkering now, but I will, regardless of their maps or the Dolores Huerta maps, I think they also have weighed in on this as well too. I think we have to get these VRA districts right in the Central Valley, and if it does mean like a 3-district swap, I know we're trying to minimize it, but I think in doing so, we might be doing ourselves and also the people in these districts a disservice. So I think we just got to make sure if that's what we need to do, then I think that's what we should do.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, it looked like along that line, any population we moved would lower the CVAP.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd really be interested in going back up to the southern San Joaquin area and look at the map there.
Which iteration are we looking at?
Well, I mean, I just want to look at the heat map with the numbers.
Okay.
Based on what the map we just saw. I guess that was from MALDEF, but
okay. Did you want the numbers in or out, Commissioner Fornashari?
yeah, I want the numbers in, but
Okay.
I'm not, wow.
Not seeing
Not
a whole
seeing it.
lot.
Wow. Yeah, because they took all of Lathrop, which
Mhm.
is kind of right around there, and then they took Ripon and that other little guy right there. And it's not that many folks, so it would definitely need a lot more deep exploration, I would think.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused. I know we were going to do the exploration, but I thought we were going to decide on the the other part first, because if we make a change here and then we change the districts, what the districts look like, I don't know. It just seems like it might be, we might have to undo what we did and look at a different direction. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I'm still looking at that 6,000. I saw like probably 1,000 that we could do on that switch down into Fresno and actually increase the CVAP a little bit. And I'm seeing here, I'm kind of guessing but I only see like a couple hundred that it would increase the CVAP, but, so then we're less than, we can't get to 6,000. This is tricky. This is very tricky. And I'm wondering if it's worth trying. I also think though we should look at how we could switch the population before we decide one way or the other, because, well, it does affect if we can even do this at all. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo, your hand had been up.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest that perhaps we, Mr. Sandwani and I can work with legal counsel on these, an iteration that we bring back on the 19th. And if it's palatable, we move forward with it. If it's not palatable, we don't. We revert back to something. I mean, these become our backup maps, right? Well,
Yeah.
the maps we
Yeah.
approved today. But if there's something that, if we can get an arm or some semblance of an arm, then that is palatable to the whole commission, then it moves forward. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I mean, but of course, I think we'd have to work very closely with legal counsel and with our line drawing staff. Thank you.
Right. No, I would be very happy to see something like that. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Toledo. I would certainly be open to continuing to work on this and looking at whether or not the ARM is a possibility for us to move forward. I believe that when we put together the plan, you're right that December 19th was saved as a day to come back to Congress. I would just also offer that, perhaps we could work on two versions. One, creating the ARM, and the second is in keeping what we have, trying to find a place for that 6,000 to go so that we're not left on December 19th with like, oh, what are we going to do with this? Because I think on December 19th, we need to be like done. So happy to do that. But I would say then let's do two different versions, and then the commission could choose what seems like the best option for us to, meet our first, second criteria, of course, as well as maintaining course.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sinai?
I was going to say something similar. I don't feel good about waiting till the 19th. If having two plans and it's going to be either this or that, I could do, but having one plan and we say no, and then we're back to trying to figure out. I also want to give the community enough time to give us feedback, because we can think something looks good, and this area is really, this is the area that I think a lot of us feel, we need to get it right. I have felt good about the work that we're doing. I feel that we've worked really collaboratively, and we keep trying to make it better, which is great. But I do also, so I want to start from there, that I do think that we've done some really good work here, and it's about making it better. And so as long as we have two options, just so that we don't feel like we have to go with whatever comes and gets presented to us, because we have no more options, because it's the
Right, and we will try to get back to this before the 19th. I can't guarantee that we will, but we can certainly try. My own sense is that the alternative, the exploration presented by Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner had a lot of support with a lot of enthusiasm, not, understanding that nothing's going to be perfect for everybody, but I sensed a lot of support and enthusiasm. I understand that there are reservations with it, but it seemed like the preponderance in my eye was, and my ears, were towards supporting that alternative. So, I'm happy to have Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Sadwani come back with two options for us, understanding that those need to be perfectly balanced and taking into account the discussion that we've had. Commissioner Toledo.
Just going to thank you, Chair, for that and to thank the commission for this very important discussion. I think it's, I think Commissioner Sinai is correct. I think we've done a lot here, and I think we've done some good work here. And I think if there's any way to improve it, we'll try. Of course, we'll also and do our best to improve while not disrupting the important points that we've already touched upon and discussed. I mean, of course, obviously that's important, but certainly we'll go back and work with legal and line drawers on it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez, and then I'd like to get back and get report outs from Jamie and Tamina.
Okay, just quickly. In terms of the iteration we brought in today versus Fornashari's, I don't know if it was clear which side. I mean, you're saying there was enthusiasm, but there was a lot of questions. So I'd actually like, we can't really poll everyone, but it'd be nice to, let me think, how would I say that? I don't know if it was as overwhelming as I thought it was. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fornashari.
Let's see. I think moving 6,000 people would change either of those drafts a bit. Moving 100,000 people would change those drafts a lot. So I don't know that we can move forward with choosing one of those options at this point until we know what we're going to do with our VRA districts, unfortunately.
Right. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I mean, I very much am an advocate for ensuring that the Eastern Sierra counties have their representation and ensure that we can create a district that I think best honors their desires. At the same time, I think I'm going to go back to everything that we've been saying all along. There's going to be sacrifices, there's going to be pain. No one's going to be happy, or lots of people are not going to be happy. Some people will be happy. Some people will just be like, all right. I don't know if this is going to make it worse, but I'm just going to suggest, let's just keep it as it is. And let's just move forward. We need to fix these VRA districts, and we're at 546 now. And I'm just thinking, while I appreciate the work that's being done, I think it's also generating perhaps more roundabout conversation than we have time for. I think we're generally going to be satisfied with it. I'm just concerned now that we just need to keep this moving, and it seems like there's still some fixes on the VRA side that we really have to focus on.
Right.
So
right. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Fornashari. We really have to look at the change, because that could dramatically rearrange ECA and the area, or it could minorly do it. And then what I would propose is that these two variations that Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Toledo put forth, as soon as they are able, if they could be posted, and then we might be able to actually kind of even stop for a minute, look at those, so we can then move forward on this next issue. I think we can certainly do that well before the 19th. That's what I hope Chair might move in that direction.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Not to be redundant, but I agree with Commissioner Fornashari, and much like Commissioner Toledo has continually said we have to do it from the focus of the VRA district. So if there's some fixing on the VRA districts that we need to do, I think we need to do that post haste. Thank you.
Okay. My question is that something that we can do in the next 10 minutes? I would imagine that that's probably not feasible. And I would prefer at this point to get reports out from Jamie and Tamina. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm really uncomfortable with shoving this off to the 19th. That's one. Two, I know we need to go to public comment. We also have a dinner break coming up, but my question is, can we just keep working on? I'd like to just get this done tonight.
No,
personally,
this is why we were to meet yesterday. So Commissioner, I guess we're out of, okay. I'm gonna go to Jamie and Tamina right now, and we will get back to this as soon as we can. Hi, Jamie.
Hello. Just one moment until we're just switched on to this monitor, and just one moment while I set up this second screen. It'll just be less than a minute. Thanks everybody for your patience. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So while I was away, I have enacted the direction of the commission on just a couple areas. I'll go through those quickly. Per commission direction, looked at specific testimony involving extending this area of CDCOV in Angeles National Forest to include areas east and west of this reservoir. Again, the drawing provided by a member of the public doesn't exactly align with the census geography, so this is as close as we could get. There was a small population change, and so the boundary in Glendora is slightly different, although just by one census block, I think I could find one per census block that was 78 people, which is how many we needed. So there's just a slight difference here. Additionally, I'm going to go to the San Fernando Valley district. Sylmar is now included in the SFV district. And then I don't have multiple options for this. I just have this one option right now because anything different would have been, splitting this COI of Toluca Lake and North Hollywood, which the commission had identified as a COI they wanted to keep together in that district, or would have created more than just a 3-district swap. And I was instructed to do a population swap for 3 districts. So Sylmar is included with the San Fernando Valley based district, and then the boundary moved south slightly here. So Northridge areas are all included in the Malibu district, and then Reseda is split in a north-south direction for population. Granada Hills and Porter Ranch areas are with the Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley based districts. And finally, the last change requested by the commission, I'm going to zoom into the Century City area. Up here is Century City. This is included with 10 corridor, as is the Chevio Hills neighborhood. Anyway, basically the country club and golf course in this area south. The direction was to include that with the 110 corridor. So I did that and included also areas in Palms for a population swap between Shoreline and 10 core. Additionally, I balanced out this swap between Shoreline and the Malibu SFV with the student areas, and this swap along Santa Monica Boulevard, there was like a 300 and something person population discrepancy. So I changed that, and these are both within plus or minus 1 person. Associated with this swap for the Century City area, I moved this line here between 10 corridor and STHLA north to Manchester. I did refer to the input that was sent to me by Commissioner Turner. Thank you so much. And all of the requests couldn't happen just based on the really tight population deviation allowances for congressional districts, but this line is moved up to Manchester in the area requested. And finally, the final swap is that this whole Westchester neighborhood area is now in the shoreline district. So this southern boundary here is Westchester. This is with the city limits of Inglewood and then following the 405. And this whole area north of LAX is included in shoreline. And those are the changes that I made while you were with Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thanks so much, Jamie, for your work on this. I am not thrilled by the proposed split from the Black Hub in Palms. That's my one big issue with these proposed changes. Palms is a fairly working class area of the city of Los Angeles. It's nearly all apartments. It's one of the most densely populated regions on the west side, broadly defined, of LA. A lot of students, graduate students from UCLA there. It's got a pretty large portion of Asian residents in that area. So not something, I'm not thrilled by it. If there's a way to keep it whole in the 10 corridor or in shoreline, that would be my preference. So yeah, I'll just state that there.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Jamie, can you just zoom in just in the area that you're in right now, and then I'll give my comment. So is that the area that you moved in Century City also?
Yes, Century City is to the north. So this is Avenue of the Stars. Here's Century City Center and the 20th Century Fox Studio. And then the areas that were requested by Black Hub to be moved into 10 corridor include this golf course area, the country club, and then this neighborhood here.
I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. It is an interesting pairing. I guess I still see it as an interesting pairing. I don't know as much about the Palms neighborhood. I do agree it's a lot of apartments in that area, but it seems like the mix of Century City and the neighborhood below, my understanding, having driven through it, but not a lot, is that I know Century City is a pretty affluent area. The neighborhood below it, if it's what I'm thinking, is not, not what I would call working class either, too, and not that it can't be in this kind of mixed district, but it just seems like it would be better suited grouped with Westwood and the other West Side areas, neighborhood councils in the Shoreline District. So I guess I would also be in agreement with Commissioner Vasquez. I'm not totally comfortable with this change either.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Turner and then Commissioner Vasquez. We are flat up against dinner. Please keep it brief.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to state, because I'm not as familiar with the area, but not so much based on what we have to also rely on what the community is telling us. And so for that area, I'm relying on the request that was made and followed up saying that Century City has historically been included in the South LA district. The entertainment industry has been an economic driver for South Los Angeles communities and partnered with South LA communities in the past. And there's been at least one article that they sent through. So living there, you have, of course, an opinion and a thought and experience and what have you, but I also don't want to discount what they're telling us is as truth for them as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Taylor.
Absolutely. I don't oppose the proposed change of including Century City in this 10 corridor district. For me, it's more about the fact that we have to split Palms in this iteration and potentially to do it. I'll also say again, according to public data on the LA Times, mapping LA Times for Palms, median household income in Palms is around $50,000. And the percentages of Asian and Black people are comparatively high in Palms as compared to the rest of the county. So again, for me, this is I wouldn't call it an especially vulnerable community, but I just feel like it's a shame to split it in order in order to keep to really get what I view as like a community asset, which is this high income area of Century City in the 10 corridor. It seems we sort of have to trade off a community whose interests maybe lie more actually with the 10 corridor. So I don't oppose the Century City piece. I'm opposed in splitting Palms to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Really quick too. We have to listen to what the COI testimony gives us. And also, I hope that we think when we separate, in our speech, when we're separating wealth from working class communities, it doesn't mean that they don't have a vested interest in that community. It doesn't mean that they're not members of some of those communities. They work in those communities. They use the resources that they play. They shop and they spend money in some of these communities. That's where some of the resources lie. So let's always think too, when we're saying a wealthy community versus a working class community, there are still a lot of similarities and uses and synergies between those community partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. It is 6:01. We are late for dinner. So we will come back at 6:45 and take public comment. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us during the meal break. We are now at a point where we are ready to take public comment on the day. So, Katie, would you please read the instructions for people who are in the queue?
Absolutely, Chair. Welcome to public input. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. If you have not done so already, when it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we will have a minute and 30 seconds for public input this evening with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Chair, I do see there's a hand up. Did you want to go to hands before you take public input?
No.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you so much. We will begin this evening with caller 0505. And up next after that will be caller 6286. Caller 0505, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Judy Robinson. I was the 2020 census manager for Sacramento County. Based on a successful census, I urge you to revise the draft Assembly and Senate redistricting plans to remove Sacramento County from Placer and El Dorado counties. As drawn, these maps separate communities and fail to adequately represent our diverse residents as determined in the census. They are very different and need to be treated as such when drawing these maps. During the census, we developed a comprehensive language justice plan. We identified our diverse communities, customized materials, and worked with key trusted messengers. In Placer and El Dorado counties, many of the residents completed the census as part of their civic duty. Communities of color and underserved communities in Sacramento have less civic participation due in part to high levels of government mistrust and language barriers which require an entirely different approach. The issues in rural and mountainous Placer and El Dorado are very different than the urban-suburban issues of Sacramento. Communicating with residents is also different when emergencies arise. Placer and El Dorado have significant issues with forest fires. During the 2020 census, people were evacuated and infrastructure burned, displacing hundreds of families and losing power for weeks. Sacramento County during the same time had severe smoke from the fires, extreme heat days, and increased respiratory distress. Also, Sacramento's risk of flooding is the greatest of any major city in the country. All this to say the people and the issues are very different. Please keep Sacramento separate from Placer and El Dorado counties. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6286. And up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 6286, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Robert Nesbitt. I'm the city manager for the city of Half Moon Bay in San Mateo County. And I have a comment on the two districts in our area, the one called Greater SA, or I think San Mateo County probably, and then the one to the south, Santa Clara County. So when these maps initially came out in November, almost all of the San Mateo coast side, including Half Moon Bay, or most of Half Moon Bay, was in the Greater SA district. And then in the most recent iteration, the entire coast side has been moved into the Santa Clara district. And I think it looks like this was done to move East Palo Alto from the Santa Clara district into the San Mateo or the Greater SA district. And so I'm speaking to say that I don't believe this is a good idea. The coast side of San Mateo County is very unique and a very important community of interest. San Mateo County is unique in that it's a peninsula. It has coast side on both sides. It has the bay.
20 seconds.
And of course, it has our coast side on the other side, a very important resource in California. and I believe separating the coast side and putting it in Santa Clara, a county that is a district that's Santa Clara County centric, that doesn't have coast side, is a mistake and does a disservice to our area. So I would ask that.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8224, and up next after that will be caller 9517. Caller 8224, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, dear Commissioner. I know that you are not drawing Assembly District today, but I'm asking you to revisit Little Saigon Assembly District. The current map you have is not complete. Please come back to it and finish it. You are close. Please add all up north of Garfield Street all the way to Seapoint Street, which has 40,000 people. Remove Stanton, which has 30,000 people, and east of Gun Road, Accurate Street, which has 20,000 people. I heard Commissioner mention that you've been getting mixed comment about Little Saigon. Well, what I've been hearing during public comment, and 90% of Vietnamese Americans are asking you to add all up North Garfield Street in Huntington Beach. Very few are saying otherwise. Please revisit Assembly map and also make sure we have a true representation for Senate and Assembly as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9517, and up next after that will be caller 1535. Caller 9517, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, this is Min Bo. Hello, Commission. I have been trying to call in every day and willing to wait in a queue for hours because I want to remind you, Commissioner, that Little Saigon Assembly map is not done. Please go back to Gun Road and complete it by adding all of North Garfield Street, stop at Seapoint Street in Huntington Beach to Little Saigon map. Where are we keeping finance for this small portion? Because this is area have early 50,000 people, which include Huntington Beach Harbor that has over 50% of which are Vietnamese American. Huntington Beach is where Little Saigon future lies for the next 10 years, like Carlton Valley. A commissioner had mentioned that there are conflicts in command for Little Saigon. We don't see that every time I call in, I only hear some willing support to have Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. We need the Assembly settlement and progressive pressures represent like anything on the community of interest in asking for us, please to listen to our concerns and comment. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1535, and up next after that is caller 8951. Caller 1535, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
My name is Tony Maldonado. Chair, thank you for organizing today's meeting, and to the commissioners for their strongly disciplined professionalism displayed today. It was refreshing. However, during the few minutes of Sylmar and the San Fernando Valley being discussed, a few commissioners wanted to quickly gloss over the congressional map in order to pivot back to the Los Angeles Basin, which had just received large attention. That was exceptionally disappointing and should not have occurred. Thankfully, the chair and Commissioner Sadwani forced the attention back on Sylmar and the San Fernando Valley East and pushed forward a discussion on the 3 district swaps that myself and Vika proposed on Saturday. For this, I would like to personally say thank you, as your leadership granted this Latino supermajority COI its rightful place in a cohesive congressional district solely within the San Fernando Valley. It's my hope that when the Commission holds Senate map deliberations, that it will not again go around in circles and lose focus, but instead continue today's well-paced meeting. I further hope that you will also give the San Fernando Valley East a robust amount of attention, as it greatly needs separation from Santa Clarita's Senate map. I also hope that you will revisit Santa Clarita's Assembly district maps. Once again, thank you for your service and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8951, and up next after that is caller 6795. Caller 8951, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. While we appreciate the new proposal, we believe that making a swap would include the Vietnamese community and allow them to have a voice in a more accurately and represented district. The wealthier coastal district splitting from Little Saigon would diminish our efforts and the culture that we have here. By making a swap, we think that the map shows an increase in the homogeneous Asian population. As an Asian American citizen living in Santa Ana, I hope you can consider making this small change by keeping Huntington Beach together with Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6795, and up next after that is caller 7483. Caller 6795, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mia. The Vietnamese community has been very engaged with this process to ensure we are kept together in Orange County. The final step was to include the Vietnamese population in Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. And we believe your small proposal today was a compromise we can fully support. I hope you can reconsider. If you looked at the Asian CVAP, it actually increased in the Savannah Anna district when you made the swap. So your proposal is definitely picking up the Vietnamese population, and we hope this is something you can finalize. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7483, and up next after that is caller 7082. Caller 7483, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 7483. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I have lived in Turlock for 34 years, and I'm upset that the Commission is seriously considering splitting Turlock and Modesto and placing sections in the Sierra District. These two communities belong in a Central Valley District, not with the Sierras. They are part of the Central Valley in all ways. They share agricultural and food processing concerns. They share educational resources, including a junior college and a state university. Yes, there is a Cal State Stanislaus, and it is in Turlock. They share the impact of transplants from the Bay Area. The community shares the major streets, highways, and freeways. They share cultural events and festivals celebrating agricultural crops. The population between Modesto and Turlock are fluid in their housing, employment, and economy. Commissioner Toledo, you made a point when discussing San Jose today that areas of agriculture and food processing concerns should be kept together. That is precisely the concern of Turlock and Modesto in the Central Valley. Do we not deserve the same consideration? Commissioner Anderson, you were very adamant that water issues in the Sierras is quite different than in the Central Valley, and it would be difficult for a representative to actualize a solution. Keep Modesto and Turlock in the Central Valley. I understand through sitting through hours of commission meetings that it is a long and arduous project, and I thank you for your diligence.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7082, and up next after that is caller 0587. Caller 7082, if you will please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners. I just have a small point for the northern part of California. So Plumas is currently split from CD1. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. You can just look at the map, it looks off. But there's 5 key points. The first is water, and that's the Feather River watershed flows from Plumas to the Oroville Dam. It's a huge link. The second is fire. So both Dixie and the North Complex fires started in Butte and spread to Plumas. It's a high fire risk area with clear federal and state equities, and they should have a unified representative. The third is forest. The Plumas National Forest actually crosses both counties. It's split about 30-70 between Butte and Plumas. That really does tie into the fire risk above. The fourth is roads. Highways 70 and 32 both go up from Butte through Plumas, 32 up to Lassen. So, you know, to connect Butte to Lassen, you drive through Plumas. It doesn't make much sense to separate them. And both of those highways are far busier than the Highway 89 that goes north-south. The fifth one is schools. So Feather River College is a feeder school to CSU Chico. Chico State actually has on-site recruiting at FRC, and Plumas is in the CSU Chico service region. So please unite Plumas with the rest of CD1 and equally balance the numbers by adding a small portion of Northeast Yuba County to whatever that southern Central Sierra district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0587. And up next after that is caller 8878. Caller 0587, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Bianca and I'm a resident of Fresno and have been for the last 4 years. Before that, I was a resident of West Modesto for close to 10 years. I just want to say that the commission has made a huge mistake by splitting West Modesto from the rest of Modesto and connecting it to Fresno. I can tell you from firsthand experience, West Modesto and Fresno are completely different. Not only is it insulting that you're grouping all of us together to form this, you are stereotyping it. I know that it might come as a shock to you, but not all Latinos think the same. Not all Latinos have the same issues. You're preventing me from electing a representative who can focus full time on what is going on in Fresno. Modesto is focused on the gentrification that's going on from the people moving down from the Bay Area. Why would I be focused on that? It's 3 hours away from me and it isn't a common issue here in Fresno. I'm focused on making sure that we have companies like Bitwise coming to Fresno. I'm focused on making sure that the communities impacted by climate change from something that we call the triangle here in Fresno are helped. I'm focused on making sure that we have our local issues here in Fresno fixed, and having one representative for that entire area, not only will it make it more difficult to solve that, but I'm very happy to hear that the commission is revisiting the Voting Rights Act and districts in the Central Valley, including the district that splits Modesto in half to begin with. I urge you to continue discussing how best to represent all communities in the Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8878. And up next after that is caller 0550. Caller 8878, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. So the commission has made a massive mistake by splitting West Modesto from the rest of the city and connecting it to Fresno. While on the surface, it does appear that it creates a majority Latino district. In reality, it's preventing this new district from electing a representative who would be able to focus on local issues full time. We need someone who can focus on the local economic, infrastructure, healthcare needs of our neighborhoods. We've already seen what happened 2 decades ago when West Modesto was separated from Modesto and we suffered as a result. Can we please not repeat those mistakes again? And then I'm also glad that the commission is going back to the VRA district in the Central Valley, specifically the district that splits Modesto in half. Can we please focus on how best to represent all of the communities of our states, including and specifically the Central Valley, but specifically by creating 2 strong VRA districts instead of 3 weaker ones? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for all those that have called in, please remember that your public input is being interpreted, and please take your time with counties, cities, numbers, and just speaking. Please just take your time. Right now we have caller 0550, and up next after that will be caller 3726. Caller 0550, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Anna Roberts.
and I'm a resident of Modesto and have been for 16 years. I am concerned with the proposed maps that split up Modesto, yet even more concerned with combining Modesto with the Sierra foothills and the mountains. We share very little community interest with the Sierras. Their dominant industry is tourism. They have issues with broadband, are now threatened by forest fires and frequent power outages, yet we are not. Our community interests in Stanislaus County and Modesto are shared with South San Joaquin County because of our proximate locations in the San Joaquin Valley. The agricultural industry is the dominant industry in both counties, and so we face the same challenges managing our water resources, which are opposing to the interests of the Sierras. Transporting and warehousing industries are important to us because of our strategic location along I-5 and Highway 99, and both counties have a large number of commuters. We also should share many socioeconomic issues with homelessness, health equity, and education and workforce development. We are working together on these initiatives. These Sierra communities do not share these interests. If we were linked to them, our voice would be significantly diluted.
15.
I request that the committee maintain our communities of interest. Please keep Modesto out of the Sierra foothills and mountains. We have drastically different transportation, jobs, and healthcare needs, and we need a representative who can focus on our issues, as so do they. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3726, and up next after that will be caller 8802. Caller 3726, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Daniel Nguyen. I am from Orange County. So I know everyone has heard a lot about keeping Little Saigon with the Vietnamese population in Huntington Beach. And I think the proposal from earlier today was a pretty fair compromise that included many of those newly Vietnamese areas. The small swap increases the aging population in Santa Ana, and I think that better keeps our Vietnamese community in one congressional district. It's a small change that I think embraces the sentiment of what the Vietnamese community has been asking for without compromising the coastal district, and the fact that the committee wants to keep the wealthier coastal cities separate from Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8802, and up next after that will be caller 2554. Caller 8802, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Don. Just a quick comment to say that we really like the small swap in Orange County that Commissioner Kennedy proposed. I know it splits Huntington Beach, but it includes the exact Vietnamese population that those from our community have been asking to be merged with Little Saigon. We love to see that swap, and we hope you can reconsider your decision to dismiss. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2554, and up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 2554, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Phyllis McDonald, and I live in Manteca in southern San Joaquin County. I am concerned about the November 10th map iteration for my city because we are being districted with Sacramento and Elk Grove. Those cities would have a greater voice and influence on the congressional representative than we would have because of their size and economic needs, which differ from residents in Manteca and southern San Joaquin. I was surprised to see the latest proposal that came out today dividing Manteca in half, with the western half of Manteca being districted with Sacramento and the eastern half of Manteca being districted with the northern part of Modesto and ECA. I think it would be devastating to Manteca to be split up and aligned with communities that it does not have common interests with regarding water needs, employment needs, and transportation needs, to name a few. I think dividing Modesto and Stanislaus County in half and placing one half with ECA and the other half in a district with Fresno doesn't bode well for Modesto. Modesto has unique economic and social needs that are more in line with southern San Joaquin towns than with Fresno and ECA. I urge you to consider keeping Manteca, Modesto, Tracy, and Turlock and surrounding communities together. We have a history of working together on water, economic, transportation, and agricultural needs.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2931. And up next after that is caller 0983. Caller 2931, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. After the fall of Saigon in 1975, millions of Vietnamese and their families failed Vietnamese to migrate to United States and have chose Orange County to shelter. Little Saigon is now home to most Vietnamese Americans outside of Vietnam. We are Vietnamese American in Little Saigon and asking you to add on the North Garfield Avenue to Seapoint Street of Huntington Beach to GGW for the Little Saigon community of interest. Don't stop at Beach Boulevard. Remove Stanton and East Garden Grove at Euclid. There are a majority Hispanic. Please allow the Little Saigon community to be a whole in Assembly, Senator, and Congression. Don't slip us. Thanks for listening. Thank you and have a good time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0983, and up next after that will be caller 6750. Caller 0983, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 0983, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. I have calling a few times now. I have been living in Huntington Beach for a year now, and more Vietnamese Americans have been moved there. I'm asking to listen to the hundred of caller email and COIS that have been submitted for a month. Here are what we are asking Assembly to put north of Garfield Street on the way to Seafoy Street in Huntington Beach, the Stanton and East Garden Grove at Euclid Street. Congress at the Huntington Beach and Sioux Beach. Please keep Little Saigon together and allow the growth for the next delegate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6750, and up next after that is caller 7068. Caller 6750, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling because we really want to keep Rancho Cucamonga as a whole and not to split Rancho into multiple districts. Rancho has a strong sense of identity and historically been all in one Senate, Assembly, and Congressional district. And currently, the State Assembly and Senate district is going to split us into two districts. And worse, the congressional map is going to split us into three. And we don't really have strong commonality or community with the other districts that you've lumped us with, such as in the LA County or the high desert. And our city has a really unique priorities and a strong sense of where we want to go. And crippling that with between three congressional districts, I think is going to really, really hamper that growth. So I strongly encourage you to revise the maps to keep our city within one congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7068, and up next after that it would be caller 3480. Caller 7068, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Lang Nguyen. I am calling to ask that the Commission enact Commission Kennedy's proposal for a small split in Huntington Beach. I understand why the Commission is hesitant to split Huntington Beach, and in a perfect world, it would not be split. But if we wanted to maximize Vietnamese voting power, your proposed split would actually do exactly that. Thank you for spending the time on this, and I hope you can finalize this change. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3480. And up next after that is caller 7592. Caller 3480, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, yeah, I would just like to call in and, I was listening in and I'd like to agree with the previous caller about Commissioner Kennedy's proposal to split Huntington Beach. I know it's a really big move and a huge decision that you guys are making, but I do too feel that, this is, one of the best ways to still keep Vietnamese voter representation up. And I totally agree with it, and I hope you guys can keep this split. I hope you guys keep our community together. And I really wanted to call in and say I appreciate all the work that you guys have done for us in maximizing our representation as Vietnamese voters. My name is Richie Lee, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7592. And up next after that, we caller 4963. Caller 7592, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good evening. In regards to congressional redistricting in the San Jose area, so I've looked at the proposed boundaries, and I've actually been able to increase the adjusted 2020 census Hispanic percentage for CD Cupertino by 1.5 percentage points. And I've also been able at the same time to increase the adjusted 2020 census Asian percentage for CD Greater Ed by about 5 percentage points or so. And one of the ways the the percent is increased in the Greater Ed district is it swaps out Newark and brings in more in Fremont. And I believe that a number of Asian Americans had suggested that as a possibility. My plan is posted at public input number 38855. So that's public input 38855. I just want to say that in this process, I'm going to guess that there are some callers who are calling in they might not be giving the politician's name, but I think some people might be advocating plans that will protect incumbent. Thank you, and please look at public input 38855. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4963, and up next after that is caller 6758. Caller 4963, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Nancy Yap, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment, also known as CAUSE. I'm just calling today to thank the Commission for making the changes to the CD 210 map to keep the community together and protect voting rights of the West San Gabriel Valley Asian American community. I know this has been a long and hard process, and just really appreciate all the advocacy that has happened to keep the Asian and Pacific Islander communities of interest together. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6758. And up next after that is caller 2902. Caller 6758, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling to thank the Commission for considering all the ways to empower our Vietnamese community in Orange County. I believe your proposal today to swap Los Alamitos and Rossmore for a small part of Little Saigon accomplishes that. I know it seems small, but the swap actually increased the Vietnamese population in the Savannah Anna map. So I hope this is a small change you can reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2902, and up next after that will be caller 3122. Caller 2902, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ling Nguyen. I am very pleased with the Commissioner Kennedy's suggestion to include a small part of Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. The Commission has heard the true voice of the Vietnamese American community in Little Saigon. Thank you for your hard work and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3122, and up next after that will be caller 6917. Caller 3122, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Tim Lin. Thank you, Commissioner, for your work. I hope you enact Commissioner Kennedy's compromise to include a small part of Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. This is a perfect line that makes our community heard. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6917, and up next after that will be caller 2567. Caller 6917, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from the high desert of San Benito County and would like to thank you for the Morocco map you drawn. We're grateful that you listened to the testimony of our residents. Thank you for keeping us mostly out of Los Angeles County and keeping the high desert whole. If you'd like to consider taking another look at the VVHD assembly map, it'd be appreciated. But again, great job with this map. We applaud you for all your hard work. Thanks again. Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2567, and up next after that will be caller 0129. Caller 2567, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to comment on the Kings Tulare Kern Congressional District map. It's a former VRA county, and it doesn't have the same communities of interest as other districts. Do not split Kings County. Please keep Kings County whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 0129, and up next after that is caller 7507. Caller 0129, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commission. I am calling today. My name is Mike Labar, Mayor of King City, regarding the 1213 CD Cupertino iteration and the CD Mid-Coast iteration. I appreciate some of the changes that have been made, but additional changes need to be made to make this a fair district. Monterey County is a 59.4% Hispanic community with 30% white non-Hispanic. The CD Cupertino and CD Midcoast split Monterey County, dropping in CD Cupertino the Latino CVAP by 15% and in CD Midcoast by 60%. But in CD Midcoast, you increase the white CVAP 100% from an average of 30 to 60%. All, in my opinion, so that you can raise CD Cupertino all the way up to San Jose, and then you have a finger drawn in that goes into the heart of San Jose, a completely different community of interest. I urge the Commission to use the Central Coast Community Fix PDF and using the attached Monterey Fix shape files to adjust these districts to properly represent the populations that have been traditionally served by the current congressional districts. Commissioners, I appreciate your work, and I hope that you really look at these two districts and make them right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7507, and up next after that is caller 8037. Caller 7507, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 7507. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7507, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. Do have you down for a retry, and I will come back around. And right now we have caller 8037, and up next after that is caller 7121. Caller 8037, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Courtney Russell, and I'm from Long Beach. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you. I know you had a big job, and we definitely appreciate what you're doing. You guys have spent a long time talking about my city, Long Beach. And I just want to thank you for thinking how the maps would impact our school district, community college, the ports, tourism, and everything else that makes our city whole. And, you know, while we want it to be kept whole, we understand you had a really difficult decision to make, and we want to be good partners. As it is, Long Beach North map keeps critical LGBTQ and other communities together. So I want to thank you for keeping the Long Beach Airport connected to our downtown and areas of our city most impacted by tourism is extremely important. I also want to thank you for keeping Cambodia Town together. And thank you for the small changes near the end of this process to make improvements that are possible. We know you're still making changes, and if you plan on doing so in our area, I just want to ask that you please don't split us up anymore. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 7121, and up next after that will be caller 3585. Caller 7121, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is Dina Kripal. I'm calling about the San Fernando Valley of Los Angeles. Thank you guys so much for taking my call and letting me share my thoughts. So first, as many of you have shared over the past several months, the Latino community in the San Fernando Valley is very important to everyday life. The Commission has showed that you understand that drawing a Latino Voting Rights Act Assembly District here in San Fernando Valley in your initial maps. You even showed in one iteration that it is possible to draw 2 VRA Assembly Districts in the Valley. And if you draw 2 Assembly Districts, you can nest those inside of 1 VRA Senate District. Please don't limit the ability of San Fernando Valley Latinos to elect a representative of its choice and return a second majority Latino Assembly District to the San Fernando Valley. Thank you again for your hard work, and I hope you will protect these rights, these important voting rights. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3585, and up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 3585, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening. I just really want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you. Every time that I've participated in these meetings, we have had some really good effects of all of the talks. My name is Mark Sigmund. I'm a 13-year resident of Fallbrook, California, so I'll be speaking to you tonight about San Diego. I'm the leader of the NAPA San Diego affiliate, and NAPA California San Diego affiliate, excuse me. I would like to applaud you on the congressional and the assembly maps. But when we're looking at the Senate map, particularly when it comes to the Fallbrook, Escondido, Valley Center, that goes all the way down to Imperial Beach and Pacific Beach, those communities have nothing in common with us. There's a little small town of Rainbow that is getting kind of shuffled into work as well. Fallbrook, Bonsall, Valley Center, Escondido, Rainbow, even as far out to Borrego Springs, Julian, Alpine, these are the communities that we should keep together. We should move more inland compared to more southland. Keep the coastal where they need to be, and I implore you to represent what you did with the congressional districts, and the assembly districts and apply that to the Senate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3746, and up next after that is caller 5410. Caller 3746, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, I would like to say thank you so much for all your hard work, all the commissions and all the late nights and comments. I'm calling about congressional district in Little Saigon. I love what you guys have right now. It's not a perfect world, but I do think it's protecting our Vietnamese community's vote. Please keep the map that you worked today and show that you've been listening to the community. In the perfect world, we would love to have all of Huntington Beach, but I think just what you have today is truly protect our community already. And I hope you will go with that map. Thank you so much and have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5410, and up next after that will be caller 6937. Caller 5410, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hey, Commission. Man, 2 more weeks, 1 more week maybe. You guys are doing great. Keep it up. Again, not going to add my voice, but just listen in today as somebody who is a rancher, who's a farmer, who knows what's going on, who knows about water. I have no dog in the fight here. What you're going to do in the Central Valley, that's your guys' call. You guys are the 14 people elected to do this. But there's some crazy things about water said, and I'm sure not maliciously. It's just clear that maybe there's not a lot of expertise in the water department. But first off, the west side of the Central Valley, the east side of Central Valley, have 2 very distinct watersheds and how the water goes. Second off, the mountains and really all the valley, we're all allies in the water fight, trying to keep it out of Washington and Sacramento's hands. I mean, everybody's on the same page, keep water local. There's not a whole lot of water fight there, but I just want to go out and again say thank you to Commissioner Anderson for trying to keep the Mother Lode whole. But there really is a big difference between the east side and the west side of the Central Valley. I wish you guys the best of luck in figuring out what you guys are going to do. As a farmer and as a grower, I just wanted everybody to understand that this water argument is really moot, and it really should, at least in these areas, matter for what your decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6937, and up next after that is caller 3290. Caller 6937, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling tonight to please implore attention given to Rancho Cucamonga. We really want to keep Rancho whole and do not split the city of Rancho into multiple districts. Rancho Cucamonga has a strong sense of identity and has historically been all or mostly in one Senate, Assembly, or congressional district. The proposed congressional, state assembly, and Senate district maps unnecessarily split our community and our neighborhoods, diminishing community power and our opportunity for strong representation. Specifically, splitting Rancho Cucamonga into 3 congressional districts is detrimental to our community, our voice, and I strongly encourage you to keep our city whole within San Bernardino County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3290, and up next after that will be caller 0403. Caller 3290, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Samantha Mellinger, and I'm calling in on behalf of the Keep Long Beach Together Coalition. Thank you so much for taking our letters into consideration. We really appreciate that you kept our LGBTQ plus communities together by keeping our downtown and Belmont Shore connected along with Signal Hill. You united the Cambodian community, and you ensured that the ports of Long Beach and LA have separate congressional representation, which is really key. So we heard the Commission's direction today to move the main Long Beach City College campus into LB North to join the City College's Pacific Coast campus in that district, and we really appreciate that as well. We know the maps won't be finalized until December 27th, and you may make some additional refinements along the way. But if any additional changes are made, please do not split apart our city any further. Thank you for doing your best to create districts that will ensure California's success over the next 10 years. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0403. And up next after that is caller 0682. Caller 0403, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
I'm sure you've heard enough from the Vietnamese community, but I wanted to call one last time and thank you for considering our request. I think the final proposal today was a good compromise. It recognized the Vietnamese community in Huntington Beach without disturbing the other communities of interest. I know you're trying to take into account all the communities. The Commission has split cities all across the state, so I think the small split is very reflective of the current boundaries of Little Saigon, and I hope we can enact these changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0682, and up next after that is caller 8440. Caller 0682, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Calling from Palmdale and wanted to say thank you for allowing the Antelope Valley to stay together with Santa Clarita. I do want to say that you really should revert the maps to what they were yesterday with Sylmar as a part of our district instead of Porter Ranch and Granada Hills. Our maps have remained the same since you began months ago, and you already had the chance to hear from citizens from the Antelope Valley, Santa Clarita, and Sylmar. It's really not fair to any of us to change it now in the 11th hour when you've had weeks of testimony where we all agree that we like the way that it's drawn. I personally don't understand the changes that are still being made everywhere. It's unfortunate that everything has to change due to these small changes you make. I know you can't keep everyone happy, and I completely understand that. But the power you've given some of these smaller cities is just insane to me. Sylmar racially, demographically, and socioeconomically has much more in common with the Antelope Valley than Granada Hills and Porter Ranch do. And I urge you to please change it. The maps were fine the way they were yesterday. I also wanted to give a special thanks to Commissioner Sedwani. She has tirelessly advocated for communities of interest and keeping them together. So thank you so much. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8440, and up next after that will be caller 9424. Caller 8440, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 8440, please double check your phone. Make sure it's not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Good evening, and thank you all for your hard work and all the work that you continue to do. The city of Rancho Cucamonga, I have lived here for 32 years, and I strongly urge the California Citizens Redistricting Commission to please reconsider its proposed congressional district map. We are currently in the latest iteration divided into 3 different districts. It unnecessarily splits our community and our neighborhoods. The boundaries have primary focus in other counties, leaving little to no ability for our residents to influence policy. Our cities within the proposed district are a stark contrast from Rancho Cucamonga's urban and suburban feel. There are virtually no commonalities between our residents and those in other counties like LA County. The special needs and interests of our unique, diverse city need effective representation and only get diluted when lumped into districts with competing priorities. We respectfully request that the Commission reconsider and revise the proposed congressional map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9424. And up next after that is caller 3952. Caller 9424. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my call tonight. My name's Trevor Eckhoff, and first of all, I'd like to thank this commission for the undoubtedly grueling hours you've dedicated towards moving California's democracy forward. But I must raise my voice in service to your mission for the city I live in, which is the city of San Jose. The proposed map seeks to divide San Jose into 4 appendages linked to other parts of the Bay Area and Central California. But in no district does San Jose have a majority, leaving the 10th largest city in America without a dedicated representative. Under the "why was my district gerrymandered" part of your website's FAQ, it states that, quote, districts should be geographically compact such that nearby areas of population are not bypassed for more distant populations. And yet the proposed district encompassing downtown and East San Jose stretches down to King City, 115 miles away. The district encompassing South San Jose jumps down to Paso Robles, 166 miles away.
30 seconds.
How do the vintners of Paso Robles similarly reflect the struggles of South San Joseans? So bluntly put, San Jose looks like an abstract Picasso painting of diluted congressional representation, and the proposed map would split up the assets of common interest to all San Joseans and hamper our advancement towards equity, inclusion, opportunity, and exemplary public service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 3952. And up next after that is caller 3640. Caller 3952. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Sam Liccardo, the mayor of the city of San Jose, and on behalf of the more than 1 million San Jose residents, I thank each of you for your extraordinary sacrifice of time and commitment to our democratic process. The proposed maps would divide San Jose into 4 separate congressional districts, as you just heard the last caller mention. None of those districts would contain a majority of San Jose residents, so no member of Congress would primarily represent America's 10th largest city. This dilutes and undermines the voice of San Jose's diverse urban neighborhoods relative to our more affluent suburbs. 3/4 of us are people of color in the city of San Jose. Regarding the creation of proposed Latino and Asian American opportunity districts in our area, it's important to recognize that we can still achieve those important objectives and create a San Jose majority district. We can do this by consolidating the 2 remaining proposed districts in San Jose, comprising almost 600,000 residents in San Jose's west, south, and southeast into a part of a single district. While I urge the preservation of San Jose's community of interest, it's also in the interest of thousands of farm workers in the Salinas Valley, of coastal residents in Monterey and Pacifica, and farmers in King City who also deserve the full attention of a local congressperson. Thank you for considering my thoughts.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3640. And up next after that is caller 4069. Caller 3640. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to discuss the Kings to Larry Kern congressional map. This district in particular is a former VRA county. Kings County does not have the same communities of interest as other districts. Please keep Kings County whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4069. And up next after that we caller 6386. Caller 4069. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is, good evening, I should say. This is Eric Bruin, Mayor for the City of Ridgecrest. I just wanted to once again commend you all on the efforts that you're making and ask you to please take a moment of consideration in regards to Eastern Kern County. As you know, we've spoken several times about our concerns at the City of Ridgecrest, and I appreciate you leading us within Kern County. However, one of our major concerns is the military aspects of the current drawings, which takes Edwards Air Force Base and moves it into the San Bernardino County area. Edwards Air Force Base has a long-standing history with Kern County, as well as with the Eastern Current Corridor between our air pollution, our environmental designs, and as well as our recreational. The combined effort of one congressional district to represent 3 separate military bases in the San Bernardino County area is burdensome compared to splitting and maintaining the 2-base structure which has existed within China Lake and Edwards Air Force Base under the same congressional district. I ask that the commission take a moment to consider this in their line drawing. I understand the population concerns, but please try to keep Eastern Kern as whole as possible by returning California City and Mojave to the border of the Kern County area on the Kern Tulare district. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I know this has been a long effort.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6386, and up next after that is caller 9127. Caller 6386, please follow the prompts. One more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 6386. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 6386, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I do have you down for a retry, and we will come back around. Right now we have caller 9127, and up next after that will be caller 4125. Caller 9127, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Anne Marie Washington, and I've been a resident of Modesto for the last 47 years. And I am really glad to see that you have been doing some work on our Voting Rights Act in the Central Valley District. And you started doing that work tonight, but I'm not sure where you ended. We need effective and strong Valley Rights Act seats in the Valley, not some weak version that won't actually help our community. Please keep working and fix the Valley Rights Act seats in our Stanislaus County and Central Valley area. And please keep Modesto whole. We have nothing in common with the foothills. People go to the foothills to retire and recreate. They don't go there to work and raise a family. So please keep Modesto together, and we appreciate all the hard work you're doing. We know it's a tough job. Thank you for your diligence.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 4125, and up next after that will be caller 5592. Caller 4125, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Today you put Silmar with the San Fernando Valley seat, but you need to do it in a way that's best for the Valley. NVICA submitted a revised map that keeps North Hollywood and Toluca Lake together and puts Sunland Tujunga in the Santa Clarita Antelope Valley seat. Sunland Tujunga is the semi-rural part of the Valley, culturally similar to the semi-rural AVSCV seat. What is critical to me is that the areas affected by the Porter Ranch gas leak, the biggest methane leak in recorded human history, are represented by a member of Congress who will bring in the EPA. You must keep Porter Ranch together with Chatsworth and the West Hills. If you want to do right by the Valley, please listen to the Valley. Look at the VICA map submitted today. Sunland Tujunga goes to Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita. Please make this change and do right by the Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5592, and up next after that is caller 2974. Caller 5592, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work. I'm calling to voice support for Clovis to be added to the ECA district. Our community has strong ties to this mountain district. In fact, last year during the Creek Fire, our community was not only deeply involved in the recovery efforts, but was also personally affected. which highlights the already existing strong ties between the communities. This is a win-win solution for both communities from Modesto and Clovis, because unlike Modesto, Clovis embraces its long-held tradition of being known as the gateway to the Sierra. Commissioners, this is your opportunity to keep that spirit alive. Finally, even Mauda put Clovis with the mountains. It has widespread community support, and I encourage you to listen to the Valley and put Clovis with the mountains. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2974, and up next after that is caller 1561. Caller 2974, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Paulina Tran. Thank you for always keeping the Vietnamese community together during this process. Your final small swap to Orange County today was a great compromise before we finalize the maps. It might seem small, but it increased the Asian CVAP and better reflects how the Vietnamese community lives in Orange County. It is a small but a thoughtful change, and I hope we can finalize. Thank you so much, sir. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1561, and up next after that will be caller 7331. Caller 1561, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Jim Autry. I'm a longtime resident of Modesto in Stanislaus County. And I am calling because I and most of my neighbors are very disturbed at the idea of Modesto and Turlock, the two largest cities in Stanislaus County, being divided. The northern San Joaquin Valley and the southern San Joaquin Valley are a unit. And to be separated from South San Joaquin is really a disturbing idea because we have a similar geography, similar economies, similar history. We're bound together by transportation issues and water issues. We're both areas that depend on agriculture and food processing with a lot of commuter traffic to the Bay Area. We don't have much in common with the foothills or the Sierra Nevada. We need unified representation who will help us with our main issues of water and homelessness and housing issues. And to be divided from each other is
30 seconds.
Not a comforting thought. Thank you very much for your attention, your consideration. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331, and up next after that we caller 7411. Caller 7331, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'd like to speak about the San Fernando Valley cities of Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, which were just before dinner dissevered from the San Fernando Valley. Please know that the communities of Chatsworth, Porter Ranch, Granada Hills, and West Hills share the common and continuing injury of the Aliso Canyon gas leak, the largest methane leak in U.S. history. Thousands had to be evacuated. Schools were closed. And importantly, the North Valley communities that were impacted by the leak are still working together to fight to shut down the facility. Please try to create Porter Ranch and Granada Hills together with their Chatsworth and West Hills neighbors. Nothing would make the gas company happier than for the communities of the North Valley to have just one half of one member of Congress trying to shut down Aliso Canyon. I ask that you please consider the solution sent to the commission today by Stuart Waldman and VICA. VICA has a suggestion that keeps Sylmar in the VRA district, which is what the line drawer was trying to do earlier this evening, but it does this without trading Porter Ranch and Granada Hills out of the San Fernando Valley. Instead, VICA suggests putting the semi-rural horseback riding community of Sunland Dahunga together with the semi-rural horseback riding community of the Antelope Valley, which makes sense not only because Sunland Dahunga is more like culturally with the Antelope Valley, but because Sunland Dahunga is better connected through the 210 and 5 freeways and geographically closer to the Antelope Valley. Moreover, VICA proposal does this while serving the interests of the South Valley by keeping Toluca Lake and North Hollywood together. Nothing's perfect, but Stewart and VICA have a way to include Sylmar in the Valley VRA district while protecting other parts of the valley. Thank you, and thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7411, and up next after that is caller 7683. Caller 7411, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. My name is Wendy Allen, and I am a resident and have been of Modesto for 40 years. My family and I have contributed for years to this community in terms of its education and support and healthcare. What I would like to comment on tonight is our request, my colleagues, my family, and I, asking you to keep Modesto intact, if possible, and also connected with Manteca, Tracy, Turlock. We are a whole community. We share many of the same needs. We have drastically different needs than the areas of the foothills. And in all areas of transportation, job, housing, and healthcare, these are areas, many of which we are already working on as a larger community. This also applies to our shared education, job market, and healthcare needs, and with many joint efforts in these areas as well. These areas, again, are drastically different than those needs of Tumalini, Calaveras, Counties, and the foothills. Please, as you revisit the DRA, and please make sure that you are looking at all the members of our diverse communities that can be represented with equity and with reasonable geography. Thanks for all your efforts, and thanks for taking my comments.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7683, and up next after that is caller 3995. Caller 7683, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Redistricting Commission members. Thank you for your amazing work in the last few weeks. We're down to the final, and we appreciate your attention through this time. My name is Belen Bernal. I'm an Executive Director of Nature for All. We have worked on our mission to protect the San Gabriel Mountains and to better connect people who live throughout the Los Angeles County area and beyond with the public lands that we enjoy here and outdoor recreational opportunities. We want to continue to see these opportunities expand for many. So we thank you for your fine work of including almost all of the Foothill Cities communities of interest, very diverse communities throughout the region, that include Angeles and Western San Bernardino National Forest, that we're looking at 3.8 million people who will live in these districts. Thank you again for your work in the districts 25, 27, 28, 29, and 32. We hope that you can look to move the Azusa boundary east to include the heavily visited West Fork and East Fork areas. It only makes sense. That's how we normally visit the San Gabriel Canyon. It's through the city of Azusa, and we would hope to have a portion of the forest in that area. Please expand it to the east. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 3995, and up next after that we have caller 9835. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hey, good evening, Commissioners. I just want to say thank you for the hard work you've done drawing these maps. We know it's definitely not been easy. I want to leave some quick feedback on the Marcoa map to say that we appreciate you listening to our high desert residents when it came to line drawing. By and large, you kept Los Angeles County out, but more importantly, you kept the high desert whole, and for that, we are thankful for your efforts. If you'd like to take another look at the VBHD assembly map, that'd be awesome. Nevertheless, keep up the great work, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9835, and up next after that will be caller 5140. Caller 9835, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling about the Los Angeles County communities along the 101 corridor, specifically Woodland Hills, West Hills, Calabasas, and Agora Hills. These communities have a lot in common, not just tied together by the 101 corridor, but they have similar needs in public policy areas like education, transportation infrastructure, and public safety. Please consider keeping these communities together in all legislative and congressional districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5140, and up next after that will be caller 5814. Caller 5140, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
This looks like the snake eating itself here in California, man. Divide and conquer. You can thank the Democratic Party for this destruction and for what they're doing. I cannot believe, this is a last-minute thing. It's unbelievable. The mayor of my city, I call him the flailing Sam, the socialist, calling in, begging. Can you imagine he's a mayor of the 10th largest city and he's letting this get away from him? This is hilarious, man. You know what? I want to say we should have better representation, but quite frankly, I just want to see the snake eat itself, and it's going to happen. You guys are doing a really poor job running the city, running the county, running the state, now running the federal government. This is what you get when you have people who are irresponsible and incompetent running things. Now all of a sudden we're at the last minute. It's like a last ditch effort to try to have proper representation in one of the richest, most productive places on earth.
You still have 20 seconds. Are you done, sir?
15.
Thank you so much. And right now, we have caller 5814, and up next after that, we will have caller 5820. Caller 5814, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen to the community's feedback, and I sincerely hope that you don't take our feedback lightly and really take what we're saying into consideration. With that being said, I ask that you keep the city of Rancho Cucamonga whole. The latest draft map split our city into 2 Senate and 2 Assembly districts. And even worse, we are split into 3 congressional districts. At a previous meeting, I believe you stated you would do your best to keep communities together. So I ask that you reconsider your draft maps and keep our city whole. You currently have us lumped in with communities within LA County all the way through the rural communities of the high desert. We have nothing in common with these communities, and lumping us in with them only diminish our opportunity for strong representation, and our voices are diluted, leaving our voices diluted. So please keep our city within 1 congressional, 1 Senate, and 1 Assembly district within San Bernardino County. Thanks so much for your consideration, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5820, and up next after that will be caller 4115. Caller 5820, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi. I'm born and raised in the Central Valley. I wanted to thank you for your conversation about adding the arm, like you guys refer to in Kings and Tulare County, into the Fresno-Kern district. That's very supported in the area. But I wanted to bring up what I think is the most obvious solution to that population problem that's right in front of you guys, that not only solves that, but also solves the ECA problem. And that would be adding, again, the city of Clovis at the north of Fresno-Kern into ECA. I know one of the commissioners mentioned they didn't think it was a good fit, but being from the Central Valley, I would have to respectfully disagree. Unlike the Modesto callers today, the city of Clovis residents would love to be with the Sierras. Their city literally refers themselves as the gateway to the Sierras. The Creek Fire, they had that, in the county of Fresno, the representative and the supervisor has Clovis and the foothills. Strong relationship with Shaver Lake, Auberry, Millerton Lake.
30 seconds.
Clovis is clearly tied to the Sierras and is the best fit. And just like the MODF maps put Clovis with the Sierras and the mountains, we ask that you do the same thing. Leave no stone unturned, and we ask that you at least consider it. We think it's a win-win to put Clovis there and to make everyone else happy too. So thank you for your time. You have a good day.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4115, and up next after that is caller 8025. Caller 4115, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name's Jim. I had called in Saturday night during public comment when a couple days after the first map came out about San Jose that was really surprising. That was the first day we had really listened to the deliberations of the commission. I was on the phone for 6 hours and just really amazed by the quality and depth of the thought and work that you all are having to put in on this. The whole state is grateful for your service. I just want to pick up on the point that was made earlier by Mayor Liccardo and other callers. We can have a district that is near majority Asian by taking the northern part of San Jose. We can have another district that is majority Latino by taking the eastern part of San Jose. And we can also do for San Jose residents what virtually every other big or even mid-sized city has with the remaining part, and that is have one district that will be primarily focused on taking care of a large city, in this case, the hence largest city in the United States.
30 seconds.
I'd asked a friend of mine, who's usually a very good researcher, what other city is there that doesn't have a majority of its population in one district and doesn't have a single district within its borders that have a majority of its own population? What's the next biggest one that would be in the box that you're putting in San Jose in? The next biggest city is Mesa, Arizona, which is the 32nd largest city in the country. So we're going to be unique out of the top 32 cities in the country if you adopt this map and don't give us one person who speaks.
Thank you so much. All right, now we have caller 8025, and up next after that is caller 3783. Caller 8025, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 8025. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hi, sorry about that. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to listen to, people's feedback. I'm a citizen of San Jose and have been a part of this community for my entire life. And after learning, through San Jose Solutions, what splitting up San Jose into smaller parts would do, such as lessen the minority input, lessen kind of the voice that San Jose has. We're such a diverse community. I think that splitting San Jose, one of the largest cities, into these pockets would really take away the community of San Jose that we have, as well as, like I said, diminish minority group voices since we are such a diverse community. So I encourage you guys to relook over that map and keep us as one community so that we can make a bigger difference and bigger progress as we move forward for the next 10 years until the next map is decided. So I hope you guys can rethink that change to splitting us up. I think San Jose deserves to be one community so we can have a big say in Congress since we are one of the largest diverse communities. So thank you guys so much for listening, and I hope that fellow San Joseans have convinced you to keep us as one group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 87. Hold on one second. Right now we have caller 3783, and up next after that would be caller 6743. Caller 3783, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3783. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing stop. Oh, the floor is yours.
Hi there, my name is Paige, and I'm calling to acknowledge the Vietnamese community of Orange County. Specifically, we identify strongly with keeping Little Saigon with our members of Huntington Beach. If our only solution is to swap Los Almelitos and Rosemore with a portion of Little Saigon, please consider passing this small proposal to keep the Vietnamese community of Orange County, including Huntington Beach and Little Saigon, together. Thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6743, and up next after that is caller 9392. Caller 6743, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Commissioners. My name's Karen Sewell, and I'm a resident of Yorba Linda in Orange County. I was really happy Wednesday night with the version of the congressional maps, and you honored the input from the residents of North Orange County by keeping these close-knit cities of Brea, Fullerton, Yorba Linda, and Placentia together. We're communities with common interests, and Placentia and Yorba Linda in particular share a school district as well as a hospital. So I really appreciate all of your efforts, yet when you redid the maps after Wednesday, it split up Orange County. We had fair and balanced districts, but you destroyed them for little reason that I can see. I'm not asking much. Just look again at what you had Wednesday night, and I hope you can make the change and put it back together and keep our neighborhoods together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9392. And up next after that will be caller 7497. Caller 9392, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 9392.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
I just wanted to thank you guys for all your hard work, and I wanted to thank you specifically for putting Sylmar back into the Voting Rights Act district. But I wanted to agree with some of the other callers that, you have to get population from somewhere else. But I don't think Porter Ranch and Granada Hills are the most appropriate places to get that population from, based on the reasons that the other caller said. I think Sunland Tujunga is the place to get that population from, just because Sunland Tujunga's feels much more similar to Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley, and that it's a much more, I don't want to say rural, but more rural than Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, which it shares in common with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley. So I hope you can consider that, and thank you again very much for your hard work. Take care.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7497. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. My name is Jeanette Brede, and on Wednesday night, you all drew a Northern Orange County district that was truly reflective of the weeks of public input you have all received. By putting Brea, Placentia, Yorba Linda, and Chino Hills in one district, you acted on the requests of the good folks of Orange County. But for some reason, you broke everything apart again over the next few days, and it seems like you are acting against these wishes. Please restore Wednesday's lines. It's the fair and just thing to do to keep similar communities whole that depend on each other for jobs, schools, and religious groups. Thank you for your time and efforts.
Thank you so much. And Chair, we are up against a break.
We are indeed. Thank you, everyone. We will be back at 8:30 to take the remaining calls. So if you are in the queue, please remain in the queue. We will return to taking calls at 8:30. thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back from our break. We have approximately 30 people in line that we look forward to hearing to. We will get to those in just a moment. I just want to say that we will have a discussion after the last caller about process over the next few days. The run-of show has us going until 10 o'clock tonight. I don't anticipate going past 10 o'clock, but I do want to take advantage of the time that we have on the run-of show to have that discussion about process and where we go from here. So, Katie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. At this time, we'll go to caller 8853, and up next after that will be caller 6232. Caller 8853, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, California Citizens Redistricting Commission members. This is Elizabeth Santiago calling on behalf of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We would like to thank you all for the opportunity to provide input on the visualizations that have been used across congressional, Senate, and Assembly districts covering the Monterey Bay region. We do share concerns with elected officials and community members that our region should remain within shared districts for the 3 seats mentioned above. Our region shares communities of interest, economic ties, local government representation, and regional planning agencies that would be negatively impacted if the draft maps are adopted. Placing a number of cities that have traditionally been a part of the Mid-Coast map into the Cupertino map will serve to lump our rural agricultural-based communities into the technology-heavy San Jose area. While the Cupertino map is densely populated and urban, both Monterey County and San Benito County are rural in nature and character. According to the Farm Worker Housing Study and Action Plan for Salinas Valley and Bajado Valley, over 90,000 farm workers reside in the valleys during harvest season. This population has an extremely different set of housing issues to the ones that are faced in dense urban areas such as South San Jose. We appreciate the hard work of you all that work tirelessly in crafting maps that will truly serve our communities. We would like to ask of you to keep our Tri-County region as one so that we...
Thank you so much. And right now we're going to caller 6232, and up next after that will be caller 8898. Caller 6232, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. Again, like the previous callers before break, I want to thank you guys for the work that you guys are doing. I do not envy you at all. I have been on hold for 3 hours and 30-something minutes to show that I am seriously committed to getting my my public comment across. My name is Wanda Love, and I'm the Executive Director of the Gardena Chamber of Commerce, and I have been a director for 16 years. And it's been brought to my attention that you guys are considering moving Gardena from the 43rd District to the 33rd District. We have nothing in common with the 33rd District down in the South Bay area of California. We're talking about all of the beach cities from from Palos Verdes up to Malibu. We're a city, 63,000 plus residents, the large majority of seniors. They didn't have the time to stay on a call for 3 hours to get their point across. We have started petitions and have several of them that's going around that will be mailed to you guys and scanned into the comments. But I really want to beg you guys to try to keep the 43rd Gardena in the 43rd District as well as the university, Loyola University. That's the only university that we also have in this district.
15.
I really thank you guys for the work that you've done. Please take this in consideration. Don't take Gardena out of this district. We have fair representation. We're happy with the representation that we have, and we just don't fit into that affluent neighborhood.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8898, and up next after that is caller 1058. Caller 8898, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, commissioners, for your attention this evening and for your tireless work to date.
I am a Latina and a proud resident of San Jose, where we have a natural plurality among Latinos, Asians, and Caucasians. I'm strongly against dividing San Jose from 3 into 4 congressional districts. The boundaries as proposed unjustly ensure that no member of Congress will have a majority of San Jose residents represented among them. To me, this is absolutely incomprehensible for the nation's 10th largest city. While I sincerely appreciate your intentions, I implore you to refrain from further attenuating the collective voice of San Jose Latinos and the collective voices of all San Jose residents. It undermines our naturally urban communities, and especially it undermines them relative to more affluent communities in California. So please do go back to the drawing board and reconsider San Jose's boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1058, and up next after that is caller 4289. Caller 1058, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Daisy Mayorga, and I'm just calling to say that I'm afraid the Commission has made a big mistake by splitting Ceres and Modesto and connecting it to Fresno. I think you may believe you're representing Latinos like me by creating a majority Latino district. Instead, you're preventing me from electing a representative who can focus full-time on local healthcare, education, infrastructure, and economic needs in my neighborhood. This was tried decades ago in West Modesto, and they suffered greatly. Another thing that priorities differ drastically when it comes to funding from Congress. I ask that you keep true communities of interest together. Please don't split up Ceres or Modesto. As a proud Latina from the Central Valley, I'm calling to urge you to keep doing the work you started tonight to make sure we have effective VRA districts. I'm no expert, but it seems like you have some fixing to do. Please do so my community can be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4289, and up next after that will be caller 9370. Caller 4289, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Beth, and I'm a resident of the city of Riverside. I'm calling tonight on behalf of the UC Riverside community. I've appreciated the way that you all have already talked about the importance of universities being paired with their larger communities. I know that you recognize that these institutes of higher learning aren't just confined to a campus, but it's part of a larger ecosystem that includes housing for students and all of our partner research facilities, rec centers, all of the places where our students work and innovate. I wanted to raise with you a request to extend that same community of interest connection to UC Riverside. Currently in the December 8th version, I noticed of the assembly districts, I noticed that there was a split between districts, assembly districts 58 and 63. So what we're requesting is for you to consider keeping all of UC Riverside in District 58 together so that our main campus at 900 University Avenue is together with the larger UCR Innovation and Economic Development Corridor, the UCR Arts Block, which is downtown, the AmeriCorps University Eastside Community Collaborative site, and then all of the significant off-campus student housing population that's along University Avenue. You'll likely hear more from people from Riverside over these next few days about the importance and feasibility.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9370, and up next after that will be caller 5832. Caller 9370, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Josue, and I want to quickly thank the commissioners for taking positive steps in the last few weeks to increase Latino voting power in Los Angeles. I ask that you guys keep this in a Senate plan to protect existing opportunities for Latinos to elect representatives they support. I also ask that you guys return Montebello and Pico Rivera back to our current district, SD 60605, or future districts that will keep our communities together. These cities have more in common with the gateway cities like Cerritos and Norwalk than with the current cities in the draft like Rowland Heights and Walnut. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5832, and up next after that will be caller 3257. Caller 5832, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, esteemed commissioners. Dave Malone calling with a note of appreciation for the Central Valley congressional map. Its surgical eloquence and common sense is demonstrated in keeping East Sacramento County together, fusing San Joaquin and Stanislaus County population centers, and uniting agricultural bastions Modesto and Lodi. The map correctly illustrates that Gold Country families eat, shop, and travel to Modesto and Lodi for essential services. You clearly refuse to allow pinpoint perfection to become the enemy of prudence, and many people will benefit from this wisdom. In its entirety, this map is compact, logical, and will reflect an indelible testament to the fine work y'all have undertaken during this process. It is my sincere hope that you continue to recognize its value and bless this map as a collective body. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3257, and up next after that will be caller 2437. Caller 3257, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3257. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Marianne Villalobos, and I have been a resident of Modesto for most of my life. Earlier this evening, I listened to the commissioner's concerns about separating similar populations in the Los Angeles area. However, this is exactly what is happening to our current District 10. I urge you not to separate West Modesto and the west side of our county. All Latinos do not live in West Modesto, but are spread out in the city. We know and support each other. We all have common health care, jobs, and education issues, and are working together to resolve this issue. Those issues. One example is the Golden Valley Health Center. We have strong needs to attract more doctors in our area, and the health center, Golden Valley Health Center, has clinics throughout our area, as well as in Lower San Joaquin County and the west side, and is working on that issue. Transportation is also a major issue in our area, and which is also in common with the Lower San Joaquin County. We have little to nothing in common with the mountain areas, and any representative who would try to deal with all of this would be ineffective. Thank you for your concern. Please do not separate us.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2437, and up next after that will be caller 1302. Caller 2437, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there. Thanks so much. My name is Sita Gofard. I serve as the Senior Voting Rights Coordinator at Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Thank you so much for all your hard work and commitment to this process. I really admire and appreciate it. I do want to draw the Commission's attention to a Vietnamese and Cambodian community of interest in East San Jose that the current draft congressional lines would split in three. The specific boundaries of the COI are Story Road to the north, Center Road to the west, and East Capitol Freeway to the east. The COI contains San Jose's Little Saigon, as well as many important landmarks for Southeast Asian residents, including the Grand Century Mall, Lion Plaza on Tully Road, and the Kamai Temple on Lanai Street. Now, the draft congressional lines threaten to split the COI into three separate districts. This would make it extremely difficult for residents, many of whom are immigrants and low income, to advocate for shared needs and public services. Even if part of the COI needs to be in a VRA district, There are easy adjustments that the Commission can make to reduce the splits in the COI.
30 seconds.
Please take time before finalizing the maps to make the small changes necessary to resolve this very troubling cut. And finally, if you have time, please also swap Newark for part of Fremont in CD Greater Ed to make whole two COIs in Fremont that are currently split by your draft. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1302. And up next after that, we caller 5122. Caller 1302, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Los Angeles, under both the current lines and draft maps, there are 4 Latino districts with or near Latino majorities in the southeastern portion of Los Angeles. It is important to preserve all 4 of these opportunities for Latinos to elect with the districts anchored. Number 1 in the San Gabriel Valley along the 10 corridor, 2 in the gateway cities along the 605, 3 in southeast Los Angeles running down along the 710, and 4th in northeast Los Angeles along the 5. This commission has taken positive steps in the last few weeks to increase Latino voting power in Los Angeles. Please continue this in the Senate plan by protecting these existing opportunities for Latinos to elect. The commission should look for opportunities to strengthen these and surrounding seats, not reduce them. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5122. And up next after that, we caller 6411. Caller 5122, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Milton Arcos, and I'm calling about Long Beach. I know you've heard a lot from my community over the last several months. We have consistently asked to be kept as together as possible because we strongly believe it is in the best interest of our city. Thank you for recognizing how our region works. Thank you for ensuring that our airport is connected to our downtown core and to the homes impacted along the coast. Thank you for making sure that both of our city colleges are in the Long Beach North map. And thank you for keeping the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach separate. I can't express how important this is. So much of our economy depends on our goods movement industry, and we absolutely need 2 members of Congress who understand ports. I know it hasn't always been easy, and so I just wanted to thank you for sincerely considering some things that are important to Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6411. And up next after that is caller 8544. Caller 6411, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 6411, if you'll please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
My name is Sally Miller, and I live in Lee Vining in Mono County. I was a county planning commissioner for 16 years here, and I was on the Mono County Redistricting Commission for the 2000 census, so I understand the challenge before you. Regarding the proposed congressional district you are calling ECA that includes the Sierra, I support Mono and Alpine counties being part of the same district as the Tahoe Basin due to shared communities of interest. I also support population being gotten from Roseville and not Modesto. Sierra communities have far more in common with Roseville than with Modesto, as many speakers have said tonight, and Roseville is significantly closer and more connected to the Sierra via the 80 and 50 corridors than Modesto. I appreciate hearing some of the commissioners acknowledge this fact tonight. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of the people of the state of California, and thank you for listening to Rural Voices in Mono County.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8544, and up next after that is caller 3422. Caller 8544, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Catherine
Tattersfield. I am calling about the latest congressional. I too am, grateful for all of your work, but a bit frustrated that this district keeps seeing dramatic changes. I think that the current map isn't ideal, but it's a lot better than what we were seeing before. It's very important that CSUN stay in this district. Students in CSUN, they live in Canoga Park, they live in Chatsworth, they do not live in Porter Ranch. There's more tenants in, these valley communities than there are in Porter Ranch or Granada Hills, really. So I think, as a compromise, that makes sense. I am hearing, though, some chatter about reaching deeper into the west side, and that, to me, just makes absolutely no sense. I don't really understand why Malibu is part of this district, but, I would rather have Malibu be the only west side community than adding Beverly Hills. No one in Beverly Hills
30 seconds.
shops or sends their kids to, valley schools or, valley shopping centers. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So let's just leave this map the way that it is now as a compromise
15.
and just move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3422, and up next after that is caller 9747. Caller 3422, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Good evening. Senate districts are huge and will often require connecting communities over a large distance. Generally support SECA and Senate districts connecting southern San Diego County to the Salton Sea. They help ensure that two important Latino communities of interest maximize their opportunity to elect, but if possible, should ensure both communities have an equal opportunity to elect. Right now, 2/3 of the district is in San Diego and only about 1/3 of it in the Salton Sea. So if you take anything out of SECA in San Diego County, you should replace it not with more San Diego, but by adding more of the Coachella Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9747, and up next after that is caller 9511. Caller 9747, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Adam Miller. I live in the community of Wano Park, and I have lived here for over 35 years. We have a unified community between Wano Park and Huntington Park and the Florence Graham, as we would like to keep it as such in order to continue our advocacy and priorities for the community, as we have the same political and social challenges. We would like to request cleaning up by keeping Florence Graham, Walnut Park, and Huntington Park, even if it's only part of Huntington Park, together in the 110 LA map. I ask you to please, at the very minimum, keep Walnut Park and Florence Graham together in our next assembly map, as this will be the only way that our residents in the incorporated areas of Los Angeles County will have an opportunity of having a voice in the assembly. Please move Walnut Park to the 110 LA map and make the 10 freeway the north border of the map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9511, and up next after that is caller 8359. Caller 9511, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. I wanted to reach out one last time and thank the Commission for keeping Long Beach in the Los Angeles congressional districts. We're largely whole, and we understand why you had to make these compromises. Overall, I'm happy with our ports are separate, and we did not merge with Orange County. If these are the final maps with some slight tweaks you might need to make, I think the community will largely be pleased, and we thank you all for your work in getting this done tonight. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8359, and up next after that will be caller 4993. Caller 8359, please follow the prompts. The The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Villalobos. I'm calling from the Fort Fraser non-incorporated area. And just to keep you in reminding you, if you can please stay with regarding the State Assembly 110 LA draft map. I am here to ask for your help in a minor cleanup modification. We ask you also to place our next door neighbors from unincorporated Walnut Park into the same 110 LA map and make us the 10 freeway, the northern border to the map. It is imperative to have Walnut Park and Florence Grams together in the same map, as splitting this in unincorporated areas will only diminish our voices and efforts that we have fought so hard together for over 30 years. We are truly a united community, and we like to stay that way. It is also essential for us to keep being part of Huntington Park, and also in order to continue our advocacy and projects for our community, we have the same political and social challenges. I understand that Huntington Park cannot be in the same map due to the population. However, the minor change of moving Walnut Park into the 110 LA map, it will be help our incorporated communities of Walnut Park and Florence Grams to have a fighting chance of having a voice in Sacramento. Thank you for your time, and thank you for making sure it follows through. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4993, and up next after that will be caller 7520. Caller 4993, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
My name is Edgar, and I don't understand why San Jose is being treated like a second-class citizen compared to all the big cities in Northern California. Northern Sacramento will be predominantly represented by one congressperson. Oakland will be predominantly represented by one congressperson. San Francisco will be predominantly represented by one congressperson. But you're proposing splitting San Jose into 4 districts such that we will only be a small minority in all of them. I also heard earlier tonight that the largest city in the U.S. that won't have a majority of it represented by one congress member, nor a majority of any district that serves it, is Mesa, Arizona, which is the 35th largest city in the country. That means San Jose, the 10th largest city the largest in North American California, will be the only one in the biggest 34 cities without basic representation. I'm sorry. The good news is this doesn't need to happen. You can help create an Asian American majority district as proposed and create Latino district as proposed, while leaving the rest to form a majority of San Jose's over 1 million residents. Do the right thing. Give us one member of Congress.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7520, and up next after that is caller 3739. Caller 7520, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 7520. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I'm calling about the San Fernando Valley. It seems like the San Fernando Valley has been an afterthought during this entire process. Many of us in the Latino community have called about the assembly maps in the area, requesting 2 majority Latino assembly districts and nesting them in a majority Latino Senate district. This would drastically increase the influence of the Latino community and allow us to elect representatives of our choice. Please do the right thing and bring back the 2nd Latino district in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3739, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 3739, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. My name is Jessica from Fresno, calling about Central Valley Senate draft. Nesting is one of your criteria for the Senate, but it is ranked 6th. It should not be your main priority in my region. Your highest priority in the Central Valley is creating strong, effective Latino Voting Rights Act seats. You created 5 Latino VRA assembly districts in Central California. If you try nesting these districts for the Senate, you would end up leaving 1 out and reduce Latino voting strength in the state Senate. Instead, the Commission should combine the best portions of each of the assembly seats to create the 2 strongest VRA Senate districts possible in the Valley. This is demonstrated in your draft plan. If you nest A, D, Merced F with a D Benito, it creates a 53% Latino seat. If you nest A, D, Merced F with A, D Fresno, you get a 52% seat. But your draft map blends the best parts of all 3 districts to create a 55% Latino VRA Senate seat in S. Ben Fresno. This gives Latinos in the Central Valley a higher ability to elect candidates of choice. Please, Commission, in the Central Valley, draw strong, effective Voting Rights Act districts first and foremost. Only when absolutely necessary, look for opportunities to nest.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1043, and up next after that will be caller 9387. Caller 1043, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. We keep on hearing this statement that there's a conflict comments for Little Saigon. We would like to be able to see what those comments are, since we won't be able to go through the 10,000 of online comments. From the beginning of our community has involved and submitted email codes, and it's the most daily to make a comment. You ask for your support to protect Little Saigon. It is very clear from all of the comments you have heard from our community that our community of interest lie with Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley, Seal Beach, Rosemont, Los Alamos, and west of Garden Grove, and all up the north of Huntington Beach. For the congressional map, at Seal Beach and all of the Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. For the assembly map at all of the north of Garfield, all the way to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach. Remove Stanton and east of Garden Grove. The majority of the residents are Hispanics, and they belong with the Latino district. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9387, and up next after that will be caller 7414. Caller 9387, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello? Good evening. U.S. Census Bureau from 2019 have shown growing inequality in the San Fernando Valley, as the average Valley resident earned a higher median income than the average U.S. resident, but was more likely to live in poverty than the average American. Additionally, numbers provided by the city of Los Angeles show that levels of lower household income, employment, and education predominantly correspond to Northeastern Valley, such as Pyosima, Sonoma City, and North Hills. Poverty, education, and income inequality must be addressed aggressively if our Valley communities are to break this insidious cycle so that the Valley can continue to be an economic engine. Now more than ever, we need opportunities to elect state and federal representatives who live in and understand the unique issues facing San Fernando Valley residents. In a previous visualization, you proved that there is enough Latino population to create 2 majority Latino assembly seats entirely in the San Fernando Valley. The time to act is now. Do the right thing. I respectfully urge you to restore the second majority Latino assembly seat in the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7414, and then up next after that will be caller 1136. Caller 7414, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Leah, and I'm calling about how this map affects San Jose. First of all, I know how incredibly hard you've all worked on this and how appreciated that is. I was a member of a local redistricting commission myself a few years back, so I know what goes into this and how difficult that is.
But I have to say I'm very confused by how San Jose has been splintered so severely that it really can no longer be represented as a community of interest. Being split into 4 parts is unprecedented for a city this size, especially when you consider that San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento would all remain basically intact. If you know anything about San Jose, you would know that diverse communities often come together to solve community problems, but splitting the city into 4 districts completely strips us of that ability to remain a cohesive community of interest. And at the same time, dilutes minority voices in our city as well. So I'd like to voice my support for what Mayor Sam Liccardo said by asking that you combine the areas he outlined so that San Jose can remain cohesive and truly maintain our right to be represented as a community of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 1136, and up next after that will be caller 1274. Caller 1136, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Sandy Pittman, and I lived in the unincorporated area of El Cajon over 30 years. Thank you all so much for your very hard work and listening to everybody and working the maps out. In regards to the state Senate maps, all of the following areas belong together as we all have a lot in common. The rural areas need the cities like Alpine, El Cajon, Escondido, Ramona, and Santee for the necessities they offer. The following areas in alphabetical order need to stay in the same district of San Diego County. They are Alpine, Borrego Springs, Campo, all of El Cajon. In fact, all of each city or town mentioned needs to stay as the cohesive city or town. Continuing, all of El Cajon, Escondido, Descanso, Jamul, Julian, Lakeside, Pine Valley, Poway, Ramona, and Santee, besides all the tribal communities. I have been active with individuals and or businesses in all of these areas, including tribal, and understand their need to be in the same district. Thank you all so much for your consideration and your work, and I hope implementation of information. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1274, and then up next after that will be caller 2574. Caller 1274, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. So San Jose deserves to keep our voice in Congress. We are the largest city in the Bay Area, and we should keep at least one member of Congress who speaks for us. No other major city in California is losing its voice, only San Jose. The law says communities of interest should be represented, and we are a community of interest. Please don't finalize a map that takes away the voice of San Jose in Congress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 2574, and then up next after that will be caller 3241. Caller 2574, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Allison Smith, and I'm a lifelong resident of El Cajon, California. And I just want to reiterate what one of the most recent callers said, that certain cities out here in the east part of San Diego County should be kept together in the state Senate district. Those would include El Cajon, Santee, and the community of Lakeside. Our East County cities, as well as Lakeside, are gateways to what we call the backcountry of San Diego County, and that includes communities like Alpine, Ramona, and Descanso. We are more rural, and some of the proposed redistricting maps are trying to group us with cities and regions that are far away from what we have in common. For example, Chula Vista, which is down near the border of Mexico, near Tijuana, as well as Needles, California, which is just incredible. A few years ago, I drove from El Cajon to Needles on my way to Las Vegas, and there's no way that Needles fits in with any kind of a state Senate district that includes our eastern San Diego County cities. So you've already redrawn the Assembly District map in a good way, and I appreciate your work. And I encourage you to also redraw the State Senate District map accordingly. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3241, and then up next after that will be caller 6029. Caller 3241, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 3241. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Awesome. Good evening, Commission. I have been monitoring the Commission over the past several weeks. I've watched closely as hundreds of residents from across the state have called in and vocalized what matters to them the most. I personally am from Orange County, which seemingly had become the center of this debate. I cannot imagine what a difficult situation you all have been placed in. Somehow you've built four distinct and strong districts within the county that are representative of the desires of our county and fair to all of the information that you've received. If possible, let's keep those intact. There's no need to blow up these again. These districts work. You all have done a great job, and I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6029, and up next after that will be caller 6586. Caller 6029, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 6029. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 6029, will you please double check and make sure your phone is not on mute? You are unmuted in the meeting. One more time, caller 6029. If you'll please double check your telephone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting. Caller 6029, I do apologize. You're appearing to have some type of issue with your audio connection. I will try back after our two other callers. Right now we will go to caller 6586, and up next after that will be caller 7693. I do apologize, we have one more under that. I did say two. We have another caller down here, caller 1518. But right now will be caller 6586. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there, Commissioners. On Wednesday night, you guys had settled on some maps that reflected weeks of testimony in and around Orange County. The only real compromise was that Huntington Beach was split, and I think it's wrong the Commission dismissed these solid maps because one big city had to lose a little population. That should not be prioritized over communities of interest that were truly protected in these maps. North Orange County was all in one district, and the Commission was able to empower Asian American voters in the Savannah Anna district. I think this has been the best version so far in terms of Wednesday night's maps. So please revisit this and restore what was really a fair compromise for our communities. These changes are all contained with little ripples, so I hope they can be reinstated. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll be going to caller 7693, and then up next after that will be caller 1518. Caller 7693, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 7693. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7693. You had not chosen to raise your hand if you were not calling for public comment. If you were, I do apologize for any type of connectivity. Please contact the Commission in the other ways possible. And we will be going to caller 1518. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Saving the best for last. My name is Carolyn Smith. I'm the 2014 Veteran of the Year for the 71st District and current Vice Chair of the Lakeside Community Planning Group. I ask you to please reconsider the state Senate maps for San Diego County, and here's why. Fred Cosmos publicly stated that beach communities share a lot of issues in common, and with knowing that fact, placing Lakeside in the same district as Pacific Beach is not equitable to the people of Lakeside for the following reasons. Pacific Beach is more than an hour away, thus they are not within the Commission's scope of geographically compact nor contiguous territory. PB is heavily politically left-leaning, Lakeside is heavily politically right-leaning. PB is nearly 11,000 more people meeting and voting. Lakeside would be controlled by a city 20 plus miles away, heavily Democratic population, ensuring inequities and a lack of political alignment in the rural county, as well as a potential violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act by diluting the voting strength of Lakeside. Likewise, PB has a medium housing cost of $1 million, medium income of $100,000. Lakeside medium housing is $428,000 and $74,000. Unincorporated Lakeside shares no commonality with Pacific Beach in disaster preparedness, wildfire prevention, mitigation. While the Commission states they're nonpartisan, is heavily Democratic board, we know Redistricting is political based off the Biden administration suing Texas. Lakeside asks for equity. In closing, please amend the Senate map redistricting to leave Lakeside whole in the rural East County with Santee, Alpine, Crest, remote.
Thank you so much. I would like to give caller 6029 one more opportunity if they were to be able to figure out the audio situation. Caller 6029, please follow the prompts again by pressing *6. Caller 60.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hello. I'm calling to thank the Commission for all their work on these districts during these past weeks. As a resident of Orange County, I have been actively engaged. I know the Commission has had to balance all sorts of testimony, and I want to thank you for largely respecting Orange County boundaries and hearing our testimony to protect 4 major Orange County districts. That has largely happened, and we appreciate all your work to find compromise after all the calls this week, and we hope these are close to the final maps we will see in about a week.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 7693 did choose to raise their hand. I'd like to give you another opportunity to unmute. Please follow the prompts.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I tried many times before. My name is Chris Rowe. I'm from West Hills. I'm looking at your congressional maps. We have a population of 1.8 million people in the San Fernando Valley. We should be able to get 1 Senate district, multiple congressional districts, and assembly districts in the population of 1.4 million people in the valley that live in the city of LA. I would ask that you follow the neighborhood council lines and start with West Hills and Warner Center, where you have us divided by our communities of interest. And I would appreciate if you would keep the West San Fernando Valley together, West Hills, Woodland Hills, Winnetka, Canoga Park, Tarzana, going north to Chatsworth, to pick up the appropriate population based on the district. Stay west of the 405, please, and north of Mulholland, and then go east and keep the communities of NoHo and Toluca Lake and Van Nuys and things together in an assembly district, and go north to what is now AD 43, for example, and keep that together as well. But I would encourage you to keep the West Valley west of the 405 together. We do have the Aliso Canyon issue. We have a Santa Susana Field Lab issue. I do not object to you putting Bell.
Thank you so much. And at this time, Chair, that is all of our callers this evening.
Thank you so much, Katie, for your capable management of our public input process. So, colleagues, we have approximately 40 minutes left in our day until 10 o'clock. I want to make sure that we make as much progress as quickly as possible between now and the end of the week. There remains a lot of work to do, and we have to work smart. I think we made some good progress today. I had hoped that we would be able to land the plane, as it were. We were not in the end. We still have some outstanding issues. My sense, or my intent at this point, is to take a short time each morning to try to work through these remaining issues at the congressional level. We've got some outstanding iterations. We've got some discussion to be had. I don't want to eat into the time allotted to the discussion of the Senate maps. I think we've heard tonight that there is considerable interest in the Senate maps. This is not simply a matter of taking the Assembly maps and going these two, these two, these two. We spent a good bit of time developing Senate maps. We've got some good support for some of the Senate maps. We know that we have work to do on the Senate plan generally. So I wanted to take the opportunity and ask for your thoughts on how we can best proceed to achieve our objectives. We have, today is the 13th, we have set aside 14, 15, 16 for the Senate districts with some bleed over onto the 17th to review kind of what we did today with the congressional districts, as well as on the 17th dealing with the Board of Equalization districts. And then we have the, so that's through the 17th. The 18th, 19th, and some amount of time on the 20th is scheduled for final review and cleanup. I've said that at that point, or essentially when we get back to any discussion of congressional maps, if someone has an exploration, a concept that is fully formed, that is self-contained, I'm happy to have us consider it. There should be time for brief discussions, but we are coming in on an approach for landing. So we need to keep careful control of our pitch and our attitude and our drag and so forth. We don't want to stall the plane as we're approaching the runway. So if I can get your thoughts, please, on how best to proceed over the next few days, I would appreciate it. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, Pilot Kennedy. I'll just start, and then that way people can tear it apart. Anyway, my thoughts, and it probably won't be a popular one, is we're very close to finalizing the congressional, and I would like to just finish that instead of going back to it every day. That may not be possible because there are some of the commissioners are working on other iterations. But secondly, I guess more importantly, for myself and for my fellow commissioners as well as the public, approaching these Senate districts. We have our Senate drafts from November 10th, but then we also have our Assembly. And part of it is to try to net. So as a commissioner, I'm looking at both and how should I, what are we going to use to guide us? Are we going to use our draft maps from November 10th, or we're going to use our assembly, maybe a combination of the two, but I'm also trying to like focus.
Okay.
But I'm sure you
answer
probably have that.
I can answer that question. That is a very easy question to answer. At this point, tomorrow morning, once we get to, our initial discussion of the Senate maps, we are going to look at the Senate draft maps from the 10th of November. We will overlay the current iteration of assembly districts to see how we're doing, to see where we might want to make adjustments. And we'll start with Los Angeles and particularly the VRA areas in Los Angeles and move out from there. But we will be taking both the November 10th draft Senate maps and overlaying the current iteration of assembly maps.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner.
My suggestion, Chair, is that and thank you for explaining that second part where we're going to look at our draft and then overlay the upgrade where we've made changes. I suggest that we do that wholly all in with the Senate for tomorrow, recognizing that we have not completed the congressional maps. I think it'll give us a good idea of how much work will be is there to be done and where there is agreement and disagreement. And if we focus on that, perhaps, I dare not say it, but perhaps when we finish the Senate, we can come back to the congressional, not to put it all the way to the very end, but that whole thing trying to decide, do we need to come in more hours? Do we need to come in earlier? Whatever else, we'll have be able to gauge that better once we get a sense of how solid we are or not for the Senate.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Turner. Someone else had a hand up. Was it Commissioner Anderson? Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. I actually agree with Commissioner Turner on that. The one thing I wanted to say, though, is if we're thinking about coming in early, we would have to decide that now. So we have 3 days to modify coming in earlier than 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I have suggested to the executive director that we start earlier. I understand that colleagues may have other commitments before 11 o'clock. My sense is that we need the time. And if, one commissioner or two commissioners aren't here, we've certainly made progress with less than our full complement of 14 in the past. We can do so now. We have to be very mindful of our deadlines and how much work we do still have to do before we reach those. So thank you for that, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Turner, and just an update on the Central Valley VRA districts. We have been working very closely with Kennedy. We're done with the first visualization, and we're almost done with the second for the Central Valley. We were able to achieve the goals we set out, and bring back Old Fig and some of the other points that we had taken out. So we're actually pretty optimistic that we'll be able to bring back something that we can all have agreement on. But we do also need to get it through legal. So that'll probably take about a day's worth of time to hash everything out. So bringing it back in a day or so would be preferable. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Commissioner Toledo. That's very good news to hear. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I am also in agreement with the proposal that Commissioner Turner laid out, with the understanding that we approach that method with what you outlined, the VRA districts in Los Angeles, and really anchor our starting point there. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I also like the idea of starting with the Senate tomorrow and having an idea, and then that'll also give the mappers who are working on the congressional districts a chance to do things. Separately, well, two other things. One is I also agree that we should start with the VRA districts. I think where we ended up today, probably would have been better to have started with the VRA districts. So I'd like us to focus on VRA for the Senate district maps. Lastly, I wanted to just say something just for clarification, Chair, so that it is it is just said. So Commissioner Taylor finished before the break about his comment about the communities. And one thing I want to just say is I'm trying to stay consistent in what we're saying, because we have talked about not pairing disadvantaged communities with more advantaged communities, because that would put them at a disadvantage, being in a more, let's say a different kind of district where they're not with like districts. So that is where I'm coming from in terms of my comments around Century City. It's not to say that they don't belong in the South LA district, but it's about just trying, for me, it was just the focus of keeping like communities with like communities. It does not mean that they cannot shop or recreate or do any of the other things that anybody else would do, but I'm just trying to stay consistent, whether it's a disadvantaged community or it's an advantage or a wealthier community. So it wasn't about there shouldn't be that. So I wanted that to just be, very, very clear to everybody that that was my intent with that, and trying to stay consistent with my other comments. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, also agree with Commissioner Turner and everyone who has agreed with her about the way forward tomorrow. Also wondering if, Chair, you have any closed sessions planned for tomorrow.
The lawyers stand ready to go over any VRA concerns with us in closed session tomorrow. I would prefer to do everything we can in open session. If someone does have an issue that does raise serious closed session issues, then I'm happy to call on the lawyers and the videographers and staff and so forth to make the closed session happen.
Very good, thank you.
My sense is they're ready to do that on relatively short notice, but I would prefer to do as much as we can in open session. Commissioner Okutagawa.
Just a question of process. You mentioned starting earlier tomorrow, which I do understand, but my understanding is that we cannot because it's already been agendized.
We cannot.
Okay,
I've received a note from Executive Director Hernandez that we are scheduled to shift back to 9:30 on Thursday the 16th and Friday the 17th and forward from there. So tomorrow is Tuesday. We'll be at 11 o'clock. Wednesday, the 15th will be at 11 o'clock. Beginning Thursday, we would shift our starting time back to 9:30. That would give us essentially an additional 90-minute block per day. So thank you for that. I'm not seeing other hands right now. I do recall, Commissioner Lamons, that your hand was up as we went to break and then to the public comment. I just wanted to circle back to you in case you did have something that you wanted to share with colleagues at this point. Okay. Not hearing Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Anderson, were you about to raise your hand? No?
Yes, I was actually,
okay.
Chair. It was, will that be, excuse me, 9:30 on the Thursday, the 16th, through the rest of through the 24th, 23rd, or to the 20th, or what was the plan there?
Okay, well, at this point, the 20th is scheduled for is tentatively scheduled for a vote to make these maps final and be published as such. The 21st is scheduled for discussion of the final report, the draft final report, as far as it is completed by then. The 22nd and 23rd are likewise scheduled for that. It is our hope. We are expecting back from all of you any comments that you have on the portion of the draft report that you have received by Thursday. We can incorporate those, and then those are coming back I believe, through council, and then the subcommittee can incorporate those, run the resulting draft through legal again, and then we would be ready to post it for public review and discussion at the meeting on the 21st. Depending on your comments and on public comment, if we are able to adopt that tentatively, I mean, we would still have to finalize all of the text as far as description of the districts, but we anticipate that if we're able to approve that on the 21st, we may not need the 22nd and 23rd. So that is what we are looking at this point.
Okay, but again, beginning times though, was my question.
I will have to get back with Executive Director Hernandez on that.
Okay, so right now it's 9:30 until through the 20th at least, is that correct?
Through the 19th at least.
Thank you.
Through Sunday. Commissioner, okay, so Commissioner Lamont?
Thank you for that, Chair. I had to switch to my phone and I was not able to get off of mute. I did want to say that I support Commissioner Turner's recommendation, and thank you for circling back to me.
You're welcome. Commissioner Fernandez and then Director Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So right now, Thursday and Friday, the 16th and 17th are for 9:30. The 18th on have not decided yet if we're going to move that to 9:30. I think I'm going to kind of play it by ear, see how we do tomorrow, and then go from there. Potentially move it to 9:30 or leave it at 11. I'm not sure yet, but I will. I'll let everyone know. And the reason, because I'll be chair during that one with Vice Chair Ahmad, so we'll be hopefully deciding that soon. Thanks.
And this is one of the reasons that we have the flexibility up to 3 days in advance at this point in the process. We need to monitor our progress against our very hard deadline at the end and make sure that we are able to meet that deadline. Director Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Actually, Commissioner Fernandez clarified that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further comments about process. We've been talking about schedule, but I mean, we're trying to operate right now under general consensus. I've been trying to gauge the room as best I can. Some things we have discarded because it was clear that there was not enough support, or we've at least shelved, if not discarded. Some of these things we could consider as being on the shelf rather than in the bin, in case there is interest in reverting to anything in the past. But it was clear when we tried to reach consensus on Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner's exploration that it didn't seem to be clear either way. So that, in my consideration, is on the shelf. On the shelf currently means that what we have as draft maps or approved updates to the draft maps, that's where we are. If we don't do anything else, that's what we have. If we want to make any changes, we have to make those proactively by consensus at this point. There will be time for a vote, and we'll do our best to, as I say, land this plane successfully. I think we've worked well together. I think we've achieved a lot together, and just want to see this process end successfully. So I really would appreciate any further thoughts on the process by which we get from here to there by Monday, preferably. Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I thought we had decided that tomorrow we're doing Senate, and then we're adding a little bit of, and then Wednesday morning, we're looking back at the congressional district, because we should have those iterations once, and the idea being, depending on the VRA districts, then we can pick up, it'll be obvious how we deal with the ECA Sacramento area split. That was my understanding, which we would be saying, bringing that, deciding it's a go, the VRA districts is a go, yes. Then how does it affect the other one? And depending on, yes, it's doable or not, we may have to do iteration on that. That was my understanding.
Okay. Just as today we started with, roll call and business meeting, we have a few minor items of business that will be coming up in the mornings. My intent is to get through those as quickly as possible each morning that we do have some item of business to discuss. I have emphasized to staff the importance of having things posted for sufficient time for public review before we do discuss and approve things. But we didn't use the entire half hour that was allocated for that, and that's where I'm looking to bring up. Like tomorrow morning, I believe we still have an iteration coming from Tamina. It should be a very small one, and if we can get that done by 11:30 tomorrow, I would intend to get that done by 11:30 tomorrow. And depending on what other iterations are ready and available for us to review, anything that we can get done the first half hour, the next couple of mornings before we shift to the 9:30 schedule, I intend to get through those. Commissioner Turner.
Chair, you were asking for additional feedback. I didn't have any. I didn't want to leave you hanging. I guess I'm a one-hit wonder. I had no other ideals, and I have no doubt that you'll drive us to the finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm used to being in a little bit different situation. Organizing an election is much more concrete than trying to resolve issues among a body of 14, but I've been there as well, so I will certainly do my best. Okay, unless anyone has further thoughts at this point, then I would ask you to continue thinking about any suggestions for how to ensure that we achieve our objectives on the current timeline. And we'll look forward to seeing you all at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Meeting adjourned, 9:42 p.m. Thank you.
Every day is a new agenda.